both of the, like Morrowind and like all those, they ran on I think a variation of D&D 3, but like I don't know, obviously with different lore. 'Cause, you know, Fallout and Dungeons and Dragons, not a lot in common. Except I was playing Fallout 76 to grab some footage yesterday, and there are fucking dragons in Fallout 76.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot that was a thing. I remember hearing about it in Rags' video a few years ago, but yeah, I got attacked by a dragon, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I have a combat shotgun and some like Wastelander gear here, man. I'm not ready to fight a dragon.
Sure you are. That's why I threw it at you.
Yeah.
I forgot, like, I at one point did want to play Fallout 76. And it was primarily because it ran on the idea of oh, you can, you know, jump in multiplayer and fight this irradiated dragon with your buddies. And I'm like, oh, cool, we got to get that game. But the launch is such a disaster. I was just like, okay.
Well,
my friend
now... Even now, it's better, but it's still like there's better games you could be playing if you want. Like if you want to have co-op friends with your buddies, even fighting things that are as big as dragons, just play Helldivers at this point.
Or Monster Hunter.
Yeah, Monster Hunter, you probably have a better time too.
Or a Space Jam. You can play against the Monstars with your buddies.
There's a Space Jam video game, or do you mean the actual like
the actual
known
video
as
game.
the Space Jam?
There's a Space Jam video game?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think it was on PlayStation.
Space Jam video game. Let's see. PlayStation 1. Yeah, no kidding.
Yo.
Yeah. I played the hell out of that game when I was a kid. It was great.
I was even on the Saturn as well. Oh, by Acclaim. Oh, remember Acclaim? Damn. That brings me
back. I like the soundtrack a lot. Got the
Monstars.
Yeah,
Acclaim remembers Acclaim.
It was all like the early 90s hip-hop heavy hitters and like, or like rap, I guess, in one song. Hit 'em High. It's a good song.
Hit 'em high, hit 'em high, hit 'em high, hit 'em high. I like that.
I need to watch Space Jam again. It's been a while. I've never seen the new one. I don't think anyone did.
No.
I hear it's not really worth seeing. It's like it's a Rebel Moon like film.
Oh no, that's not a good sign. I will never recover from Rebel Moon. That was shit. Oh god.
How do we circle back to Rebel Moon?
I don't know. It's just therapy at this point.
Goger saying Fallout was shit. I know, Goger. I know. I'm being convinced of it repeatedly. He, I think, knows what's going on. We're still going to be tight-lipped about it.
I like that. It's funny. For example, Fallout 4. It's fun to play, but it's not fun to play as a Fallout game. If that makes sense.
I'm like not knowledgeable about Fallout really. I played New Vegas like 5,000 years ago on my PlayStation, and that's it.
Nice.
I like that.
See, I went back and replayed New Vegas and 4 last year because I was thinking I was gonna do some deep dives into Starfield. I just ended up kind of hating Starfield, so I didn't really want to play it past
the best game ever made.
Look, man, I played it for 30 hours on an RTX 3090, and I was rarely hitting 60 FPS. Never mind maintaining it.
Yeah, I know.
And I was trying to, it didn't seem to matter if I was running it in 1080p, low settings. It was like, no, it's always just not running well. No matter what I do. So you might as well actually make it look better and run bad, as opposed to just having it in the lowest settings possible, but it's still stuttery and hard to look at. Man... They need better development. They need a better engine, realistically. Even though New Vegas is good and it was made in that engine by a different studio.
Yeah, I mean, look.
It's not the gameplay that makes New Vegas good. It's the role playing and the writing.
I'll highly recommend Patrician TV's video on it. He made the Fallout videos.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. That has all the info you need to realize oh, that's why it went wrong.
I got to hang out with him on the EFAP TVs for Halo Season 2.
Oh, those are going to be so funny.
I'll say there's even though I'm being convinced on a whole lot of arguments about Fallout, and I'm really actually now hating the writing now that I'm looking into the connections more deeply, it's shreds Halo Season 2 or any of the Halo TV show. I would still probably watch Fallout Season 2, maybe less anticipating it being good as I might have been after my first viewing, and more thinking this It's probably going to be entertaining enough that I'll sit through it, and there might be some dumb things I can laugh at, and that'll be fine. Whereas if like I don't get like, assigned Halo Season 3, if it happens by Metal or like invited to the EFAP TV, no chance I'm watching it. It is unbearable.
I won't threaten you with any Halo show. I haven't even seen the first season.
Yeah, you don't want to, man. It's rough. Like it's hard to sit through.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that anytime I see a Halo fan say, "Oh yeah, no, actually, it's really cool because they did the Fall of Reach," I'm like, I don't believe that you care about Halo if you like that shit. I feel like those are antithetical positions. You can't be one and the other. It's like saying I love Luke Skywalker, but man, The Last Jedi was awesome. It's like, what?
What? Well, wait.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, fuck.
You know, I just liked him being a weak coward who abandoned his family. You know, that was cool. It's like, so you don't like the character. Yeah, I mean, I guess I hate him and he sucks, and I like that he's a loser now. So yeah, you're right. I guess I don't like him. Like that's got to be your conclusion. You can't say I love Luke Skywalker and like The Last Jedi. Anyways, Dragons Dogma.
Well, I mean, there are people out there that that appreciate the part where the hero falls, but there are also way more people that appreciate when the hero falls and gets back up. So at least it's.
Like I mean,
I have no argument.
The thing that I think in TLJ, I don't think that happens. Like they argue, they're like, "Oh yeah, no, he kills himself by doing the force projection." It's so heroic. I was like, no, I disagree that that's a heroic move. I think he could have helped much better doing other things than that.
Oh yeah, 100%. God, I don't even want to think about these movies. They just make me sad.
He died. He died holding Kylo off for like 3 or 4 minutes on a distant planet.
Yeah. Not to mention they all were out doing an attack before they had decided to escape out the back way anyway. So it's like, well,
right.
I mean, you guys wasted time apparently if you weren't going to be able to do anything to those giant AT-ATs. Oh my god, I fucking hate that movie. But anyways, Dragons Dogma 2.
Star Wars. Oh man, we hit all the high points already. Rebel Moon, Star Wars. Let's talk about what's Marvel. What's about Marvel? No, that's not Marvel.
We got the redheaded stepchild, Madam Web.
Oh god, that was
funny.
That was a funny movie.
we did a whole episode on Madam Web. You can check that one out on the VODs.
I will never forget when the evil man just jumps into that ambulance for no reason. That's so funny. Like it misses clear. It's like, oh, I need to get it. It just gets smashed. Hilarious.
It'll always be the medical stuff for me with that film.
Yeah.
God, that movie. I've told people the simplest way to describe the movie is if you like Marvel movies and if you like The Room, you'll love Madam Web. It's a movie that's so bad that it circles back around to entertainment.
It does almost get to that level, to be fair. It's pretty close to being the Madam Web of movies.
Man.
Yes, I know that didn't make sense.
I mean, so
I did say the Madam Web.
The movie
movies.
doesn't.
I meant the Room of comic book movies.
I still haven't watched The Room like ever.
That's good. I mean, it's fun. Like good is strong. Again, like it is entertaining though.
Oh, for sure.
I feel like I've already seen all the good parts in clips from memes throughout.
You know what? I think what you might enjoy then is the James Franco one, Disaster Artist. That's like it's a movie about the production of the film, and I think that is actually a better story than anything that's in The Room itself.
It is.
Interesting.
Because Tommy Wiseau he's a wild character, man. And like if he's anything like they portray him in that movie, it's unbelievable that he exists, and I think it's kind of wonderful though, because he's so strange. But you know what? He really loves making movies. Like he genuinely does want to make movies because he loves making films. He's not very good at it, but you know what? He's maybe so not good at it that he's incredible.
I love that he's passionate about it, at least. Unlike Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder feels like he just makes fever dreams and says, wait, let me try again.
Let me try again. Maybe it'll make sense next time. And when it doesn't work, it's like, don't worry, guys. I have 4 hours of extended cut with blood and sex. That's gonna be way better. But Zach, your movie's already bloated and shit. What could you possibly add to make it better?
Blood
Yeah,
and
like
sex.
he
Duh.
actually he might have been seriously. I think that the Rebel Moon director's cuts might actually do better if he was like, "Hey, there's a bunch of nudity and sex in it, and it's an hour shorter."
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, just make it a porno. Violent
Like,
porno.
I'd honestly be like, okay, well, now I'm actually kind of interested, to be honest.
I'm interested for all the wrong reasons.
Well, I'd be like, you know what? I'll sit through a shitty movie that has a bunch of action and boobs in it.
Yeah, but
Oh, hell
it's
yeah.
short.
Yeah,
I don't want
he
to sit
sucks
through one
too,
that's
though.
4 hours long, though.
I don't want to see any Rebel Moon again. Not this year. Maybe when there's a part 3 next year. I can do Rebel Moon like once a year. That's about it.
It is a reminder. It's like, oh, films can get this bad. Okay,
Okay.
I'm good for the rest of the year.
All right. Time to watch something good. I need to go back and watch more Shogun, actually.
Shogun's good.
Yeah, I'm like 3 episodes behind on Shogun. I just want to wait till it's over and then binge it.
Nice. Oh, man.
I'll be watching Buffy.
Nice. I still need to watch it. I'm still waiting for Mauler's command to get me into a room and force me through it over a year or two.
Hey, I mean, we could do Buffy updates on here as you watch them. I'm a fairly sizable Buffy fan.
Oh, I assume he wants to record whenever I get to watch it with him.
Oh, I know. I just meant like on Forge episodes at the beginning or the end or something. You could just
you might
mention
just do
which
where I
Buffy
am.
episodes you watch, and I
Oh,
could be like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
okay,
maybe.
here's where you are.
Whenever
I'll do my
that's
best to not spoil anything.
Whenever that's gonna happen. I've known Mauler for 10 years now, and he still hasn't made me watch Buffy. There's been like 12 people at least that he made the show watch, but not me for some reason. Maybe because he wanted the recordings and wants me on those. I don't know. I still think it's a psyops. I don't think that show is even real. I think it just doesn't exist, and it's just all a big meme.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like,
James, it's not that I love giving spoilers. It's that when I'm explaining things, sometimes I forget how to structure it so that it doesn't reveal anything that I shouldn't be revealing. I'm just
There you go.
retarded. That's all.
I'm kind of retarded.
right.
I'm kind of retarded.
You are deserving of the Buffy. Wow. That's
Everyone deserves Buffy, man.
I'm not even gonna sit here and fake the funk. I'm like David Boreanaz is one of my favorite actors of all time. So I love almost everything he's in. And he plays
Angels season 5 might actually be like peak of both series.
Oh, dude,
And it's the last thing that ever came out. It's like, oh great. It's so happy it's gone away forever now. That's awesome.
No, oh no, it's legacy now cemented.
very well. But if you can read the title, you know why we're here. We're gonna finally talk about Dragons Dogma #2, the dogmaing.
Yes.
I think we all have a significant amount of hours in that game now. I mean, you've seen me play it. I streamed every single moment of it.
Yep.
Might have too many.
Well,
No, you're good.
I streamed as well as played offline, so mine not all of my hours are logged for the world to see.
yeah. I mean, mine are right there. I still need to upload the VODs so you can see them on the Moodle channel. I mean, obviously they're still available in the playlist here on the channel, just unlisted. But yeah, it's lots of hours sunken in, lots of enemies felled, all that good stuff. And actually, I did play half an hour offline today because I wanted to try out the Trickster, which we're gonna talk about later when we talk about the vocations, I guess.
I did not like the low-level Trickster.
Yeah, the Trickster confuses me as a class. Not because I don't know what it's trying to do. I just don't know why we did whatever.
Yeah, I feel like I don't even get what I'm doing. I'll spawn a clone and then it fucking does nothing. Although it seems to do stuff if I'm mounted on an enemy.
I think I can
I
explain it when we get there.
I mean, I know what the game wants you to do. It's a decoy, and then you do the other skill that gets you aggro, but the aggro then goes to the decoy that you just spawned. That's what you want to do.
Oh.
But you just don't get to do
Okay,
any damage
because
with
I
this
was thinking, I was
class.
like, I don't even seem to be this thing doesn't even seem to be pulling aggro. Like, what is it doing for me exactly? And even when it does pull aggro, I can't do any damage. So what does it matter?
Yeah, it's a support.
Yeah.
It's support.
Moodle lied. He said he streamed every minute. Cancelled. Ah, damn it. Exposed myself again.
I haven't tried Trickster. Like I just picked it up as Vocation, but from what I've heard so far, everyone's been saying, dude, like Trickster is one of the most confusing classes of all time. This includes like D&D classes that some people can't understand.
Yeah,
it is.
It's very different from all the other classes, for sure.
I just checked. I'm at 61.5 hours with 29 of the 54 achievements.
Oh, no.
Nice.
I'm at 250 hours.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big Dragons Dogma fan.
So. Yeah, apparently.
You too?
Apparently.
Oh, here. What is everybody playing it on?
Well,
so let's go first.
On PC, of course.
Yeah, Sheepsidian.
It's funny. I have it on PC, and I started playing on PC, but then I switched to PS5 because my boss, Eric July, for those who don't know, he has it on PlayStation 5, and I was like, I'm recruiting your pawn.
Fair enough. I was about to say, I was like, what? But there's not really any multiplayer. But then I got it. You answered my question already by bringing up the pawn.
Yeah, it's a special kind of multiplayer. And I'm also on PS5 because my PC is poopy.
All right, cool. So we got 2 consoles, 2 PCs. And this will be more relevant when we start talking about how the game runs.
Oh yeah, which will be pretty early into the thing because I guess time-wise we can just start. Oh, also, by the way, for everyone wondering, in the background, Mark whipped up some compilations of our 2 playthroughs. They're just gonna run in the background. You can see different vocations and stuff and fights. So just so you know, don't get confused by the chat that's extra there. That's not you, chat. That's past chat. So don't get confused. I need to start recording like clean versions on the side while I stream for things like this. But it takes up so much space.
Well,
it does take up some of your processing power too.
Yeah.
Though I found that having NVIDIA Instant Replay on or off didn't seem to affect the performance in this game at all, which is weird because it usually does.
Well, I have an AMD card, so I won't be using that anyway.
Oh my.
Anyway, well, time-wise, we can just well, I guess we could just say, what do you guys think, like, overall of the game? Do we start with the classic little blurb? Let's start with that. Go from my right to left. Swole, what do you think of Dragons Dogma 2?
Oh, what you asked me first? I love this game. I think it's very good, but it's also very flawed. I have a lot to say about both stories because the game kind of has 2 separate stories. One of them is all the quests, and then the other is like the overarching story. And I have issues, and especially compared to 1. Outside of that, I think generally it's an upgrade, but I don't think it replaces Dragons Dogma 1. It's just a lot of things are better, but DD1 also offers some things that just aren't in this game. But yeah, I really like it. I have lots of complaints, but it's I think it's definitely worth a play.
Very well. Sheepsidian, what do you think?
I've been touting the title of the I guess president of the fan club of Dragons Dogma. Since probably
can confirm. It's why I invited him here.
No way. Oh boy.
Nice.
I've now met Sheepsidian in person like 3 times, and I don't think a single time we did not talk about Dragons Dogma. And this is going back years now at this point.
Nice.
It's a fun game. It's my favorite game. I think aside from Dragon Quest Builders 2, it's the only game I've put like the most time into. This game, I'm enjoying every bit of it, even like the more frustrating parts, like clipping through some stones. But aside from that, I have some gripes, some minor like issues, and some things that like became issues once Capcom decided to put out patch details and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, I never noticed that. Now I do. Thanks. Aside from that, I would say Dragon's Dogma 2 does come close to being one of my next favorite games. but it doesn't beat Dragons Dogma 1. Like I think I played the first one. I think I might have beat it like maybe 14 times at this point.
Oh boy.
That's fair.
I'm not addicted or anything. I promise. I could quit at any time.
But not today.
Yeah, I'll pick that day, like after I die. But
No way, I have a problem with a different game. The chat knows about it. Armored Core.
Oh,
Was it still Armored Core?
Oh.
I thought you were talking about Final
loved
Fantasy.
Armored Core. I love Armored Core 6. I thought it was awesome.
I like FF16 a lot, but I just got back into Armored Core 6, and I'm falling in love again.
Oh no.
I was suggesting to Metalcommander that we do a Final Fantasy 16 episode, but I don't think he's up for playing it again. I really want to see if I like that game more.
I don't even know.
If I play it on PC and it's not running like trash. I was so upset with the way Final Fantasy 16 ran. It made me not want to do side quests. Because like the combat frame rate was perfect. It was like a lock 60 FPS because I think the game was running at like 540p. But when you go out and around in the world, it's just like somewhere bouncing between like 36 and 52 FPS, but super inconsistent. And it really made me not want to do any side quests, which sucks because some of the side quests I did were pretty good. Like the bearers, kind of like the child who has the bearer pet. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know that one.
That's good shit.
That one's a good one. But yeah, I'm excited for it to come out on PC so you can play it because they added a endgame mode that I think you'll like a lot. It's kind of roguelike, but
I haven't played either of the DLCs. There's 2 now, right?
Yeah, I like the DLCs. They're pretty neat and like they added a lot more stuff than I thought they would. So.
I look forward to playing it again. I'm hoping, though, the PC version unlocks a hard mode right off the bat because famously on EFAP, I got tongue twisted. I realized, actually, because I listened back to that, I did mess up because when I said it has... I did say it has bad combat, but I misspoke because I meant it had shallow combat. It was what I should have said other than bad because I think Regs got caught up on me saying bad, and then I had to just kind of find a way to defend that position, but it's because I spoke out of turn. Anyways, Final Fantasy 16 could have more variety in its combat.
We'll debate that one day.
Well, I mean, again, like wait till I've played it again, hopefully with better performance, and I honestly hope on hard mode because I think if they did some cooler things with how you have to fight in that game, it would be much more interesting than it was. As it was, it felt really good. It's just, I didn't feel like I had to think it all. It was just like, okay, damage output, and dodging. That's pretty much it. I think, but just before we go back to Dragons Dogma real quick, I think you'll like hard mode, especially on that new endgame mode, because it's, I think I'm pretty fucking good at the game, and I have not gotten past the 5th floor. So, yeah. I think you'll like it more. Anyway, Dragons Dogma.
Yeah, I was about to bring it back to Dragons Dogma. Speaking on that, one of the things that really drew me in was the combat system itself. Like if you look at, for example, like Elden Ring or pretty much any kind of like Souls game, you use your abilities against like the enemy and the enemy uses their abilities against you, but it just kind of feels like you're just throwing attacks at each other. Whereas like in Dragon's Dogma, it's like you're strategizing like right there in the middle of the fight. Like you have to, like you're climbing up like these giant enemies, or you're picking up explosives and throwing them, or strategically placing them, or doing like tandem attacks with your enemy, with your teammates and whatnot. And it just feels like, you know, you're actually like living in the fight kind of thing. That's what really makes it stand out for me in comparison to like a lot of other, I guess, ARPGs, I guess you can say is what they are.
Yeah, you can tell this was made by a combat guy instead of just a RPG guy.
Right.
Yeah. I have a lot to say about the combat, so when we get there.
Oh, go for it.
Well, I guess it was Mark's turn next for the blurb.
All right, so I think this game is very, very good. It's probably got some of the most interesting combat in any game I've ever played. I think by kind of specifically not being based on numbers very clearly and more being based on physics. Like at least the moment to moment gameplay, obviously like your damage output and enemy health is based on numbers, but it's an RPG where the combat feels like you have to really think about the combat itself as opposed to your combat decisions, you know, like with Baldur's Gate 3, I guess being a recent popular game, that's sort of the opposite, where your twitch skill doesn't matter at all. It's only like your decision making. Here, it's sort of a mix of both, but it's very important that you look at things like your environment, what the terrain you're on is like, if there's a cliff nearby, how big your enemy is, how heavy your attacks are. And the physics engine in this game, I think, might be a like double-edged sword. Like it's one of the things that makes it very unique and interesting to play. And it like in a way that feels like Monster Hunter, but also distinct from it, because it's like if you mix Monster Hunter with Goat Simulator or something, you know. Like
wow,
that is a
Monster
comparison.
Hunter, but like but I mean, it's much more like Monster Hunter from a gameplay like premise standpoint. But
yeah,
it's got that wild and crazy physics stuff where sometimes it glitches and hilarious things happen, which, you know, is fun and it clearly not intentional. But those are the kind of bugs in games that people tend to like as opposed to really hate on because they're charming. You know, like you always have something like, oh wow, this dragon died, and instead of like falling down and being dead, it's in like it's ready mode, but it's upside down, and it's putting all its weight on one wing, and it's going through two buildings. It's like, well, some of that's kind of funny, I guess, like at the same time. But also it leads you to be able to do really cool things, like think, okay, I'm on the back of this griffin, and the wings are flapping, and he's kind of upright, and I'm running out of stamina. I don't want to jump off because then I'm going to fall and die. So I need to figure out where to put my character so that I can kind of not be hanging onto the griffin, but surf it for a second, get my stamina back, and then grab onto him again and start stabbing him in the eye or the beak or whatever. And like, I mean, that stuff is really, really cool. I mean, I guess I touched on it a bit with the physics engine likely being one of the culprits for the game's performance. That is my primary issue with the game. It's just I would kill for this game to just run perfectly, and considering even X-Ray Girl couldn't get it running perfectly, and she's got a better computer than mine. Like hers is kind of borderline supercomputer tier, and she was not even able to get a really consistent frame rate, especially in the towns. And you know that kind of sucks, especially because RE Engine in general is pretty famous for being games that just run flawlessly on a wide variety of hardware. I mean, when you think about it, Resident Evil 2 remake and Resident Evil 7 and I think 3 remake as well were all PS4 games, and they ran at like a locked 60 FPS at all times. So like that, I kept on thinking, oh, this engine is really good. I can't wait to see what it's like in this big open world. And at first I was thinking the big open world might have been the problem. But then I remember Monster Hunter Rise has some pretty big maps, and that's also RE Engine, and it ran perfectly on PC, especially. I ran at 30 FPS on Switch, but, you know, it's a Switch. But okay, so hold on, let's say I then threw myself off track with the thing. But I'll get there. Oh yeah, but I think that it's less that it was Resident Evil Engine's difficulty handling an open world as much as it was handling AI and physics, from what it seems. Because the physics, at least, I see very, very complex stuff going on. You can even see it just in the wind and trees and things. Like there's a lot of calculations going on. And when you see things like one of those trees get knocked over, you realize that whole tree has physics properties to it. So I can kind of understand why the game's as heavy as it is. It also sort of made me wish that is one of the first thoughts I had while playing it, was that they made a version of this gameplay, maybe not Dragons Dogma 2, but like a new series that has Dragons Dogma inspired combat, but just like almost like Final Fantasy 16 styles, like when the dungeons are more like an instance level where you're just fighting. And in this area, the game runs super, super well, even with all our crazy physics calculations, because I like the fact that you can jump on a griffin and then it'll fly you halfway across the map and you can keep fighting with it. But I don't necessarily need that You know, like, I mean, if that's the price, for as often as that happens, that an encounter with a monster takes you halfway across the world map, I'm much more often just fighting monsters in a general arena-like area, or like, you know, like even if you move to a couple different places, you're not necessarily traveling the entire world map. Like, I don't necessarily need them to be calculating as much as they seem to be if the trade-off is, you know, stuttery frame rate, but. And then the microtransactions, I'm not happy with at all, but I'm sure we can do a whole segment on that. That is something that you can ignore, and if you just want to play this video game, I don't think you should use the microtransactions as a reason to not. But also, I think they're scummy and not worth defending. So my whole thing is like, look, you can ignore them, and that's okay. But I like to just discourage people from saying, well, you don't have to buy them, therefore they're perfectly fine. Because I'm like, no. Don't
we'll
give them that.
You're
because
just going through like all the topics I've written down in your blurb right now.
Wow,
I mean,
Mark, just spoiling the whole stream.
Like when Mark
am
is
a
done with
robot
his
person.
blurb, it's like, well, that was the Forge Field today. See you next week.
Yeah. Scene. I'm finished.
I was like, he's gonna finish in any second now. Then microtransactions. No, stop. We still need topics.
Well, I mean, because honestly, the reason my preamble today was so long is because my thoughts on this game are pretty complicated.
Yeah, no,
They're not. It's not as simple as, oh, this game's awesome, you should buy it, it's genius. I actually don't think you should buy it now. I think you should probably wait. But also, it's very good.
You should buy it at some point.
Yeah, you should play this game eventually. I think if you played this game in 5 years, you will be thrilled with it on like whatever system you're running at that time.
But I want to play it now.
No, I mean, and you can. Like, and I said, like, nothing wrong with playing it now. But as far as like my recommendation goes, I just can't recommend that people who don't already know they're in for what Dragons Dogma offers spend full price on this game right this minute. Because it needs some finishing. It's year one Cyberpunk tier, like the Cyberpunk launch, I'd say, as far as like how rough it runs. And I think I would have had the same give for Dragon's Dogma 2 as I would have for Cyberpunk 2077 if they just did my idea of just like, yo, say it's early access. Just tell us we're buying an early access product. You can play it. You can play an early access game. I was playing No Rest for the Wicked a couple days ago.
I don't have a PC.
5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, but honestly, why not do early access releases on consoles at this point? All consoles are like set-top PCs that run their own operating system.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you why they don't.
I'll tell you.
Mark is always a good contender when it comes to discussing video games, primarily because he does most of his gaming on PC. So he's talking from a PC standpoint and why games shouldn't just basically run like as they should on PC and stuff like that. And it's just like, I like this guy.
Yeah,
I like this guy. He's gonna be frustrating, but we'll grow to like him. He'll be a great contender for some good debate.
Yeah,
Mike has a big brain. I like him.
Got a little bit.
Oh yeah, I love it.
But, you know.
Big brain.
Anyway, speaking of big brain, let's get metal.
Absolutely.
That's probably the nicest thing you've ever said to me. That's weird.
I said skip you because you have a small brain, but okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw it as a compliment.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think this game is really, really fun. I enjoyed it very much playing all the way through it. I played Dragons Dogma 1 for the very first time before I played this one. I was like, oh, this is cool. I really like this. I liked how the fighting goes on. You can do all these crazy spells or write enemies while you battle them, and then you have to hit some weak spots here and there sometimes. It's just what I like the most about this game is just going around and just these crazy adventure happen. Like, I was just running somewhere and all of a sudden, oh no, a griffin. Oh, a troll. Oh, a chimera followed me from somewhere. I don't know what's going on. Oh, great, they destroyed the bridge over there. What am I doing now? Oh, let me deal with these enemies first. Like, this game can go from doody-doody-doo to, oh my god, I'm going to die in a second. And it's really fun. I really enjoy it.
Some of my favorite moments are when you're just sitting on the caravan and out of nowhere, it just gets destroyed by a griffin who pops in like out of nowhere. He just frames himself into the area. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark is abducting women on this on this clip here right now.
Huh?
You know what? I do that shit all the time. It's okay.
It was carrying out the Sphinx mother. But yeah, the gameplay wise, I really enjoy it. Just fucking around with all the spells is really fun. I tried out a couple of vocations. Pretty much all of them are fun. We're gonna get to them more closely later on. But
Here's my Mystic Spear hand right here.
yeah,
Probably my favorite class.
gameplay wise,
a lot of
this is
flying.
like combat wise, this is really really strong for sure. When my problems start getting massive is when we start talking about the quote-unquote story and quests that we do. Because if you ask me, you could just not have them in the game. I don't really... The thing is, I like this world, but I don't care for the world the way they want me to, especially towards the post-game. Where we get to...
I disliked every single quest that just involved me staying in a city and going around talking to people. I honestly really just want to be like, okay, can you please just send me to go kill a monster?
Yeah, I have thoughts on this, but
we definitely talk about the story and quests and everything because it's I don't think you see anyone talk online about how great the story is. That's what I'm trying to say.
I've seen a few people that got super into it and were blown away by it. I think
would love to know
I don't
why.
think it's bad. I think it's a pretty reasonably decent, like, hey, yeah, you're the true king, you need to do these things and save the world, and then you'll actually be the king. Like, you know, it's a pretty base
at this point it's just like, yeah,
hard
it's
to
there.
fuck up.
But then the post game happens and it's like, what?
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry, but I thought we were just talking the main premise of the story and stuff. But yeah, the post game.
This is part of the story, and it's just okay.
I have thoughts because before, like, days leading up to this, I was racking my brain
right now on screen.
Yeah, this is the post game.
That's one of the post game enemies, yeah.
Dragon.
When I was before the stream, I was trying to figure out like what's going on with the post game, right? Because with DD1, it's like it's not the greatest thing, but there's like interesting ideas. And when we get to this, I'm a bit disappointed with how they changed the world a bit, but we'll get there. Yeah.
Right.
I haven't said anything about it because I personally have not had the time to be able to make it to the post game yet.
Oh no.
I don't care about spoilers or anything like that. I'm just like I haven't had the time to get there yet. I've been having too much fun, like just running around fighting things.
Yeah, honestly, like I mean, if you glance at the screen here, like the bosses in the post game are really fucking good.
Yeah, I like them.
Oh,
I think they're the best bosses in the game, honestly.
I will say in reference to the first Dragons Dogma, when you get to Bitter Black Isle, which is like the DLC, the free DLC that comes to the game now, there are some enemies that are frustratingly difficult. Like you're fighting death. You're fighting a lich and an undead dragon. You're fighting demon like some crazy monsters and stuff like that. And they have like ridiculous attacks, crazy health bars and stuff like that. And they're some of the most difficult fights that I've ever had in my life, and I love it.
Yeah, like Garms.
Oh, dude, Garms alone.
Garms are crazy.
Unfortunately, I didn't have time to finish that DLC or go through it because this
Garms
came out.
Garms must be the Artorias of Dragon's Dogma 1. It's the
no.
DLC boss that everyone thinks is the best boss.
Well, they're frustrating when fighting them with neutral weapons. They will probably wipe your team if you fight them with fire weapons, and they're basically just like hellhounds. But they have like no stagger.
They can blind you.
They can
kill you with gravity.
They kill you with gravity, and like they drag you all over the place. They hit you with fireballs and stuff like that. It's great. It's brutal. It's great.
Yeah, maybe one day I'll go and do that DLC. But there's already the next game. Already the next game on the horizon, and I still have one that I started a replay of Wind Waker before. I don't know. 2 games ago.
Wind Waker can go back.
One day.
Wind Waker can wait. Korean boob game.
Oh yeah, that's
Korean boob game.
I have to wait until after the weekend because I'm out of town. So
you're gonna be so far behind me.
I mean, I have 3 days off when I come back still, so I'll be.
Actually, I grinded the demo a bit and unlocked some skills because I just wanted to play it some more.
I need to finish the demo part again, so I have the save file. Because I restarted it, just clicked through it, and I was like, "Oh shit, that deleted my other file." Oops.
Yeah, I'm telling you, spend some extra time in there, and you can unlock some cool like dodge abilities and stuff that I think should probably
maybe I'll just
unlock from the get go.
Maybe I'll just go from the beginning just anyway.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think I've done the boss challenge about 100 times.
Yeah, it's a good boss.
That's fun.
Stellar Blade, everybody, is what we're talking about now. There will be a forge on the Stellar Blade, and
we'll talk about Dragons Dogma one day.
Yeah,
will it be the Lies of P of this year?
That would be nice.
Also Korean.
Nice.
Korea's coming up in the Korea's coming up in the game world.
They're just being Japan 10 years ago. It's wonderful.
Here, have a fun game with boobies. It's like, okay, I'll buy it.
I have no problem playing games with scantily clad women. Why can't we just have games?
Well, I mean, my whole thing with Stellar Blade is I wasn't convinced on it at first because I think the trailers are edited really poorly. They were only showing like 3 uninterrupted seconds of gameplay at a time, which isn't really enough for you to ascertain like combat pace. And so I actually didn't think it was going to be quite as soulsy as it turned out, even though it's got the kind of Bayonetta / near dodging. But it was when I played the demo that I'm like, oh, this game's not even just okay. It's really good. And
it's
I'm
a really
looking forward
good
to playing
demo
the full one.
overall. I'm a big fan of the return of demos. Finally, we get way more
I
demos.
love demos.
That's so good, man. That's
if you want.
Continue your progress demos, I think, are a really good bet because they also invest the player a little bit and say like, you could all those skills you unlocked, you still have those, baby.
Yeah.
Also,
if you show me a really good demo that runs really well and plays amazingly, I'm gonna buy your game. Crazy, right?
I'll buy
Stellar Blade, from what I could tell, absolutely locks 60 FPS in its performance mode. It's and it looks good too. It's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth had the problem where it did stick around 60 pretty well, but it really looked bad in the performance mode. I still played on performance mode and I did finish it, but I look forward to replaying it on PC because that was a PlayStation 6 game that they just released on PS5. I think.
Yeah.
Same with 16, actually.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that too. Square's getting a bit ambitious for the hardware.
Yeah, it's why they got to just stop doing the exclusive stuff. I'm like, man, I think more people would have played Rebirth if you just released it on Xbox and PC, anyways. And then I think there'd be a really nice looking version of it out there.
I think they're trying to get out of the deal, right? Because it's costing them a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
You stopped talking right when I was drinking something. That was a great pause.
Dragons Dogma 2 is out on everything that can even potentially run it a little bit.
Yeah, which, I mean, there are some things that probably shouldn't have it.
Maybe, but still, you know what? I think that if you have an Xbox Series S and you want to play a game like Dragons Dogma at like a 15 to 30 FPS frame rate, I think you should be allowed to. Just don't say that I can't then play it on my PC and run it better.
No.
That's my only problem with exclusivity. I'm like, release the low-end versions. I don't care. I don't care that Mortal Kombat 1 is on Switch and looks like an actual joke. Even though like the game's not very good. You should play Tekken 8 instead. But you know what I mean? Like it exists, it's there, it's fine. Just let me also buy the game in a place that it runs better.
The issue that you run into when it comes to PC, at least, and in comparison to consoles, they already know what they have to work with what parameters they have to work with consoles because they're all the same thing. Whereas PC,
well, I mean, even that's not true though, because now console games like Stellar Blade though has 3 different visual settings modes that you can run it in, which means they're not just designing one experience, they're designing 3 experiences that are based on the same hardware spec and that's hardware with the same limitations. The better way to develop games though is to make them scalable so that you can run a 30 FPS 720p version on a Switch if you want, but then you can also run a 4K ray traced 165 FPS version if you've got a PC that costs more than my car. Because I mean, think of all the games that that you could play on a PS3 that if you run them now on a PC just look incredible. There's a lot of them, trust me. Like Steam, if you want an era to go through on Steam for sales, think of your favorite games from the PS3, Xbox 360 era, add those to your wish list. Because I guarantee if you pick them up and you run them on modern hardware, you're gonna be shocked at how good they look.
Yeah.
Like there's there's something I had a thought. Oh no, it's gone. Oh wait, no.
Oh, no.
Like since consoles are
Happens to me
becoming
all
more
the
and
time.
it's awful, isn't it? But since consoles are getting like more and more PC, like I don't know why like they don't open up the settings options.
I'm telling you, Microsoft could change the entire industry with one announcement. All they'd have to say is, yeah, everyone with an Xbox in your home, you can go on the Xbox store and just download Windows Access, and you can just run Windows on your PC. So feel free to download Steam, play God of War, play Last of Us and Returnal, and all those PlayStation favorites that are now on PC. Yeah, you can play those from your Xbox Series X. That would be crazy. It would be unbelievably good, and I don't see what's stopping them. I mean, they own the operating system. They own Windows. Just be like, okay, let's put a version of Windows 10 that runs on Xbox Series X out, and just let them do whatever the hell they want with it. Plug a mouse and a keyboard in, and away you go. It's now a laptop, basically. A laptop without a screen and not portable.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. But I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. They like their Xbox Game Pass as it is.
It's also on PC.
It is.
Yep.
But yeah, Dragons Dogma released. It was like 3 weeks now ago, something like that.
About 3 weeks, yeah. Almost a month ago.
And people were immediately like, "That's weird. That's a single player game, isn't it?" And I'm like, yeah. Why is there what's with them microtransactions in there? That's not very cool. It's a bit cringe. And then the defenses started pouring in because people were like, "No, don't hate on Dragons Dogma," because obviously they want people to like the game. So if they find a thing, it's like this thing. It's like, oh, they say something bad, so they probably hate the game immediately all the way through. It's like, no, we're just talking about the microtransactions for now, and the microtransactions are cringe and stupid. Why are they there? It's a single player game. And when you look further into it, oh wait, I don't even need those because you can get everything you can get there. You can just get in game by playing the game, which just makes me believe, oh, Capcom just said, yeah, we need microtransactions in here so we can make a couple of $1,000 every month just for having them there or whatever. There's like this whole thing going. It's like, oh, but nobody complained when it was with Resident Evil, and Devil May Cry's like, no, we at least were complaining because it's
that
fucking
was bad
stupid.
Too.
I didn't play those games, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, they all have like little microtransactions going on. Capcom has been doing this for a while.
What's crazy too is in the case of Resident Evil, if you guys watch the EFAP, the DLC that we're complaining about there is only the deluxe edition stuff you get, which includes a shotgun that takes up half the inventory spaces of any other shotgun in the game.
It's very good.
But the thing is, though, afterwards, Capcom, I think 3 months after release, it was something along the lines of that time frame, which I honestly think if they did that for Dragon's Dogma 2, it would be better, and I can explain that later if you like. But they started releasing a full upgrade tickets that you could buy, so you could just totally upgrade a weapon. And that was not available at launch. So we weren't complaining about that at all on that EFAP because that wasn't a thing that existed then. Even though they already had a thing that we found to be a scummy microtransaction-y, hey, give us an extra $10 type thing.
The thing is also, because the demo was so good, I also picked up the deluxe edition. Because like, oh, this is great. I'm going to support this because this is pretty solid. You also have, that's something we realized later. I don't even know if we had that in the EFAP. You just get straight up more treasures, and as someone just pointed out in chat, you get a treasure map from the get-go. You just get straight up more treasures, and you can't activate or deactivate it. You just have that now. So if you have the deluxe edition, you automatically have a leg up upon against everyone else who has been not getting the deluxe edition, because you just get more treasures, so more ability, more coins to upgrade your weapons and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So
and Devil May Cry 5 had probably the best version of this for one particular reason. You were able to buy gold orbs, which are essentially a full revive from certain death. They give you all your health back, and you just every bit of damage you've done to the enemy is still done. It's just an extra life, essentially. Now, the experience of Devil May Cry 5, what you're shooting for isn't just getting through the game, you're shooting for a rating. So there's something in the game that discourages you from using golden orbs, because if you use them, it does affect your rating. So you could make the argument that it's more akin to something like the chicken had in Metal Gear Solid 5, where there's something embarrassing about using the thing that makes it easier. So selling that, I'm kind of okay with. More like not really okay with, but I'm more okay with it than the stuff in Dragon's Dogma that I can explain, because it's actually this part of the game where I find the microtransactions in this game become most egregious in the Endgame section.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, because
like the smoking gun kind of there's no way they can defend this. Like, it's really scummy.
Go ahead.
But before you go to that, just because obviously I assume all of us have been playing Capcom games for a while, and with DMC5, not only does it hurt your rating, but the community will actively shit on you if you use gold orbs, right? Because I've seen it, like
the game.
Like anyone who uses them and they admit to it, they just get relentlessly shit on.
Yeah,
by everyone.
You can't claim to be a great Devil May Cry character if you're getting through the game using gold orbs regularly.
Or like at all, honestly.
I mean, especially if you're going to like top tier stuff. Like if you're playing on Dante Must Die and trying to like speed run the game, then if you're using gold orbs, zero respect.
Yeah, and it's really weird because DMC has like very similar microtransactions to Dragon's Dogma, and like they're both entirely useless, but like obviously not useless, right? But there's not really a reason to purchase them. Right, so it does come off in the way that Capcom just demands every dev team. Yeah, you have to put some form of microtransactions in every single one of your games, and that's such horseshit.
Yeah,
you know, because like I assume most of the devs are like, you know, they're generally happy working for Capcom, right?
From a business, go ahead. From a business standpoint, I understand the motivation, but I think that the way Capcom has been fucking up more and more over time, it seems, because I do believe that this is the worst example of it, is what they're deciding to charge for. Because especially Dragon's Dogma, Devil May Cry, Resident Evil 4. Those three games are absolutely games that you could make a million fucking Fortnite style costumes for if you want, and just sell those, and everyone else can just ignore them because they have nothing to do with the way the game plays, and there's cool armor in the game anyways. But make things like, hey, you can be Jill Valentine and you have your pawn be Chris Redfield in Dragon's Dogma 2. Give us $20. People will buy them because there's Resident Evil fans out there, but most people will just be like, yeah, no, it's okay. I'd rather not be like, I'd rather not break my immersion. Yeah, I know. Like that's the thing, and most people don't give a shit about cosmetic microtransactions for the most part. They're still not great, especially if they're in-universe games with gear with stats. That starts to affect gameplay, but when it's purely cosmetic, like the oh crap, I forget what the name of the armor is in Monster Hunter, where you can wear armor that kind of overrides your armor, so you can make yourself just look like Glimmer? Is that Glimmer?
Layered, it's layered armor.
Layered armor. Okay, so that's a good example of you can just dress up like Geralt from Witcher 3 in Monster Hunter, and you know it's fine. You don't get the weapons and gear that Geralt has if you just buy the glamour, but you have the glamour and you can look like him if you want. Then you can play that event, like whenever it comes around, the Witcher event, and gain the gear that actually has the stats and stuff that give you the Witcher 3 bonus things. Like I think that's a way that you can charge where you can't make the argument that it's made any effect on the game design because they're costumes that shouldn't even really exist in this universe. Yeah, and most people trying to experience the game probably aren't going to want to have Dante from Devil May Cry running around in Dragon's Dogma because that will make it weird. It will kind of pull you out of this world.
Yeah, but there's enough people who would, right? And that's the point.
Yeah,
but
and then they can. That's kind of my argument. It's like, yeah, well, let them do that if they want. But once you start tying it to, in particular, wake stones. Wake stones are the big one here. and specifically because of the end game section and the nature of how you need to complete the end game section. And again, whenever you want me to explain that, I will, but it might be a long one, so I'll wait.
But
we'll get to the end game. No worries.
But as far as that goes, you can even have like more in-game universe stuff. Like for example, you have interactions with your pawns when you win a fight. You give them a high five or like do some dap. Why not add more of those as like DLC? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who will spend like $5 on a little pack of little celebration animations.
Yeah, for sure.
That you could do.
Yeah, emotes. You'd be selling emotes for $1 forever and like sell tons of them.
Yeah, because people get really into like these games. I saw one person, they didn't like the story, but they liked the end with their pawn because like they've had the same pawn since Dragons Dogma 1.
I thought the pawn stuff in the end game was really good, actually.
I don't.
That was oh really? I don't know. I didn't mind that.
We shall talk about it. But generally, like they have a pawn that they've had for years and years and years, and like they would probably buy every one of those emotes that you could do with your pawn. It's like, oh yeah, let's do a cutesy high five or whatever. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know, the microtransactions are frustrating because like it seems like, oh, we have to put something in here, but they don't think about what you could put in here that would actually also make you money while also being like
and not pissing people
intrusive.
off.
Yeah, it's just randomly tacked on, and then I just see now I lost my thought. We did it all today. There you go. We all have Alzheimer's.
Yeah, we're all retarded.
But and obviously people are like, why did nobody complain about this? Why is this one getting all the shit? And it's like, because it's been accumulating over a while. Like normal casual players don't pay attention to this kind of stuff. It's not like autists like we are and just like look at the game very closely or whatever and all the microtransactions going on and see what that means for the future and for game design, whatever. Because now it's been happening for, I don't know, probably like 3 or 4 years with Capcom, maybe even longer, I'm not sure.
It's been happening longer.
And it's not only Capcom, of course, like there's other studios and publishers who just do microtransactions and whatever. And this one, I guess, just, I don't know, made the barrel flow over.
Yeah.
And
it was the sacrificial lamb, if you will.
Yeah. And yeah, now this one popped up, and it's like, why do you put this in this game? Especially because this game was like waited upon for a long, long time by Dragons Dogma fans. I mean, the first one came out 12 years ago or 13. Like, it's been a long time. And then they see this microtransactions on it, they're like, uh-oh, that's not gonna be good. Wait, OG Dogma had also micros? Really?
Apparently, it's essentially the same ones.
It's very similar, yeah.
Interesting. Well,
but it was a different time, also.
Well, does Dragons Dogma 1 have a similar endgame section with the condition in which you cannot die?
No, but you need RC, like these RC points to cleanse weapons of their curses or whatever.
In the DLC. So, I don't think that Bitter Black was out during that time. I think it came out a bit later. So those two things didn't coincide, but obviously, you know, that could have happened. Those two things could have coincided, and you would have had a pay-to-win game.
Yeah.
So
that's what I was worried about as well. Yeah.
And where, again, like, I guess I could probably say it now because we already mentioned the whole not dying in the end game thing. So the condition of getting the true ending is that you have to get through the entire end game section without dying. Now you can get to 0 HP, that's not a problem, but you have to use a wake stone. Yeah. Now, where that becomes kind of evil is you might be in a situation where you've got very little health left, and you can't sleep, you don't have any healing items on you, and you're capped at 10% health because you've been out so long without sleeping, because time's also a factor in the end game.
Yeah, I think you have like 12
I don't love that
rests
aspect
or something.
I honestly, I would have loved to. Oh God, I rested once.
Yeah, I did like 3 times. Just to say.
Anyways, though, like, because they said only sleep when you absolutely need to, I definitely was probably using more of the wake stones than I might have had to if I knew I could rest that many times. But they don't make that clear, and that, like, even if you could say, oh, he was wrong, that's fine, because it doesn't change the problem. If what I was thinking is, man, I need to be using wake stones pretty regularly to be healing, and I have 7 of them. I had 7 of them by the end game, and I ended up using 4. You can buy 5, and I didn't use any other in the entire rest of the game. So I only used them in the end game, and just did them just did the 3 to get to the end section.
I think
4.
I think I used 3 in the main game because I jumped out of places by accident and just flopped to the ground.
And the thing is, you'd be forgiven for using one of those wake stones there if you think of them as a resource that you'll only need in dire circumstances, but you should be able to get through every other part of the game without. But the thing is, if you're thinking that you can't really be sleeping here and that you need to fight all of these bosses without dying, you will be very encouraged to click on the online store link that is in the main menu that brings you to the Steam store, where you can buy 5, which is 1 more than I used to get through the section, being an average gamer in that I'm not super good. Like, I die a fair amount in games, so I died 4 times in that main section. I'm not going to claim I'm any better than being able to do that, but turns out, had I used 7 wake stones over the course of the thing, or 5 even, and I only had 2 left, I would have been fucked, and I wouldn't have been able to get the ending. So I might have been encouraged to go on that store and buy that. And that's where I think these microtransactions get truly evil in their concept. And I can't help but think, was this endgame section and the conditions around it designed to encourage people to spend that extra $10?
Yeah.
Well, so to push back a little bit, this doesn't really change your point, right? Because generally, like, if you could buy wake stones and wake stones are important to the end game, then that is ultimately extremely scummy, right? But there's a couple things that are off. Number one, if you die in the at the end game and you don't have a wake stone, you just start over that section, right? So it's not like you are locked out of the thing.
I didn't even know that. Because
you just
at
start
least
over.
My friend told me that you can't die at all, because when you do, that gives you the other ending.
Well, you do get another ending, but it's not like a permanent. So in Dragons Dogma, because this was in 1 too, there are certain endings.
Yeah, go ahead.
There are certain endings that you can get, but they don't like overwrite your save, right? So you can see it. It's like, oh yeah, this whatever, and then it's like, oh okay, load your last save, so then you can continue on with the game. And the post game for this game, it's called the post game because like this is technically the point where you can just do New Game Plus. But at this point, if you die without a wake stone, you just start over that section, right? So it's not like, oh, you're like locked out. You get a cutscene, and then it's like, okay, well, load your last save, and you go back to the beginning of the thing. There's also
that's interesting, because it's sort of antithetical to the way the game's designed as far as how they introduce that section. Because in this game, it's all about sometimes consequences have to happen, and you just got to deal with it. So go through New Game Plus and get to this section again. That's what was being communicated to me. When they're like, yeah, no, you can't die in this section, and also only sleep when you absolutely have to, because you have a limited amount of time to go to these red sky beams.
Yeah, it makes you believe they maybe were like vague on purpose. So you might believe that happens.
But the thing is, if you couldn't buy wake stones, this wouldn't be an argument at all. It wouldn't be anything I'd have to even think about. It would just be the way the game was designed as far as the way its challenge was intended. But now it's because they're there, you can't really ignore them.
Yeah, no, I don't think any of this like undermines what you're saying, really, because like it is ultimately scummy. Because I had to die to figure that out, because I like to experiment a lot, so I die more than most people, despite probably being better than most people, but I want to experiment, so terrible shit happens. Hey, this is the funny part with Metal gets fucked.
Yeah. So when you saw that ending, though, were you concerned that just that was it and you'd have to start New Game Plus now?
No, because the same thing was in Dragons Dogma 1.
Yeah, you get the cutscene and then it's like game over, and then you load the save.
Yeah,
yeah. So. It like I know. Was it Nier Automata does the same thing where like you get a completely different ending, and then
I mean that's like I guess you're right with the kind of all the additional endings in Nier where it's just the joke endings essentially.
Yeah,
but
like the joke endings.
Nier though, you have save files and it's never overwriting your progress. This game is. It's constantly saying, "Oh yeah, you fell off that dragon and died. Sorry, you can't load up a checkpoint or anything. You're loading up at an inn, and you might have lost 2 hours if you're out in the wilderness for a long time." Like that's part of the way this game is designed. It's meant to be stressful with that in mind. So you can't, with a game that's designed like this, you can't put a microtransaction in that controls that stuff, that affects it at all, really. Because if you do, like, I can't help but think it's like, well, how was this game balanced? Was it balanced in a way that is meant to be a interesting challenge for me as the player, or were you trying to shove us a little bit towards buying some wake stones in that end game because we're afraid we're going to get a bad ending? And like, I just wish it did not. It was not even a factor at all. I wish you could buy a Jill Valentine costume for your pawn.
Yeah, absolutely.
It would have been
price.
It would have been better if they did as you know, this new information has been doled out, I guess you can say. It would have been better for Capcom to just go ahead and communicate that they're not necessary, but if you're one of those people that has no problem throwing in a couple extra shekels to get some wake stones, go for it. But yeah, if it's something where it's like where it's been told by them that, like, you know, you have to do this one part, it's kind of like a boss rush, and you have to make it through, otherwise you start all the way from the beginning or something like that, or you get the bad ending. If that's how they're communicating it, then yeah, that's pretty scummy on their end.
Yeah, because like honestly, it's not that hard to get wake stones, but it's a weird psychology, right? Because it's not hard to get them in the game, you wouldn't know that, but you wouldn't know that if you didn't play the game a lot, right?
Right.
So if you're brand new to the game, and you see these wake stones and you're getting to Endgame, you might think, oh my god, like I don't want to die, I don't want to do any of the stuff, so you're more tempted to buy them, right? But obviously, if you know that, like, okay, so if you die here and you don't have wake stones, you just start over this section, like the whole Endgame, not just your last save, you start the whole Endgame again, which is kind of annoying, but, you know, I think it's a fair punishment, because it's like, oh, it's the end of the world, you know, you failed, but, you know, it's a game, we're not going to punish you that hard. But still, the fact that you can buy wake stones, and that is probably the point where a lot of people will feel the most stressed to buy them, it's really scummy. What was another thing?
And that's all I'm really trying to say. I'm just trying to say that, like, nobody should be defending these because they are done in a way that is kind of egregious. Just give that criticism to Capcom and don't tell them, oh no, you made a game I like, therefore everything you did was totally fine.
Yeah.
You can absolutely like the game and also call this out as really, really bad.
Yeah, that's what true fans do. They call out the bad and the things that they like.
And then there's another thing that was off, the in save. Unfortunately, I don't think this is on purpose, but there's an exploit you can do, because I've been doing it, because so this game has a bad mechanic in it.
Okay,
right? It's not a terrible mechanic, but it's a bad mechanic where every time you die and you load up your last save, you lose a little bit of health. It's not as bad as Dark Souls 2, because Dark Souls 2, you're already getting punished for dying. This game you're getting punished for dying, but I don't think it's a great system, especially like if you don't understand the game and now you're just getting punished. Not a great system. Should have been safe for hard mode. What you can do is, there's two exploits. Number one, if you have healing items and you hit 0, you can just press a healing item and you don't die.
Yeah,
that's an exploit.
Oh yeah, I've been using that. I thought that was.
I abused the hell out of that.
The amount
doesn't exist.
The amount of times I was a sorcerer and got flung around, it's like, oh, I don't have any health. Click. Okay, I'm safe.
Well, basically, in DD1, that doesn't exist. If you hit 0, you're fucked.
Right. Yeah.
Like, you're dead.
Yeah.
Right.
It seems like the trigger only starts when you hit the ground for a while, because it doesn't even trigger immediately. It feels like it only realizes after like a couple of seconds, even if you hit the ground.
Maybe. I gotta test that. But the second one is, if you go to the main menu and you come back, you don't take chip damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I've been using that.
Probably because it doesn't start as a restart, but as a reload.
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I've been using that when I've been doing testing, because otherwise, like, shit will get really fucking annoying. If I'm like, oh, I'm at 0, and I have to go back to this rest spot. So yeah, that's obviously not good design, because it undermines the system they put in there. Mm-hmm. But I don't think the system was good either. So
fair enough.
Whatever.
Well, while we're talking about exploits and stuff, might as well go to, like, I don't know, bugs, performance issues, or whatever. Obviously, the big thing, and Mark already talked a bit about it, is the performance issues, especially when the game was released. It is better now. They did some patching, but it's still not perfect. So basically what was happening for basically everyone on PC, and you guys can tell me how it was on the PlayStation, especially in Grand Soren was the other, Vermont?
Vernworth.
Yeah. As soon as you get into that city, the frames just went to shit. Like we're talking, it went like I can go around the world and have like 100 FPS on 1440p, easy peasy.
Worse than Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3. Like it got really chuggy.
And then you go, as soon as you hit the area that tells the game you're now in the city, it just dips to like 30, 40, sometimes even less, depending on where in the city you are. And yeah, apparently it's like a combination of AI and physics or whatever that the game really couldn't handle that well. Wasn't optimized. And yeah, it didn't matter what you do. I turned my game to 1080p, completely low, and it still went below 60 FPS. Like it was basically impossible to keep it at 60 FPS. And I have a AMD 6800 and a Ryzen, like the biggest Ryzen that's currently around for gaming. I just forgot the name. The 3X, the DX 7000 series of that.
7900 XTX, I think, is their best one right now.
Well, it's not that one. The one before that. Basically, the successor of the 5800.
Oh, so the 6800 XT.
No,
wait, I think I know what video
I'm
card
talking about my CPU.
CPU? Sorry, I thought it was GPU.
No, the Ryzen 7000 something 3D XT.
7950X 3D, I think, is what you have, right? Or the 5950? 5950.
While you're figuring that out, real quick. Hey, Mark, can you say sorry again?
Sorry.
You say it like Canadian. I mean, you are Canadian.
Yeah, I mean,
something.
that makes sense.
I had a professor who said sorry like that, and I wasn't sure if it was him or just like Canadians. So thanks for confirming that for me.
There you go.
Yeah, well, you know, I am Canadian.
Okay, now I checked because I was confused. I have the Ryzen 7 7800X 3D.
Oh yeah, you have a
there you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I'm trying to say is, like we both have pretty capable machines that should run, and as you already said, X-Ray Girl has like an even better one.
Yeah, she's got a 4090. Like she has like a top of the line video card.
Yeah, that's like overkill for basically everything that should exist right now.
She runs at 1440p, and like and she doesn't really do her screen settings right, so it all looks really blown out. I'm just like, oh my god, like this machine, it needs someone better.
Yeah, but when I was having all these problems, I was just looking at my just a little bit of task manager and performance, and it was surprisingly it was more GPU bound whatever they did, because I was like, I mean, if it's like AI and NPCs a lot, it's probably just gonna be CPU, like there's like a leak or whatever. It's like, no, my CPU was basically asleep. My GPU was though that was like on 100% when I get into the into the city. So that's at some point I was like, oh, let's put it like all the way down to see what happens. Like, no, it doesn't do anything. So yeah, that's just like, okay, guess they need to fix it. And they did fix it a little bit, but there's still stuff in the city. I think when I got to the city in the Endgame scenario, where all the stanky stuff is going on, that's when it did drop again. I don't know why, because all it did is like a different color palette, really. So I don't know why it specifically dropped then again, because before that it was basically fine, even in the city.
I didn't even find the elves until the end game.
No, I went there by accident really, really early on, just exploring, and I was like, I can't understand any of you, but I can still find where the shop is. Oh, there you go. And then I bought a really good sorcery stuff that I used basically all game until I got the super end game one.
Nice.
Wait, is that the video chugging, or was that your PC?
This might just be the render or something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's like after the cutscene it was fine.
Might be my fault.
So yeah, wait, oh yeah, the performance. So that's what's been going on PC. How did it go on console? I wonder, because I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that.
Sheep, you want to go first, or you want me to go first? Because
Well, I'm not too much I'm not too much of the I'm not that inclined when it comes to like performance and stuff like that, primarily because I don't really pay attention to that stuff. Because I played on PC. I started on PC, and I will say that, like, with all the bells and whistles and stuff like that, it does chug. But I'm also I'm also not one of those people that has to play it on, like, I have to play it where it's like the whole shit is happening in my backyard. So I have no problem dumbing the settings down and stuff like that, and then it runs just as perfect as it's supposed to, I guess you could say, well, as far as frame rate goes. But then on PlayStation, I have not had any issues with any crashes, any screen tearing or anything like that. It's just been like it feels rather like a consistent like 30-ish frames for me. So I've been having fun on the PlayStation more than the PC.
So I've had an interesting experience.
Oh.
So when the game first came out, obviously it had performance issues, but on PS5 at least, it ranged from about 25, which was rare-ish, right? So more like 30 to 40. So once my eyes adjusted to that, I never really noticed it. And then they released a patch that allowed you to turn off motion blur and ray tracing.
Blur, yeah.
Unfortunately, that gave me better performance in both places, but it didn't give me a consistently better performance. So Cities was a little bit better, and the open world was much better. So what happened was when I went from city to open world and then back, it fucked with my eyes because the range was so large. So I would get like a pretty bad headache most days. And I'd be like, I don't want to do any quests in the city. Like, I'll do them as fast as possible and then get out because I can't do this. So that was interesting. I don't know if they've done a hot fix or anything else because like it hasn't been as bad lately. But that was interesting. I've had 2 crashes in. What am I on? New Game Plus 3. So in 4 games, I've had 2 crashes.
I only have 1 crash, and that was on my last stream. Surprisingly.
Yeah, it didn't crash for me very much either.
But you pointed something out there as well, which drives me fucking insane. The console releases. That's something I complained about during Final Fantasy 16 as well. Why do you have an in-baked, inadjustable ray tracing and motion blur stuff when you already go by yourselves, like, oh, during fights we go 60 FPS, but to, I don't know, get it to run more stable or that your PlayStation doesn't go up in flames or whatever, when you're not in a fight we go to 30 FPS so we can still have the ray tracing and motion blurs. Like, let me just turn off ray tracing. I don't need ray tracing personally. Give me the option to turn it off. I'd rather have 60 FPS than ray tracing. Like, why do you need to fucking patch this in? It drives me fucking insane.
Like, me personally, like in real life, like if I turn my head, like my eyes aren't so, like my vision, my senses aren't so bad that everything feels like it's a swirl.
I don't know why motion blur even exists. I always turn it off.
I question it myself sometimes. Like, I'm trying it right now. I'm looking around. I'm not getting those. I'm getting a little dizzy, but I'm not
because your eyes are really good and they're there to adjust for that, so you don't have motion blur.
Well, you like if you take your hand and wave it really fast on your face, you have like, your brain will do motion blur because it's you're missing stuff, so it fills it in. Right. The big problem with motion blur is that we are built in with it. So when you put it in the game, it feels weird. Yeah. Because no, my brain will fill that in if I can't see it. Why are you putting it in there? I'm just noticing that there's fucking blur on my screen.
Yeah, it's just super weird. It's just funny when I see that option in games, but it's turned off by default. It's like, oh, you're starting to learn. Very good.
oh, thanks.
Yeah, because I think there's some people who like a little bit of motion blur, right? And like, I can imagine it makes some things more like look cooler, whatever. But like, just give me the option to turn it off or like have a slider, right? Just don't bake it into the game. If you don't bake it into the game, I don't care.
I think the sliders are good because sometimes I think having like a 10% motion blur of whatever the default is for most games does help even out the timing between frames, like because it smooths them a little, so you get a little bit of. You know what? The only way I can describe it is that feeling of playing Counter-Strike in the early 2000s, where like you were seeing every single little like frame being switched and it was happening so fast that I don't know how to explain that feeling exactly, but there's some times where a game seems to look a little bit stuttery that if you throw on a bit of motion blur it does even it out a little. But I think the big problem is in a lot of games they have it cranked to, oh yeah, now it looks like you're drunk, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just something that grinds my gears, especially because I'm the first one who gives Nintendo shit because they always do stupid shit. But it's one thing they can do. They get really good with the hardware they use. Like towards the end of the lifetime of like the Switch, if you look like at Tears of the Kingdom, it doesn't run perfectly well. But considering what hardware they're running on, it's pretty impressive how they were able to get it to run pretty consistent. On that
that game's doing a lot of things too. Speaking of physics,
yeah, it's like especially if you compare it to Breath of the Wild, which is basically the same map but more now, and it runs better. It's just they do know the limitations, and if sometimes feel like that PlayStation or Sony, I should say, they don't really know the limitations, or they know the limitation was like, yeah, but look how nice it looks. Like, yeah, but I can only see like 15 frames a second, and I want to puke.
I think from what I understand, Sony likes getting like signing exclusive contracts, but they don't get fucking any money to like non-first parties. It's like, yeah, no, you will make games for our console. Here's $100.
Oh well, then it's probably whatever developer it is. Then it just, in that case, they probably don't know the hardware well enough or whatever, and then they just take shortcuts. Maybe I'm not sure.
I'm sure they just
graphics arms race. I'm telling you, man, that's the problem. It's just the idea that every year the games need to look better than the year before. Like visually, they have to look nicer. The graphics need to look better. Mm-hmm. It's the worst. It's the worst premise that so much of the mainstream industry is built on, and I hate it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's like a big thing with a lot of casuals, and I think it's just damaged the industry so much. Because I remember back in the day, everyone was like, "Ooh, graphics!" It's like, oh no, like graphics are good.
Yeah, how about how we do it again? Like, we now have this good graphic. Now we optimize this thing so it runs very well and looks good, and then we take the next step. Huh? It's like no, we
built on what you built before too.
We take 7 steps forward, and then we see how little frames we can get away with. And then, so we have enough people to back us on these shitty frame rates. It gets this gets egregious, especially when it's like, oh man, I just bought this really good PC for €5,000 or whatever. And it's like, oh great, it can't run this new game that doesn't even look that great because they can't optimize for shit. It's just
games like for example, this year alone we have Helldivers 2, Pal World, Stellar Blade, and Dragons Dogma. Those are all games that I consider like games, like video games.
Pal World, speaking of which, Pal World, early access game on console, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Runs like piss, but it was fun.
Hey, I mean, like I said, I approve of the early access system because I think, at least if you're being honest about the game not being finished, I can respect that.
Right.
But like the thing is, people are saying like, "Oh yeah, this is 1.0 and the game's run like piss," and it's like, this game isn't done, man. You know it's not. And they're like, "Yeah, well, we had to put it out." Even JoJo's mad.
Get him, JoJo.
Get him.
Get those devs.
Kill them all.
But it's one of the things that I genuinely miss when it comes to video games. Just like games that are video games. They're created for gameplay, entertainment, kind of thing. As opposed to trying to tell a good story or trying to have the best visuals and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's one of the reasons.
There's still this fucking mongs online. It's like, is fascism? I was like, can we just fucking kill bugs in the video game? Can you just shut the fuck up for a second?
Bugs and bots. The bots somehow came back. Let's just go kill them again.
Just tries me.
But it's one of the reasons I put like hundreds of hours into a game like Streets of Rage 4, despite it not having obvious obvious, like
Yeah, gaming
graphics.
games. They're great.
Yeah, it's game games. I like game
Great
games.
art style in Streets of Rage 4. JoJo's still growling.
But I like games. That's one of the reasons I buy consoles and buy games on PC and stuff like that, is because I want to play video games. I don't want to just like live a story. I don't want to play through a story personally. I can do without a story and be okay.
Yeah,
but,
I like both. Like I like amazing stories in video games, but also just like playing a video game. Like I don't know, Binding of Isaac, Balatro, what's it called? Dungeon Bullet.
Even Helldivers 2.
Helldivers 2. Yeah, we just talked about this. Just I just like to fucking EDF. I fucking love EDF. That shit is awesome.
Yeah.
And all you do is kill big ant things.
Giant bugs. Yeah, giant bugs basically.
God, EDF 6 should be coming out sometime this year, I think.
Hopefully.
Well, the Western release, it's already out for like a year in Japan.
Yeah, but my point though is like I'm enjoying like the gameplay. The story in Dragons Dogma is just it's a whatever thing. In comparison to the first game, they kind of like tack on a little bit extra, because the first game is just basically like you're the Arisen, you are continuing the prophecy kind of thing. And this one, it's more like you are the Arisen, the chosen one, the rightful ruler, and you have to basically thwart this weird bitch who decides that she's now the queen, which is stupid to me. But I mean, it's extra stuff added onto the story, and I'm just like, but instead of spending time on that part, like on the story aspect, can we get some more devs in here to make this game run a little better?
Yeah.
So that they have zero reason to complain, and then we can make this game of the year.
Oh, but one thing that it's just to tag on you said more devs. I think that what's been really interesting about the Helldivers team is they've made it very, very loud and clear that they don't plan to go on a hiring spree, because they're like, right now our game's popping off and it's going crazy, and we could hire like 100 more people, but we probably have to then fire them in a few months or lay them off. So we'd rather figure out how we can make this work with our team and figure out if there's any possible way that we can get away with just us, or hiring as few people as possible with the intention of keeping those people around. What happens then, though, is people get they gain experience working specifically with that game, or that game engine, that game style, and they get good, and then they can go off and make their own things.
The thing is, I don't even know how useful more devs would have even been, because the problems were server capacity for the most part, right? The thing they mostly had to do is like order more server capacity and then just roll out whatever they already had on more servers. I think the most things they needed to do there was wait for the servers to be available and done. Because I assume, I'm just talking, like, now my IT personality is coming through. Because they probably have automatic systems, like, I don't know, like Docker or whatever the fuck, where it's just like, I'm going to press this button and then the server is getting installed, or this virtual machine. Probably not very useful to have more people there, because it's mostly like, I'm just going to press this button once and then it gets rolled out on 50 servers, because that's how Docker works. Very basic take on Docker, of course, like all the automatic systems. Obviously, stability was a little bit was an issue there as well. Maybe like a couple of more people, but if you find the issue on one server, you just do that change on the other servers. So
it seems like they patched the matchmaking too, because matchmaking with randoms is way easier than it used to be.
I haven't played with a random ever. I only ever play with people.
Wow, racist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like randoms.
I sometimes just feel like killing some bugs and just fire up Helldivers.
Dude,
I don't know.
I've learned
through my speakers.
I've learned my lesson playing randoms, and it's not even like a fair comparison, because they're different genres. But in Overwatch alone, it's like I don't trust anybody who I don't know.
Competitive multiplayer is a lot different, because even good players might have totally contradicting styles and not make a good team. But when it's co-op, at least if you're playing on the higher difficulties, like if you're playing on Suicide and you match up with people, you'll be playing with people who are pretty good and who want to win. Like
my friend, you're assuming that I'm good at the game. I'll be.
But the thing is, if you're not, you're probably not on Suicide difficulty. Is my point.
Yeah.
I haven't played Helldivers, but just compared to Monster Hunter, because I played that a lot. Basically, if you weren't Japanese, I'm probably like, oh god, you're gonna suck. Like, sorry, Japanese play is good. Like,
dude, like the eastern region when it comes to Monster Hunter is like some of the craziest elitists of all time. It's like you roll up with an insect glaive, they immediately kick
you. it's true.
Oh
and
man,
like
I'm an insect glaive main.
Yeah, but you don't
with the insect
damage.
glaive. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, but you don't do any damage.
It's casual. I have no problem doing chip damage and like applying buffs or debuffs and whatnot. But like the issue that you're running into is like you're not running like the heavy hitters. You're not running a great sword. You're not running a heavy crossbow stuff like that. Yeah, if you're not doing if you're running with those casual weapons, they're gonna laugh at you while getting the mission done.
Yeah, I have some pretty good insect glaives.
You too?
But I mean, like specific items. Is it just like item power you're talking about? Because I don't know. Like I can kill monsters pretty quick.
It's a weird. So with insect glaive, a lot of people like to use aerial insect glaive, which does very little damage. And yeah. So if you're like really serious about the game,
until you knock them down, and then you go on the ground and you do your heavy damage.
So here's the problem with that, right? And I'm not saying it's not fun. I played a lot of insect glaive, right? I think aerial's like the best way to play insect glaive as far as fun goes. You could do aerial and then knock them down, right? Or I could use a great sword and do all this shit all at once in half the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's still like
I'm not saying it's not fun. I'm not even saying it's not fun. It's just like
no, but the thing is, like, it's kind of like saying, well, the rocket launcher is the best weapon in Halo because you can just shoot it and it kills it. It's like, yeah, but I don't know. It's like I don't always want to use the rocket launcher.
We're talking about like the hyper elite people, right?
Well,
we're not talking like general or even high level
in the
players.
stream, I said I'm an average level gamer, and I meant this.
Nothing wrong with it.
I'm the only thing that makes me above average is I'm very okay with dying, and I tend to learn.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like that.
If I die enough times, I eventually will beat something because I'll figure it out.
I'm a little bit like that. Where
sometimes I just keep dying and don't figure it out, and people love it. While I lose
That's
my
because
mind.
we all hate you.
Oh yeah, I mean I said they love that I die, not me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that's why That's why.
Okay.
But yeah, I do a lot of testing in games like DMC 5. I think the vast majority of my game time's in the void because I'm just like I just want to learn all the stuff to do in the game.
Yeah, I think it's really like all this experimenting stuff is really fun in like survival games or survival horror games. I just try to figure out to kill everything as effectively as possible, and then you get to a point when you realize, oh, the game didn't account for me to not use any of my resources because there's more here, but I can't carry anymore. It's like stuff like that. I mean, you need to watch Mauler play games like that. It's always fun. Like he's even crazier with this than I am.
Oh, Mauler's a crackhead when it comes to survival horror.
It's
I'm just like, play the fucking game, Mauler. And he's just like, no, I have to get every little
it's always fun
thing in the room.
Always fun watching his chat because they lose their mind. It's like, you can do this thing. It's like, yeah, I know, but I'm experimenting right now.
Oh, man. I've never talked to him about Amnesia the Bunker, but that game is pretty crazy as far as how flexible you can get with what you're doing.
Yeah, he liked it better than I am. I think I shouldn't have played it on the harder difficulty because I got annoyed with the monster because it just kept showing up.
You also broke the monster.
Oh, yeah, true.
I remember that. That was funny.
I think Mal and I wanted to do like a same, like at the same time stream on like a certain arrangement of options because you can switch stuff around and then just, I don't know, see who finishes quicker or whatever. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. That was like one of those ideas we had and then it just never happened. Like it tends to happen.
It should.
But yeah, oh yeah, Dragons Dogma, that was what we were talking about.
Oops.
That game.
I mean, there were not a lot of like crazy bugs I found. There was like small things that I kept noticing, like trigger boxes for ladders can be weird. Like sometimes you walk past them and your guy's like, "Oh, you want to go down?" It's like, "No, okay, I'm going all the way down." It's like, "No, stop."
Oh shit!
Yeah.
That reminds me of a bug.
Oh well.
I didn't notice until they put out the patch plans.
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently, right, part of the reasons why pawns repeat the same thing over and over again is because your main pawn will often do supporting pawn dialogue. So, right, because like I told Meadow this, like I'm still finding new dialogue, like in New Game Plus 3, and I'm like, why the fuck haven't I heard this? I have like 200 hours in the game.
Yeah, that's actually I noticed.
I think that's part of the reason.
I remember you saying that. I noticed it immediately when I started the New Game Plus earlier today, and just like, oh, just let's start with fighter, and immediately like the main pawn said something I haven't heard before. It's like, oh, okay, I see.
Well, there's also like different stuff in New Game Plus.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's actually one of the things I was about to point out. The chatter of the pawns, it gets very repetitive, especially if you have like the same group for a while. It gets weird when, especially like the ones which I feel like, I don't know, after a couple of hours you should probably just delete this out of your rotation. When the main pawn or any pawn keeps telling you after 30 hours of play, materials are there to make things. Like, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now,
it's like clicking on the same. It's like clicking on the same NPC in Pokemon for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
I once traveled with a master who only preferred to be with beastrons.
Right.
I can't tell you how many times I've been told that.
Oh my god, I remember. So there was like someone apparently on the Twitter app. I still won't call it X. I just think it's a stupid name. It was
Twix.
like, oh, why is the game calling me gay? What the fuck? And it's like, what are you on about? Are you what?
Yeah.
Because they point out, oh, some of these like to have only men in them, or oh, why are they shaming me for having only women? It's like, stop, just stop.
I was like, yeah, that's right. I'm rolling with all
people.
ladies.
Hell yeah.
Those are just the people who want things to be about them. So that's how I see it.
Yeah.
MarcTheCyborg and his Asians.
No.
Yeah, look at you.
But here's a fun fact about that. I think people. No, I'm not gonna make that statement. But it is at least less annoying than DD1. Holy fucking shit!
Oh,
yeah.
I know everything about goddamn wolves. Stop telling me.
Remember when I started my playthrough and after like 30 minutes, like, yeah, I'm gonna turn off the pawns chatter because they kept talking over each other and the same thing. It's like, okay, this needs to stop right now.
I've been playing. I was about to say, I've been playing the game like kind of muted for like the longest time. So if anything, I'm just gonna listen to the soundtrack at some other point.
Yeah,
but
you can.
The battle music is fun. Like I like the music in this game a lot, actually.
Like, yeah, I love the music. I turn it on a couple times, but for the most part, I'm playing without the audio on. But I've definitely got to get the soundtrack. Yeah. It's really good.
Apparently, they're patching in a slider now or something to decrease the chatter or something. You can always mute it.
On off.
But the thing is, then you also mute the things when they say you was like, oh, there's a chest over there, or I found a thing, which can be useful.
Yeah.
But if you just walk around and just keep saying the same thing, it's just like, oh, just shut up.
I do like that the pawns function as I almost like coin toss waypoints for quests. Like if they've been on that quest before, they'll be like, oh, I know the way, come here. And it's just like, oh, awesome. I'm happy I had this guy with me. Otherwise, I would not have known where to even start looking for where this quest goes.
Now, there was a bug that I hadn't noticed until Capcom decided that they were going to patch it. But like there's sometimes that like the pawn say, I know the way, follow me, and you tell them to go, and then they just stand still. I didn't know that was a thing sometimes until they said something. So,
you got to get them to move out of that area.
That's something I noticed. I just deactivated the quest or selected another one, and then the one I wanted to do again, and then most of the times it worked again. Also, I like that you have in this compilation where I just drag the corpse to the Sphinx. That's funny.
Yeah. Not to change topics too much.
Threw some Sphinx in here for us.
not to change the topics too much, but I like the quest design, right? But I don't like any of the quests, right? Because almost every quest, there's many ways to solve a problem. Like, so many ways to solve a problem. But all the quests suck. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them do.
Yeah, they go from
I can't really
to basic to okay, why did you make me do this?
I can't think of a quest that stands out to me as a particularly awesome quest unless it just happened to feature a good fight against a monster.
I mean, while it's on screen, I like the Sphinx quests the best because they had some neat puzzles and stuff in there that were actually
I did
fun
not
to do.
find any of them, so I missed all the Sphinx stuff, at least so far.
I did it all.
But I am still chipping away at New Game Plus, though.
Okay. I think as far as like quests go, the only one for me that really kind of stood out, would have stood out more was a Masquerade one. I thought you were actually going in to do like some espionage stuff, but you just go in, you walk around.
Oh yeah, the sneak quests, like
like I thought it was gonna be some actual stealth. Like I gotta avoid people. I'm like,
it's like find the hidden door. Like it's such a weird way that they resolve that one.
That one fell flat for me. It fell real flat. So I will definitely agree in that. Like these quests are very lackluster. I'm actually appreciating escort quests more, and that's saying something because escort quests fucking suck.
Yeah, although generally the people you're escorting in this, except for like the dude they have to carry, or well, you guess you don't have to carry him. He walks really slow though. Is they tend to hold their own. Like they tend to actually be pretty good in combat. Like,
or they avoid combat.
Yeah, right. Or they'll either hide or they'll help you out, and it's usually a fluke if they die. Like, and it's often when they get knocked off a cliff.
That's an improvement from the first game. The first game, the escorts will follow you into battle, and it's like, dude, this is a griffin. Can you go hide, please?
You have no weapons. Why are you here? Go away.
Just stand there. You're nothing more than just a resource, a useless a useless additive to then take my mage away from the team. So now I can't get healed. Go away for a second.
What was it? There's something I was trying to remember. Oh yeah. So with the stealth quests, it's like they're really bad, right? But like something I like accidentally found out was that if you wear the armor, the Vermund armor, no one notices you. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like this is like interesting because like there's a choice, but there's not really a reason to do the choice.
Yeah, because you can just
stealth
walk in.
Doesn't really
go
work.
Wherever you want to. It's a bit silly.
You want to know the janky part of that is when outside of those quests, when you throw on the Marcher's armor, they notice you like almost instantly. They're like, "Hey, you don't belong here." But you weren't saying anything during the quest. Like, why does everybody have selective memory? I've been the same guy the whole time. What's going on here?
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, actually, because it was there's some kind of enemy, especially the gore harpies. They can just stun lock you to shit. It was actually here earlier in this compilation. I was really angry at that part. That was like the worst experience I had all game. Because I switched to fighter. So on top of that, I also did not have like all the abilities yet. I think it was like vocation level 1 or 2 because I just wanted to fuck around. And I wasn't even here to fight at this time. I was like, I just need to go up here. But these fuckers just kept yeeting me around. And I
think that's the clip.
So you can see there's like tons of harpies. Oh, and also some hobgoblins. So the hobgoblins, they're like no problem. Like I knock them over and then I stab them to death. So, but they grab you or just push into you.
Yeah.
So at this point, I would have liked them to actually just throw me off the fucking cliff, which they do later when I almost escaped. So that was very epic. So they already threw off one of my pawns off the cliff. So that one is already dead, lying on the floor. Yeah, I'm just getting knocked around. At this point, it's like, oh, this is a bit annoying. But it just keeps happening. Like at some point, all my pawns are dead, so it's only me, and I'm just trying to get to the point where it's only the harpies.
All right. My pawn is in the chat.
Hello,
Oh,
X-Ray
girl.
girl.
Oh, hey, X-Ray Girl, how you doing? I
Yeah,
hate the harpies so much.
She has a gay version of me as her pawn. I don't know why.
That's so
Well,
based. Oh my god, yes.
Well, it's funny. The like the most frustrating part to me in the game so far has been fighting drakes, primarily because they either A, don't stay on the ground, which is where most of my attacks happen, or B, they'll just leave mid-fight. And I'm like, stop being a pussy. Let me get the experience.
Yo,
I want the experience points. Come back, please. Please, I want to kill you.
So
Yeah.
both of those remind me of a couple things, right? So drakes and griffins are weird. So if you fight them at their nest, they won't leave, right? Which makes sense, right? You're gonna defend your home. If you fight them in the world and you don't
There
kill
goes
them
my
fast
pawn.
enough,
Sorry.
they will run away.
Yeah.
I love this clip. This is really funny. So, and then it's really funny because Metal picked Fighter, and so obviously he's brand new to Fighter. He didn't even know how to play it. I had to coach
Use
him
the
a little
shield.
bit because he sucked. This Fighter has this skill called Flawless Guard. I forgot
Flawless
what the
Guard.
first version is. You can use it while you're getting
Impeccable.
staggered. So Fighter, basically, if you know how to use it, you can't get stagger locked with Fighter.
Yeah, well,
At all.
I
Like,
tried here, but I just couldn't get the timing as well.
No, you don't have it. It's a skill,
Oh,
not like
Yeah,
but
it's
there's,
deflecting.
yeah.
wait, but there's like a perfect parry. That's not the one you mean?
That's different.
No, it's
Uh,
different.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
the
actual
one he's
skill
talking
is
about.
called.
Yeah, the
Go
skill
ahead.
he's talking about is the one where you throw up your shield and sword and just start spinning in circles.
Yeah, it's really
Oh,
silly.
that one. I think I saw that like 2 levels. I think you level 4 or something. You get that one. Yeah.
But it's insanely good. Like I was doing some testing with it before the stream. Like you just like if you know how to use it, you just won't get stagger locked.
It's so busted.
As someone in chat just pointed out, like of course I never had the problem with like my magician or anything because they just all die too quickly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that was like that's the one class I dread playing, or the one vocation I dread playing. I'm playing everything else before I get to mage.
Oh, I started with mage because I like magic stuff. That's really fun, and I played with
fair.
mage and sorcerer in the first one, so I kept that tradition going. And dude, like sorcerer gets so busted in the end. Like
Oh yeah,
I just became a nuke machine. I don't remember. Maybe I think in the other compilation there might actually be the double Meteoron skill I did with the other sorcerer in my party, and I just nuked a boss like in a second. It was insane.
is Maelstrom in this? Is Maelstrom a spell in this game?
Yes,
Yes.
it's one of the Meister
Oh
spells.
my god, the bane of my existence. I love that spell, but I hate when it's used against me.
I don't think any enemy has it in this game actually.
They do.
that-
I can tell you they do.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you
Whites
go,
do. In fact, whites do.
dude. Yeah, it's one of the most frustrating spells. Like going through Bitter Black Isle and dealing with like the fallen
Corrupted
enemies.
pawns.
And whatnot. Yeah, the corrupted pawns basically, and
Oh,
they
God.
don't stagger while casting the spell unless you
They do
like
not.
do massive damage to them. And once they drop that bad boy, you might as well just reload the game because you're gonna get thrown up. You're gonna lose all your health, and it doesn't matter if you hit the ground. You're dead. It's terrible.
Also, like you can't you don't get the continue until the spell's over.
Yeah, basically.
You have to wait until you hit the ground.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
have,
so
you
it's just
have to
like-
wait until.
Might as well just put your controller down and get a drink.
Yeah.
Capcom's good at that. They're like, you're gonna watch yourself die. Have fun.
But in this game, what was that actually brings up a point I have. Like this is probably one of my bigger criticisms gameplay wise. This game's really fucking easy.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
towards the end. I think it was like normal-ish in the beginning with obviously talking mainly mage and sorcerer because I switched later on. But you get like you scale super hard. Like you just steamroll through the game at some point. As I said, especially if you get the Meister skills like Maelstrom and Meteoron, which I both have. They can melt enemies, and if they don't melt them, they tend to stun lock them until you just do the next one. It gets very, like, I think there was your End Drake fight in here, Mark, just earlier. I was just giggling internally because it took you so long. I think my fight was like 3 minutes long.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
very short.
no, I was fighting that thing for a long time.
Because I had like I had double sorcerers, so the sorcerer pawn that was with me had like Meteoron and Maelstrom as well, so it was always like always a double cast.
One of the things I do, I don't think I could praise the combat enough, or at least like the I guess I don't know what it's called specifically, like live reflex reaction. The combat is great, all right. The combat is moment
to moment gameplay and combat. I think.
Yeah, it's like it's great. It's like last night I was fighting a Drake and I got slapped to hell and back, left and right the first time through, and then the second time it was like night and day. It's like it took the Drake like probably 15-20 minutes to kick my ass the first time, then swung around and I beat him in like a minute and a half. And I was just like, all right, well, sometimes you just got to switch up the strategy. I love that. It's great.
So like that actually like also kind of plays into why I think why it's really frustrating that this game's really easy, because at a certain point it's really hard to test anything, right? Because like I said, I like just like figuring out the game and like all the smaller nuances that might change how you play if you know about them. And unfortunately, to test things in this game, I have to use underpowered weapons. Because otherwise, I kill everything so fast. I can't even like test Trickster because I can't get 4 pawns that are under leveled enough.
Right.
Because I'm like level 100 or close to it, so I can't test anything on Trickster. It's like I have to wait until there's a hard mode to do any of that. So
get some of those Capcom pawns.
Yeah, why not?
The official pawns,
yeah, the official pawns. Recruit Maximilian dude at level 2.
I was super happy when I found that skill that I just used, the little bolts of lightning that you can put in the ground and it creates like chains.
Oh yeah.
It's really sweet.
Yeah, Magic Ultra is also really fun. Really like them. Dude, I don't even know where we just talked about bugs. I mean, it doesn't really matter what we talk about next. Let me see. Was there any other bug I can think of? I don't think so. Yeah, I only had one crash in 6 hours, but I think we talked about this already.
For me, it was just generally poor performance was my biggest problem. I didn't find I was getting overwhelmed with bugs, and I had, I think, one crash the entire time. But
I mean, for
which
my
isn't none, but
I
also
only talk for my system. But since they patched a bunch of stuff, it ran mostly really good, except in the city sometimes. Like all the random frame drops I had throughout the world, they were basically gone now.
I would have this weird thing happen sometimes where I'd be out in the world and all of a sudden it would just drop to like a 45 FPS hard lock. But then if I camp, it runs perfect again. I'm in the same area. Like I don't understand it. Like there was just weird things like that sometimes.
I had shitty frame times in some areas, so the Steam overlay was still, you have 80 frames, but it clearly stuttered. So there were 80 frames, but they weren't shown to me. Basically, just random places. There was no one even there. It just really happened. But yeah, it runs pretty well now, I think. But yeah, it's still not perfect.
Yeah, I think they're planning more performance patches. So
yeah, they should.
Yeah, keep going.
We'll get there eventually.
So, do we want to talk about the story first or the different vocations? I'll give you guys the option.
I almost want to get the story out of the way.
You want the story? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. The story. The story exists as the short version. It's kind of weird because it almost reminds me. It borderline reminds me of a Dark Souls approach, but not really. Like where you have like this overarching thing going on, but you don't really interact with anything directly for the most part. But not really. You do interact. You're like the main person. It's kind of weird because.
Can I? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah. So
I was just gonna say.
Yes.
I'll shut up.
Okay.
You're allowed to talk. It's a podcast.
I know, but we keep talking over each other.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the fun of it.
Because the main story basically is you are the actual Arisen, but there's a faker daker in the city. You fight the dragon at some point. You forget. You go to a slave camp. That's where you start the game. Then you run away. Go to Melv. get your memory back ish. Then you go to big city, where you talk with Brent was his name, because the one guy sees you can actually summon pawns. It's like, oh wait, that means you're the Arisen, but that's weird. We already have an Arisen. And then you talk to him. It's like, yeah, I knew there was something wrong with that guy. Now do these tasks, and then we do the other things. And then you have the plan to go to this festival, but they now have a MacGuffin, so you can't actually do that. Well, go to Bethal and do things until you kill the faker, and then it's GG. Oh yeah, you get to Godsbane in Bethal, so you can stab someone.
Stabby dragon.
Spoilers.
And that's basically the main story.
Sorry.
That's at least the normal main story. And then the post game happens, and it's something completely different.
Yeah.
So, with Dragons Dogma, this took like a long time figuring it out. You have like two stories. You have the overarching story, the big one, right? Basically how the world works and all this stuff, almost like the world story. And then you have like all these quests that are supposed to take you through the game.
Yeah,
all those are bad.
I think
both
you
one
said
and two.
it during my streams and chats. Like the main story just feels like a way for the game to be like, go to these different places and then get lost until you go back to the main story.
Yeah, it's like Monster Hunter where it facilitates gameplay. Right? It's an excuse for gameplay. It's definitely not the main attraction. But as far as Dragon's Dogma, I don't get the quest idea where like you're introduced to this grand story about the Arisen and the dragon, and then you fuck off for how many ever hours?
Yeah,
being an errand boy.
Yeah, it's weird because I thought we were doing like a thing. It's like, oh, you like the first part of the game is getting rid of the fake man, and then you become the ruler, and then you have to deal with like the dragon problem. But that's not where we go like at all in this one. The main story, at least, you do get to fight the dragon as you're supposed to, but you still just become the ruler at the end in the main game. That's like the only objective in the main game.
And like, so just to I'm just gonna go. You don't care about the story, right? Because I'm gonna go over the end game real quick.
Go for it.
Okay, so in the end game, you find out that basically you fight the dragon. This is the normal ending. You fight the dragon and you become ruler, and everyone's happy, right? But if you do the true end, right, quotes, you undermine the cycle by killing yourself and the dragon at the same time with the Godsbane. And then the Pathfinder, which is the funny ghost persons, all like, hey, you fucked it up.
Yeah,
how about you go back and you fix it? And you're like, no. And so you get what essentially is the actual world, which is this doomed and dying place.
Yeah, because now you're in the reality where you broke the cycle, and apparently that summons all these monsters, and in a month they just completely decimated everything, basically, or they're about to just end the world, basically.
So yeah, you basically escaped the Matrix. My question is, does it function in the same, or does the story function in the same way as the first game? It's like
so
the first game.
No.
Oh,
right.
Damn it!
I took a long time thinking about this because in the first game, right, story's not great in the first game, but I kind of like the concepts in the world.
Yeah, I like the concept. It's really cool.
So in the first game, there is 3 main figures. There is I hate this word because it brings up my speech impediment. The Seneschal, there's the dragon, and there's the Arisen. Okay? All 3 of them are integral. So the Seneschal is basically God, right? You have proven yourself to have enough willpower to kind of power the world until you can't anymore, right? And then when that's done, they create the dragon. The dragon goes down, fucks with the people, and someone will show that, hey, I have enough willpower to fight certain death, and they get chosen as the Arisen. So then their destiny is locked in to where they will confront the dragon at some point. Right? So you go do all your bullshit that no one cares about, is all bad. Then you confront the dragon. At this point, you usually have a deal. Right? The dragon, in Dragon's Dogma 1, the theme was a lot about having to do with why are humans special? Why do they think that they can do all this stuff while every other animal basically just lives to not die, right? And so you have a deal. You can give up your loved one, right? Which is a bad system. I don't want to go into it. You can give up your loved one.
I heard there can be a lot of funny things happening when you all of a sudden there's like the vendor you bought all your weapons from at the end of the game. It's like, do you really want to sacrifice the vendor? It's like, I guess, yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I just bought stuff from them. They just hire another guy.
Yeah, it's probably a new one. There's more shops around the world. Like, I'll be fine.
There are.
Yeah,
you walk into the shop, you're like, "Hey there, Jim." It's like, "Oh, hey Bob, how you doing there?" Yeah, so
you ready to die? What?
I think who was it for me in Dragons Dogma? I think it was like the goth chick out of the woods, right?
Oh, Celine.
Yeah, she just moved into my house at some point, and then I never talked to her again.
Nice.
Basically, like it's funny because like a lot of the themes from the first Dragons Dogma can be picked up from they're Berserk-esque. So Celine is supposed to be like the Shirky in a sense.
Yeah.
And,
cool.
It was just funny because I talked to her like 3 times, and then at the end it's like, "What do you want to say first?" Like, I don't know. I want to see the ending, I guess. Yeah, I'll do.
I think for most people, it's Madeline, just because her affinity goes up every time you buy shit from her.
Okay.
Dude, all right, I shit you not. The first time I played through, I'm sitting here like, oh well, because my buddy was telling me about how he like was his was Mercedes, was essentially Casca, and I'm like, oh cool, I'm gonna play the game, and mine ended up being the Queen, and I was like, oh yeah, there was that one time, huh?
By the way, Metal, you didn't see this, but she accuses you of sexual assault and then gets you arrested and then breaks you out.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I'm supposed to love this bitch.
The Queen or Casca?
Yeah.
No, the Queen, the Duchess.
Like her whole thing is that she basically has like an affair with you. The Duke finds out, and then you get thrown in prison, get 400 lashes, then she gets you out of there.
Okay.
You bitch.
It is the oddest fucking mission. And then later you have to save her.
Don't put me in the jail I broke out of 5 times already. Please have mercy.
And then later they're like, save her from this terrible fate. I'm like, why? Fuck that bitch. She accused me of raping her. I didn't even do it yet.
Yet.
Oh.
You know, now I'm considering it though.
Imagine my playing as a black character. It was great. I didn't do anything. Yes, you did. What?
What? I don't want to play real life. Why?
I don't want 5 warning shots on my back in the games as well. Come on.
But where was I in Dragons?
Real bad. Go ahead.
Where was I in Dragons Dogma 1? Oh yeah. So you were presented with the deal where it's like, oh, give up your loved one, and you could go be the king and be all neat and stuff, and I'll just disappear for a while, or you could fight me, right? And basically, if you pick the running away, you basically tell the dragon that, yeah, you're right, humans we're just animals, we just want to survive. All this other shit is bullshit. If you fight the dragon, you're like, oh yeah, we humans are special, blah blah blah, and you defeat the dragon, and then you go to the post game, which basically the same thing. The world kind of fucking ends. But you go to, basically, and then you go to the Everfall, right, which is a bad system that I also like because there's lots of fighting, but I don't like the whole falling thing and having to hopefully grab a ledge and then you miss it, and then and then it's like, well, fuck me, right? So you do all that, and then you succeed, and then you go talk to this Seneschal, and he's all like, here's my speech about humans and willpower and stuff, and you fight him. It's a terrible fucking fight.
It's
awful.
so easy. It's
so easy. You have to try to lose.
Yeah, which I did in my stream because to see the ending. You needed to hit me like 20 times, and it takes forever because he just kind of circles you, and you're like, come on, hit me, come on.
Come on, go ahead and do it
now. Kill me.
Kill me. What are you waiting for?
Sorry. What are you waiting for? Come on. That's great.
But
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Let me just wrap this up because then I gotta do DD2. So then you beat if you lose to the Seneschal, you become the dragon because there's like very strong implications that all the dragons in the world are dead arisen, right? But if you get so far, you become the next great dragon. You get to pick the arisen. So on and so forth. If you succeed, you take the Seneschal's place, and you get to power the world until you're old. I mean, you're tired of living and not doing jack fucking shit.
Or
here's the thing, right? You in Dragons Dogma 1, you get to be special, and you decide, you know what? I have this God's Bane. I don't know why anyone else hasn't done it. I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah.
You know what? It's boring here anyway. Might as well try. See what happens.
Goodbye,
And then the
cruel
weirdest
world.
shit happens in that, like, you know, you do so, and then your pawn gets sent back to Earth, essentially, in your body.
Yeah.
It's
So-
wild.
It's really weird. So part of this game, I assume, is them kind of explaining the results of breaking the cycle. I had to go through a lot of fucking shit in this game to come to that conclusion.
Yeah.
Right. And it makes sense. I just don't think it's done very well. So,
Right.
is there anything anyone wants to say before I get into Dragon's Dogma 2's greater story? There's quotes around that.
I do. I like the you got something, Mark?
No, I was just gonna say I didn't finish the first one, so I don't really have much to add.
Oh, okay. But I like the first, like the different decisions and whatnot in the first game, because, like, you know, you can either not fight the dragon to become king, you can kill the dragon, unlock the real world, and then you know, deal with the seneschal, and you either become the dragon who picks the next arisen, or you beat the seneschal and become a new seneschal and kill yourself, and then become, like, you know, your pawn, basically, or your pawn becomes you or something like that. Or you can lose your will to fight and become, like, you know, the next Dragon Forged and just be the old guy that just basically tells people, you know, you have a prophecy, and that's just the rest of your life until the cycle ends.
Yeah.
Or
there's another option.
or there's the very weird option for those that have played Bitter Black Isle. Bit of a spoiler.
Oh,
But,
yeah, I forgot to go over that one.
Yeah, like, there's a bit where, like, you sacrifice yourself to save your pawn. And because that's completely out of the loop, you just end up becoming a demon.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah, basically, you don't make a choice. Well,
yeah, you
don't
don't make a choice at all.
So the world punishes you the hardest.
Yeah. For a millennia, you're just sitting there angry, raging at the bottom of Bitter Black Isle.
Oh, and your stomach's a dragon.
That too.
It's
All right then.
Bitter Black Isle is a fucking ride.
Oh, dude,
Story
I love it.
wise, combat and story wise, Bitter Black is crazy. It's great.
But that's pretty much all I had to say. I just like the different choices and stuff that they had. The different options was pretty cool. The concepts are great. The execution was terrible.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with that, because there's lots of interesting ideas in here, and I want them to hire a better writer.
Yeah, basically.
Right, because, like, Devil May Cry 5, right? People have their opinions on that, but that story is solid. It's not great. I don't even know if it's, like, very good, but it's not bad. It does what it needs to do.
It's fun. Like, it's an interesting ride. I was compelled to find out what the deal with V was.
Yeah, me too. So I don't know about Dragon's Dogma. Maybe the scope was too big, because DMC5 story is very, very simple. You go fight the tree, and your brother's a dick. More or less.
As Virgil does.
Right?
I mean, great,
this one,
you're a dick to him, so.
I mean, that's just being brothers.
Yeah. But yeah, your brother does kind of hate the rest of the planet, so I get that.
But I guess Dragon's Dogma is a bit high concept for their ability. But anyway, let's go over 2, because 2 is fucking weird. Not that DD1's not weird. So how do we start this? So in Dragon's Dogma 2, holy shit, this is weird to start. You are in a fake world, I guess. It's basically the Matrix, right? And the Pathfinder, which is the ghostly figure, he or she, I don't know what it is, they're all like, hey, you go do this thing. I'm not going to tell you why, but just go do it. Go kill the dragon and be king, and everyone will be happy. Right? In the most ominous way.
Right.
So, like, you do that, and the dragon apparently is not terrorizing everything during the time. It's just, he just comes back at the end. Right? And like there are people in the world who apparently can tell that everything's fucked up, so they're trying to undermine the cycle, but they don't. I don't know why they understand that the world's weird, because I don't know what indication they would have.
Wait, who even says that?
Faces, the sorcerer guy.
All right, you mean him. Okay.
Yeah, because he's like, oh, we're gonna undo the Dragon's Dogma, because this is bullshit. Right? Even the dragon's like, this is bullshit. Everyone's like, this is bullshit, except for the Pathfinder. So basically, you are in this cycle that is different than the first one, because the cycle is, the old man on the shore explains it. It's like the cycle is the dragon appears, he picks an arisen, the arisen kills the dragon, and then you have like so many years of peace, and then the dragon appears for some reason, and that just keeps happening.
Yeah.
Right. Because I guess it's just what it's supposed to do in this fake world.
Somehow,
right?
Dragon King returned.
Yeah.
Which is like, yeah, basically. And like, they lack the explanation that's in DD1, where it's like, oh yeah, the Arisen failed. Right? He failed at the final steps, he becomes a new dragon, cycle starts over.
Right.
Instead, it's just, we've been peaceful for long enough. Here's a dragon. Smile. Right? And then there's Talos, who apparently is made to keep the dragon in check. If the dragon does anything funny that it's not supposed to do. Which is weird. So that makes me wonder, like, why the fuck is the Arisen here? Is this just a giant fucking play? Are we just pretending to do? So the Arisen kills the dragon, but in this game, if you get true ending, you take the Godsbane, which apparently has never existed before. No Arisen has thought of this.
Yeah.
Kills himself and the dragon at the same time.
Well, hang on. It's a bit weirder even, because you kill the dragon you're supposed to kill, become king, and then for some reason the Watcher man is like, hey, what do you else want? Blah 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 blah. He just kind of shit talks you, and it's like, fuck you, stop shit talking me. Now I'm gonna kill myself. And then you apparently go back in time to kill the dragon again, but this time with the God's Bane.
Yeah.
Because apparently the God's Bane can do that, or does that, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know why that works the way it does either.
Yeah.
Right? And the first time, so I beat the game technically 4 times. I'm on my 4th playthrough, but I beat the game 4 times.
I mean, not the Dog's Bane, the God's Bane. It can probably kill dogs too, let's be honest. It's probably also
It might kill a dog. we should test that. Just in case. There's lots of wolves.
They travel in packs, you know.
There are.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. There's not going to be a Dog's Bane.
Yeah. But I beat the game 4 times.
Yeah.
Right? Because the first time, I beat the dragon and I got the ending, and then I talked to Pathfinder. I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Right? So I just fought the dragon like 4 more times. Like, nothing's changing. I'll do this later.
Oh.
Right? And then I figured it out later.
That's actually a thing I was wondering about. How are you supposed to like figure this out actually? Because the only reason I tried it on my stream is because I had to stab myself in the first game, so I'm just gonna try it here, and then I'll try to use it on the dragon, and it worked. So
that's basically how I figured it out.
That was just like, meta knowledge on my end to just try it, I guess. But this was something I was wondering about. I was like, how the fuck am I supposed to figure this out without that knowledge? Like,
actually, let's ask Mark.
A friend told me, he's like, hey man, he's like, if you're covering Dragons Dogma 2, just so you know, there's a big Endgame section, and here's what you do to get it, because you'll probably miss it. It's the only reason I got it.
Oh, sweet.
Oh.
Otherwise, I probably would have just finished the game, sat on the throne, and been very confused at this part of the podcast. Also, we wouldn't see me fighting the worm dragon here.
Yeah.
Just shout out to friends for, insight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think because he knows what I do. He knows that, like, if I'm not going to really get the full experience of the game if I miss the end game section.
Right.
Yeah, and you didn't play the first one, so you wouldn't have the context anyway.
Yeah. So like, but it
Chad,
is not.
If there's anyone
in
in chat who had that experience, there's either you're gonna have a big question marks like, what do you mean end game, or you're gonna tell me how you figured it out.
Yeah. I don't think I would have figured it out just on my own. It wouldn't have even been really clear to me that there was even anything more to do. I might have still walked around during the credits and talked to people, But I think I likely would have just sat on the throne at some point.
But I think it gives you like a little bit of an indicator that there's something else must be going on. Is because for some reason the watch guy is there in the throne room. Then you go talk to him, and he basically like, "What do you want from me?" It's like, "I don't know. You appeared here and you glow. Maybe I just want to see what's up."
Yeah, he's all like, "Oh, do you want more? Are you not greedy enough? You fucking cunt!
Yeah.
You get the throne."
But it just makes me believe, like, if he just wouldn't have shown up, like, the Arisen wouldn't have even had any inkling to do anything. He would just chill out in his kingdom.
Yeah, it's like, you wanted the cycle to continue. Why the fuck are you here?
Could have just not been here and left him alone.
Yeah.
And I would have had many children with Ulrika, and it's going to be a great time. But no.
Many
could have been the Force ghost that everybody would have respected. But no, you decided you wanted to be, you know, Luke.
It's like, you should talk to me, you know what? I'm going to kill myself.
But yeah, so you break the cycle by killing yourself and the dragon at the same time, which I don't think makes a lot of sense, since the dragon isn't apparently a former Arisen that almost made it to the top. That's in Dragons Dogma 1, right? Like, oh, you didn't complete the thing, you get to become the next great dragon.
Right.
This dragon just is summoned here, so I don't know why killing the dragon in that way matters at all.
Why did they? Right? Why they change the concept? It made sense before.
It did, but now it doesn't make sense. I'm like, why the fuck is killing myself and dragon doing anything?
God damn it! Let me check to see if Sweet Baby Ink was involved with this.
But yeah, you do that, and then you fall into the ocean, and you find out the brine is not just the ocean-wide monster; it's a bit different. So, yeah, the Pathfinder's like, "Why do you want to fuck things up?" And then, you know, he uses the hot lady to try to convince you, like, no, I don't want the hot lady right now. Maybe later, but not right now.
Not right now. It's not the time. We're like in the weird space in between spaces or whatever. I saw you summoning them, so I know it's not her.
Yeah, that's a weird, goopy vagina.
Say, you know, all of this pans out, right? Like, say I do end up saving the whole planet. Is she still alive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, so, you know, she can wait.
But it's actually really funny because I went to the city because you have the option to save everybody and get them to evacuate to a point. And you go to Melv. I think Melv is where she hangs out, right? At the end.
Harv.
Oh, Harv. Yeah, you go there.
Yeah.
And mind you, at this point, you'll be gone for a month, and she's like my main waifu. I talked to her, and she's like, "Oh man, I really like it here. I did this life with the things." I was like, "You gonna react to me not being dead or anything? No. Okay, I guess not."
It's like they forgot to program that part. It's like, I was dead for a month.
Yeah.
And the world's ending.
I had 2 romance scenes with you. Didn't they mean anything?
There's romance scenes in the whole game.
There's 2.
I'm bad at seducing video game women.
I mean, to be fair, I think Dragons Dogma 1 had more. So it's kind of weird because it's only like the 2 women. So I feel like if a chick played the game and she's like, oh, I want to have a kissing sex scene with Elfman. It's like, yeah, you don't get it. Sorry.
Damn it.
Yeah, that L, go ahead and hold it.
She
might patch it in later.
That bitch.
Then what happens? So you do the Unmoored World, right? The Endgame, and it's, you know, the world's dying. There's stronger monsters everywhere, which is great. I fought 3 dual hands in a fucking row.
It was really rough for me because I had my sorcerer only, and your main pawn is somewhere else. You need to get her because you're gone for a month, but she's just like unconscious somewhere, or whatever you made.
I didn't even realize the Headless Horsemen's were like an enemy that is seen multiple times. So I thought that was a full-blown boss I was fighting.
You can find them in the evenings or nights in certain areas.
Oh, really? I pretty much was never traveling around at night. Then again, I didn't have magic, and I find the ghosts seem to be killed by magic faster. The only time I had magic really was Mystic Spearhand and Magic Archer.
Yeah, ghosts are killed by magic faster. In the first game, they're immune to physical attacks.
Yeah, so there we go.
Now you're in this past world, and as we already said earlier, it's like this time limit, like 12 rests. And I guess there's like a fixed time as well, because at some point, like, places just get annihilated by the goop juice in the air.
So to explain those mechanics, you have so depending how fast you kill Talos, you get a certain amount of lasers. If you kill them really fast, the fastest time you get 3.
Which I had, by the way.
If you can't kill them and the NPCs have to kill them, you get 5. Right? Basically, I don't really know how the timer works in this exactly, but like if you want to have full access to the map, except for the beginning area, you have to kill all of those as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Right? And once you do that, you have 12 rests. So as long as you don't rest, you have unlimited time in this part of the game.
Okay.
Kind
of weird now I think about it.
Yeah.
Because there's a day and night cycle,
Yeah.
but it just stops with this timer. Kind of odd.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Like that's what I mean. I don't like how the end game is presented to the player as far as what its rules are. Like
Right.
I think even having it say something like, if you die, you will see an ending, but you will get to continue in the end game area. Like I'd be totally fine with it if that was the thing, or if they even said you can rest no more than 12 times. Like, because I just didn't want to. I didn't want to rest at all, because I was like, well, for all I know, I go to sleep once and I'm gonna like lose the game.
Right.
Because I have to kill these things. They said do it fast too, because also the world's falling apart, it seems.
Like so. How to? It's weird because like Dragons Dogma is like very much a hands-off game. It's like, yeah, you can listen to your pawns, you can do whatever, but we're not gonna tell you a bunch of stuff. But I feel like since the rules change so much for the end game, someone should tell me something.
100%. Yeah.
But yeah,
all they really tell you is, hey, by the way you've been playing this game this entire time, if you've been like camping and sleeping and stuff, is you can't do that. And also, you have a time limit. Go. And there's, you have to go to all these points on the map, that one of which was like way up where the elves were, that I had not even been to before. I'm like, man, I don't even know what's up there in the normal world.
And all the water is gone.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool, because you have like all these new areas to explore, because no water. It's like, ooh, I'm gonna explore, and then you experiment, and then you're low on health. It's like, shit.
Damn it.
Guess I gotta go rest.
Like I honestly think when I get to this area again in New Game Plus, I'm gonna take my time with it a hell of a lot more.
Oh yeah, I think I pretty much rushed for this because I wanted to finish the game a couple of days ago, of course.
I did it all in one sitting. Like I stayed up until 4 a.m. that day.
Yeah,
it was a Saturday, I believe.
I mean, my last stream was basically the last main quest and then post game, which was still like 4 or 5 hours of stream. But yeah,
He's a long boy. But back to the attempt at explaining the fucking story. So to fight the dragon, you have this long ride for you to figure out that you need to stab yourself, right? The dragon's kind of laying it all out. He's like, "Yep, this is bullshit. We're stuck in a cycle. I'm tired of it, but they're watching me. But you, Arisen, you could probably fuck it up. Maybe you should do that. Maybe you should fuck it up before we get there.
How about it? Yeah, go for it.
Right? So you do it and you fuck it up. And then you get to this world, right? And you do all the stuff, you evacuate all the people, and the Pathfinder's like, "Hey, this is pointless." Okay? And you're like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." And
it's also weird because they basically start interfering with what you do, so they can just spawn more stuff. I'm just like, okay, so what's your problem with keeping the cycle alive? You can just spawn weird monsters in there.
They're like Final Fantasy VII plot ghosts.
Like, all you need to do is get rid of this godbane that you for some reason have in this world now. Like,
why are you stopping me from doing what you told me to do? Wait, what? What's going on?
I hate the time ghosts in Final Fantasy VII remakes so much.
They are so stupid.
Like,
if you wanted to change the story, just fucking change the story.
Like, the fake out Tifa death they do in Rebirth was such a piss off, because it seems like a fake out from the second they do it. They really try to sell it to you. They do it for a long time, and then they're like, "Oh no, just kidding. She's fine."
JK.
Yeah, I know, because that was a weird thing for you to do. You just had her be eaten by a whale at random.
Okay.
And you have to go into the belly of the whale and save your Tifa from the underworld.
Hey, Snakes. One day, me and Mark are gonna talk about that fucking game because we both seemingly have opinions about it.
Oh my yes, I like the gameplay though. I think it's probably the closest Final Fantasy should get to real time and still be, like an actual Final Fantasy game. Like I like that you had skills in a party and you could switch between members.
We will
Elemental
debate this
damage
one day.
mattered.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
Oh, you don't like the gameplay in Rebirth or Remake?
No, not necessarily. I don't like those necessarily limitations. I like the gameplay. It's very Kingdom Hearts 2-ish. So it makes me worried
I've
about
never
the
played
third
any
one.
of the I've not played any of the Kingdom Hearts games, so I'm not even aware of that.
Oh, well, Nomura worked on those games, and the combat.
I do know that, but I
strongly
just didn't
mirrors
care about
those.
Disney Final Fantasy fan fiction. I guess it never seemed
Yeah.
interesting to me, even in the PS2 days.
Yeah, I mean,
I was like, I'll play
pretty...
Urgeist. I don't mind playing Final Fantasy Tobal, but like, I don't know.
I played it back then on the PlayStation 2. I remember enjoying it, but I don't remember anything else about it. It's just super forgettable.
I will give you the whole thing, right? Real quick. This is even the shorter attempt at a recap than anything. Okay? Gameplay, and 1 is solid. I don't know about all the extra games. 2 is pretty good. 3 is piss. Yeah.
Oh, Kingdom Hearts now. I thought you were talking about
Kingdom
Final
Hearts.
Fantasy 7 remake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that one. I'd rather it all end before I completely shit on that one. But anyway.
Chain of Memories is interesting. Birth by Sleep is my favorite out of all of them.
Isn't that just Star Wars? But Kingdom Hearts?
Probably. I don't know. The one with the Terra, Aqua, and Ventus.
Yeah, that's the Star Wars one.
And yeah, sure said I played Urgeist. It's good stuff. I've actually played it recently. I was fiddling around with it on my arcade stick with the Duck Station emulator.
Nice.
Don't play with your arcade stick, you go blind.
Yeah, that's why I can't see anything. I go by sense of smell. I'm like Tommy, the pinball wizard.
Where was we in this Borked recap? So yeah, you fight these strange, way more powerful dragons. Which, by the way, I don't know why they can't make the Great Dragon fight in these games hard. It's always really easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, these other dragons, they work on different mechanics. Like you can't just damage them; you have to poke out all their eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
They're fun fights. I like them. And then you save everyone, and then you go to the final laser. There's also a Talos thing where, like, you go to Talos and you're like, "Hey," and then your pawn gets sucked up into its eye and possesses it. That's not me being hyperbolic or joking. That is what happens.
Yeah, for some reason I couldn't trigger that anymore. You all told me to go there, but it just didn't happen, unfortunately.
I think you took too long.
Yeah, maybe
that's the only explanation I can come up with.
I did all the lasers, and then I went there, so maybe that wasn't allowed anymore or something. Like, one of the areas got nuked already as well, so maybe that was too late.
Yeah, but yeah. You get a cutscene where your pawn goes into the eye, possesses it, and then you can fight it. Yeah.
Okay.
Fight one of the dragons. You're not fighting it. You're watching your pawn fight it, and you're like, I don't really know what's going on, but sure, why not? Fuck it. Right? And then you go, and then you have the last laser beam, right? And you go to last laser beam whenever you're ready.
For a big boss fight. You're like, yeah, let's do this. I got all this power. I leveled up so much. Well,
you don't get a big boss fight.
No.
And it's even worse than that because it's like the biggest fucking dragon.
Yeah.
It's like huge. It has like 1,000 horns, making 2 horns. I don't even know why that's the thing, but it looks fucking cool.
It looks cool, but it's also kind of lame that the god creature is just a bigger dragon. Like, I almost didn't even notice it's a different dragon. For some reason.
I don't know how you didn't notice it was a different dragon, but it is kind of lame.
I mean, I knew it was one, but while I was looking at it, I wasn't like, ooh, it's just like, okay.
So yeah, you have a big old fucking dragon thing, and instead of fighting it or like having a one of those funny fights where you're gonna lose anyway, your pawn turns into a goopy pawn dragon.
Yeah,
and it's all like, "Oh, master," and then gives you a ride to the dragon, and then you do a walking scene where the Pathfinder lays out everything extremely poorly, and that's the end of the game.
Yeah,
that sounds terrible.
You start to have credits, by the way, on screen, and you walk on the back of that big dragon until you get to the point where you stab it with the God's Bane. Like, you don't even get to fight it with your abilities and stuff. It's just walking on the back where he tries to kill you with fire or whatever. I don't even know if you can die in that scene. I didn't try it.
You can.
Oh, okay.
I did. I thought the fire wouldn't hurt because there's cutscenes. Apparently it does.
Okay, well. But yeah, you don't get a big
gameplay.
You don't get a big boss fight at the end, which is very disappointing. Because I did all the laser beams, like, oh, let's go to the last one because it's like in the middle. Because there's also this thing where you evacuate all the people from the cities to the middle part. And the more I think about it, I don't even know why we exactly did that. I don't know why.
I did one city and then I kind of stopped because the other one was taking too long, and I'm like, okay, I gotta go kill more shit.
The way you do it is just complete piss anyway. Like you have to do like little quests, and dude, the Bethal one is an absolute piss take. I don't know what the fuck.
That's the one. That's the one that broke me. I did like 4 quests, and they're still like, "Nah, we're not going anywhere." I'm like, "Fuck you guys!" I just left them.
I got them all evacuated. So the thing is, so for everyone who's not aware, in Bethal specifically, you go to the Empress. It's like, "Oh, great, you're back. I'm glad you survived." Blah blah blah. Well, talk to Mel or whatever her name is. The one you talk to most of the time in the main game when you're in Bethal. It's like, yo, can you help me get some order in here so we can plan to get all the people out? It's like, yeah, okay. So you go to 3 different places. One of them is 2 people bickering at each other. Can you watch us have a duel so we don't kill each other? Yeah, okay. And then you stand there and watch them fight until they're done. And that's one of the quests. Then you go to the next one. 2 people bickering with each other because one of them bought food or whatever, but the other one wanted it. And then they just turn to you. It's like, who's in the right? And it was like, I just got here. I don't even know what happened. Like, you bought food. So I obviously took the neutral approach. It's like, you're both not wrong or whatever it was. And then they're like, screw you. But the quest wasn't done. And I was like, what? And then I just picked one of them up for lulz. And then he started punching me. Then my main pawn slit his throat apart. And they were like, that's mean. Fuck you. And then you guys told me in chat, it's like, oh, You had to talk to the children and give them food, and then they realized, oh, sharing is caring, and then they're cool. Yeah,
unironically,
fucking stupid. And
before you go to the last one, if you give the kids rotten food, they get mad at you because you tried to poison their children. It's like, I didn't have anything else.
That's actually funny. That's pretty funny. Oh, you're being dicks to me? I'm gonna poison your children.
I just gave him regular food, and dude was like, "Hey, don't! What are you trying to steal them? No."
No, I'm not carrying food. I'm not planning to camp or eat out here because I think I'm on a time limit that's apparently a lie.
Yeah. And then there's one last one. I don't even know why they started attacking me. I think they were fighting, and then you're like, stop. And they're like, fuck you. And then they team up on you, and then you blaze them to hell with all your spells. And they're like, sorry, we're not going to fight anymore. And then they evacuate. At least they evacuated for me.
So the solution for that one, I think, I don't know if there's a different way to go about this, is you just kind of let them beat you up until they get tired.
Okay.
I
don't know. These 3 quests specifically, they broke my mind. It's like, why would you even make this way? It's so bad.
I mean, you figure it'd be like, hey, I'm the Arisen. If you don't want to die, can you just listen to me?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Like, that should work.
The funniest one by far was the Elven one for me. I went there, talked to the guy, and he was like, we need to think about it. And I was like, oh, what does he else have to say? Has another option, like another prompt going on. It's like, okay, was that all? And then he has another one. It's like, okay, well, that's probably the last one. Let me try it. And then with the 4th one, he was like, oh man, you're really persistent. I guess we better go and evacuate now. And then they leave. I was like, what?
That's so I've never seen that before, right? Because the normal way you do it is
don't you have usually to like, get the word that you have to go all the way to Batal for? Like, there's a side quest that you have to do before you can even do it, right?
Yeah, there's like a whole thing of time up there. So here's how it works, right? So you complete the son and the daughter's quest. I don't know if you have to complete both, but at least that's what I do every time, right? And then you go talk to them. And they're like, oh yeah, let's go talk to my dad. They all have a big discussion about the tree. They're like, hey, go see if you can plant this plant in the fucking hideaway place. right? And you do it, and you come back. It's like, yeah, it works. You won't lose your fucking treat to the end of the world. And then they go. But for some reason, I guess you could just annoy him to going.
Yeah, basically I poked him 4 times, and then he was annoyed enough to be like, oh man, you're really persistent. Oh, I guess we'll go. It's really
It's
funny.
like,
Wow.
I don't hate, but it's like, I didn't think of just annoying him to going.
I mean, I just wanted to like hear all the things he has to say. I didn't expect him to leave. This is really funny. This is really funny. Those quests are
Volcano
all,
Camp.
those quests are all kind of funny because the Wentworth one, you you go to Sven, who just takes the rule for that time. Which he seems pretty chill. He seems pretty cool as a character. Like he takes control pretty well, cares about the people, whatever. The short things I saw about him, he was like, hey, so you're alright. He's like, well, we need some cards, and also my mother, who's still alive but also still kind of evil, is like, I'm not gonna leave. Me, you can do whatever you want. So I went to the cards, and then we have like the rich guys like, I need to get all my riches out of here. Har har har. And then I think I just beat him up until he left.
Yeah.
And it's like, yep, I got the cards now. I basically stole them.
Nice.
And
Nothing
then it's
wrong
like,
with that.
oh, let's go to the queen now. She's like, Risen, you probably hate me. Do whatever you want. And then, I don't know, you can kill her, whatever. So I just grabbed her and carried her to Sven, and then they talked to each other, and then they were cool, and then they left.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So there are kind of consequences for skipping quests in this, because much like the elf one, this Sven one is a little bit different, right? So if you grab his mother, right, you'll notice a thing you got early in the game from a quest for Sven. This little decorated box, which Meadow's game bugged out, so he couldn't do that quest.
Was
damn,
that the quest where the guy was supposed to be angry at
Yeah.
the seller? Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
And it was probably the ogre that interrupted that cutscene, and then it just broke.
Yeah,
That's
because
actually
you're supposed to do. Go ahead.
You had
Oh,
an
that-
ogre in the town?
I guess that would count as a bug. I just didn't think about that when we were talking about
The
it
first
earlier.
dragon fight I ever had, it was just in a town right after I'd slept at an inn, and like I was just like, "What the?" I was like, "This thing is just in the courtyard. It
It's just-
doesn't
yeah, it's
seem
just
to
here."
be doing much though. Like it's not killing anybody." So I the first time I did, I engaged it. I died because I was definitely not ready to kill a dragon with 5 health bars,
Yeah.
and
Oh, shit, it
respawned
ran
at the
for me.
inn. Did it again, died, and by my 3rd time, I'm like, okay, like can I just leave the town out the other way? And I did, so I never even really looked at the dragon, and everything was fine. I just went to Batal and did some stuff.
Let the
Yeah.
townsfolk deal with this.
Yeah,
And I
they'll
was
be.
like,
they'll
I
be
feel like every
fine.
time I show up, I'm making this battle way more intense than I feel like it's gonna be if the game just does it for me. So yeah, I walked away.
Yeah, drakes are weird because they'll show up in Vernworth, and like as long as you don't approach
was in
them,
Vernworth.
they won't do anything.
Yeah, they're just chilling.
Huh? It's like, but like if
Yeah.
they're wolves or saurians or goblins, they just fuck up everybody. It's like, oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah. Like the dragon just shows up and he's just sitting there. You're like, oh, he's such a nice guy. I don't know why I would attack him. But then the rest of everything else just pops up like an ogre or something. You're like, but why?
There's an instance where like saurians came into the city and like they went into the barber shop and like we just slaughtered, like it was just like the messiest
went
fucking
into
fight
the
in a
barber
small room. Yeah.
They were going to
It's
get
like-
their hair cut.
Well, they're all dead.
No.
Yeah, you
Grooming's
go and get
important.
your hair cut, you get your wig split instead. Yeah, that sucks.
But
Oh,
yeah, that is the
finish
story.
this. Yeah. Because after this, everything is fine and dandy. The stank goes away, and it's really weird. I find it all really weird because now we went from a story where we just take our place as the rightful ruler, as the Arisen, and slay the dragon. We go to, you know what, freedom never existed.
Weird.
Like everything has been predetermined, especially between the cycles. Like because the guy says like everyone has their role they play until they
Yeah,
die,
so-
and then we just go over again and again and again.
So like It's really weird because, like, on one hand, right, he says that, but that doesn't really make a ton of sense because it's not like the cycle's repeating itself. Like the same people are doing the same thing. Because
Yeah,
if
because you
you
have another arisen, another dragon. Like it's
Yeah.
that kind of cycle repeating, right?
yeah, they have to do the things like when the dragon picks an arisen, they have to fight the dragon. They can fail or succeed. That doesn't really matter. But they have to confront the dragon, and then they become king, and then you get so many years of peace, and then you have to do it again.
Yeah.
Right? These are their roles. But if the arisen decides, hey, you know what? I don't want to fucking do this. I'm just gonna kill myself and the dragon.
Yeah, we're gonna break
Then
the cycle.
apparently the Pathfinder's like, well,
Breaks the
fuck it.
Matrix.
Nope, we can't do it anymore. Okay, delete the Matrix. Everyone's gonna fucking die.
Yeah, now the world is stanky, but then you do all these things, and then you just basically kill God, the God Dragon, and then everything is fine because you have this God's Bane, which still I don't know why this exists all of a sudden. It's really weird that they have this. They have this very obvious exploit. It's called God's Bane. And just like the fucking Watcher is watching you the whole time, and he's like, "What are you doing up there with that God's Bane? Huh? You're not gonna do anything.
Stick?
You don't want to.
Hey, what?
You're just gonna use that to open doors, right? Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. What is that? What does that line of code do?
Yeah. Should we comment that out or something? Should we get it out? I don't know.
Yeah, but it's also like a quarter of the game is a side quest trying to get this door key.
Yeah.
Trying to craft it and make it what it needs to be. So it's like, maybe it's not just a door key.
Yeah.
I will say one of the other things that does bug me because I'm talking with Andrew and Kara as well, coworkers. Caffeinated Wolf, for those who don't know. They talked about one of the Sphinx questions being like, remember where your first Seeker's token is? One of the biggest curveballs in the entire game because nobody's thinking about that. They just pick it up and keep going.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's a dick move by the devs, but it's like it's good. It's like fuck. Oh my god, where'd I get it?
We gotta talk about the Sphinx quest a little bit more in the saga because I think it's some neat stuff in there. It's really rude and mean, but kind of cool.
Sphinxes are douchebags.
Yeah.
Is there anything else about the story? It's just like I feel like from having like a 10-year separation from Dragons Dogma 1, it feels like they had a lot of thoughts about things they didn't think that worked, but probably worked better. And so they changed things and like they made it worse. Because I'm not saying like Dragon's Dogma 1 is a masterpiece or anything, but the mechanics of the world all fit together. This one,
I was okay with the idea of, for every dragon there's an arisen and there's different lands that these kinds of stories would unfold. And then you could do like a whole series out of that, and that's fine. Monster Hunter did the same thing. New land, go fight monsters. But then they decided, you know what? No, fuck y'all. Like, why'd you do this to us? Because fuck you, that's why.
Also, the Brine's actually a giant dragon. I didn't explain that. So you can't go into deep water because the Brine is like this tentacly thing that'll attack you and do a little bit of damage, and then you get sent back, but it kills everything else.
No, the anti-water.
Yeah.
But in the end game, when all the seas dry up and they go into the sky and they're the red clouds, all the clouds conglomerate, I guess that's the word, into the big red dragon. So that implies that all the water is actually a big evil dragon.
Yeah, dragon power. That's actually a good point when you think about that.
Or they converge.
So it's like the hunters from Halo.
Oh lord.
Kinda, yeah.
Oh lord.
I mean, that's what they are. They're like the reason there's always 2 hunters in the Halo game is because it's every 2 is one colony of worms that have a hive mind, and they come together and create a big armored Hulk thing just because there's that many of them.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they just thought they had better ideas, but I wish they just like. I'm fine with exploring the consequences of ending the cycle, but. They did it bad, and I kind of hate it.
Yeah, because the way they tell you about it, because when you kill the things, the guy says, "Oh, now we don't know what's written next," And I got very, very strong Loki season 1 ending vibes from this, because they're like, oh, so there was like no freedom of choice this whole time, but now there is. It reminded me of whatever Kang said at the end. It's like, no, I don't know what's written next. Like, oh no, why?
I kind of wish they went for a more somber ending. It's like, yeah, you fucked up this world. It's doomed. Sucks.
Yeah.
There's more,
Yeah.
but you fucked it up because you were selfish. Because like ultimately in Dragon's Dogma 1, the only reason you end the cycle is because you're bored. You are the most selfish prick to ever exist. Right? It's like, I don't want to be God. This is boring. I'm gonna kill myself and ruin the cycle.
Yeah, and then
Because like
everything is really fucked up, and then they have to deal with that. Yeah.
Because like it implies that. Sorry, just real quick. Right? Because if you put the games together, it implies that the new cycle exists because some Arisen decided, I don't want to be fucking the Seneschal anymore. So I'm gonna just break all the shit. So then I guess the Greater Will, which I don't know why that fucking exists, but the Greater Will decided, I want to watch people do things because I'm bored of Arisen killing themselves because they're bored.
Oh man. But
no, I was gonna say, I like the idea behind the Duke from the Duke of Grancis in the first game, going like, you go see the Duke after he's become old and decrepit when you defeat the dragon. He's like, what have you done?
Yeah, you took him up on the thing. It's like, no, I killed him. Leave me alone.
Yeah, so that kind of clues the player in on the idea that the Duke at one point in time wasn't Arisen, and he gave up his will to fight the dragon because he wanted to become king. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. But excuse me, based off of what's been told here, I think Dragons Dogma 2, as far as the story goes, doesn't even touch Dragon's Dogma 1. It doesn't even think about it. That's how like not good it is in comparison.
Yeah.
That sucks. Because you brought in the cat people. And the cat people could have been cool. But they're just racist.
I like that Nididia's wearing very slutty priest gear. Just like I can see like all your cleavage. Kind of hot.
For the record, the cat people in this are too cat looking for me.
No,
my wife's a cat girl in Final Fantasy 14, and it is not the same kind of cat girl.
Well,
these ones look like actual cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm sure there are people who are into it, but not I, sir.
I'm not only sure, I know they exist. I've been on the internet long enough to know that.
Same. Listen, people, I have been a fan of the internet for over 2 decades.
Oh no.
I've seen more than my fair share of cat people. These ain't the kind of cat people you want to get involved with.
Whoa, bias, bigotry.
I kind of want to play Final Fantasy 14
now. Did you just finish it?
I'll keep all the cat.
No. There's many campaigns in Final Fantasy 14. I finished Heaven's Word not long ago, like in November, I think, and that was great. Honestly, it's like
that's the one right before Shadowbringers, right?
No, I'm on Stormblood now, so I got to do Stormblood, then Shadowbringers, then Endwalker, then the new one.
Yeah.
So
wow,
still a lot of FF14 to do.
Yeah, he's got a lot of shit left to do.
You have a lot of shit to do. They might be on the next one by the time you get to the current.
Maybe,
one.
yeah, but I mean, like I mostly play it alone, and it's fine. It's an odd game that way, where it's the story content you have to play alone. So it's kind of like there's a single player game there, even though it's an MMO.
Yeah.
Like once a dungeon comes up, you can invite some of your friends in and do that as a group. But each player has their own story, like main story that revolves around their character.
I forgot there was a game I was playing recently that was like that, where you could basically play the entire game with your buddies, but like the main game you had to do by yourself. I can't remember what game it was, but it was weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I think 14 is worthwhile though. But especially if you do want to do the playing alone route, just do the trial, because I think now the trial gets you to the end of Stormblood, which is not even as far, which is further than I currently am, and I've got like 350 hours in the game.
Damn.
So you can get a lot of mileage out of Final Fantasy 14 without paying a dime, and it's pretty good.
Nice.
That's cool.
I recommend starting as a tank character. The Gladiator is probably the one you want to go with. It's the easiest role to learn.
Speaking of tanks, shall we talk about the vocations?
Yeah.
Not yet.
No.
Man, I thought I set up that segue like T-ball.
No, you failed. I'm sorry.
No, you set up the T-ball. You just took the T back down.
Because that's one more story thing that they really want us to care about, but they don't actually do anything with, and that's your deep connection to your main pawn. Because they try to play the whole thing. It's like, oh, look how sad it is that your pawn turned into a weird goop monster and stuff. And it's like, there's like not a single cutscene where you talk to your pawn or have like a moment. Like you have banter and everything with the pawn, but that's about it. But they make like this big deal a lot of times, like, oh, there's like this connection between the main pawn and everything. To a part where even when you do one of the Sphinx things, you can just give them your main pawn, because that works. If you know the puzzle, you know. But yeah, it's I think that's just a wasted opportunity to just have some scenes with the pawn where you actually like, hang out and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like at the camps, because you can talk to your pawn, like everyone's sitting around the dinner, the fire and stuff. Like I always do it because I'm like, hey, maybe they have something interesting to say. No, it's just regular dialogue that if you talk to them, like in the wood, I'm like, oh, come on, this could have been a good like make camps more than just I get to eat and refill my health. So that was a bit disappointing.
Actually, didn't even use them that much later on because I had like buildings in the cities, so I just went there instead.
Yeah, and another thing is it reminds me of Final Fantasy 15's ending, right? Because you take pictures on the way. And,
maybe.
Yeah, but the problem is, much like this game, if I make a joke pawn or I take a joke picture. And I put it at the end. Whatever fucking meaning you had is now dead. I killed that shit.
You've killed a lot of the drama.
I mean, look at Glopless, man. My character, an absolute huge abomination.
Yeah. So unfortunately, like it's a neat idea, but it's very easily fucked with. Because like at least in FF15, I use Sydney's tits as my picture, so I was like,
nice.
They are really looking at those boobies. I dig
Sandy's basically the Sid of this game, but she's way hotter. Her father is Sid. She's the daughter of Sid.
Right.
She wears very little clothing.
Really hot too. Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, you can fix my car. You
15
can fix
did
all
not
of them.
lack waifus. I gotta say, waifus in 15 were pretty good.
But yeah, as far as the pawn emotional part, like I told y'all about that thing where like that one person had the same pawn since like Dragons Dogma 1. Yeah, that works for that scenario, but they are doing most of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's like
it's not the game,
like
kind of.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
It's a flawed system that they could have done more with it.
Yeah. Something that we should have mentioned when we were talking about the quest stuff. The way the quests work in here as well. There's a lot of quests where the game is like, you need to do X, Y, Z, and they basically don't give you anything to figure it out. Like if you're lucky, you found it anywhere. But the way they do it here is it's basically like a big co-op thing that's been going on because you can get the 2 pawns of the interwebs from the Riftstone, and these pawns can have knowledge from, or do have the knowledge from the player they come from. So if that player has done that quest before, the pawn is like, oh, I think I know where you can find the guy you're looking for, or where the thing is you're looking for, and then they show you the way, which is it's kind of interesting as a
Has anyone here ever played Death Stranding?
I still haven't, no.
Okay, so Death Stranding has... So it has a really similar system of what at least the term I would use to describe it. I don't know if I coined this. Someone's probably said it, but asynchronous co-op, where you do not have to be playing at the same time as anyone, but you're still helping each other out. So if you were at work, it's possible there's other players that are in a server that you're going to join that are going to help out your playthrough when you log on when you get home. So you'll find in chapter 3, I believe, is the first time in Death Stranding where you can start building roads, and the amount of resources you need to build like 25 meters of a highway is so ridiculous that you're just like, okay, so I'm hiking everywhere. Like, I'm definitely not going to be able to build roads. Like, this is taking up all of the resources that I need for other things. But then you do a few quests in the area, and if you unlock the basically like the Assassin's Creed Tower, like that's a chiral network point, and activate the network in that area, it automatically populates with a bunch of things that other people have made. So what ends up happening is you all build the roads together. Like, and it seems like the more you put in, like, I'm going to get more resources and put it more into this highway. It seems like the more you put in, the more of other people's work they share with you. So it's almost like the system in which you build out that world in that game is tricking you by making you think it's way harder to do than it is, as long as you're playing with the community, because it's like, hey, you're all trying to rebuild this world together, even though you're all Sam and you're playing at different times in your own worlds.
That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, and I think Dragons Dogma, at least 2, because I didn't really get as much time into 1. I think I played for about 5 hours. But in Dragons Dogma 2, that's a similar system where, hey, as you play the game more and more, you'll get higher level pawns who have more knowledge, who might have seen different parts of the game that you could now explore, and they'll be like, oh, hey, I know where a bunch of treasure chests are around here. I think it's I think that aspect of this game is very cool.
Yeah, but it does create kind of a problem with this game. Right? It's not like a huge problem, but it's very slight, because this problem exists in Dragon's Dogma 1. The problem is, so in Dragon's Dogma 1, it's not as complex. They, like, your pawns will tell you like, oh, enemy weaknesses and stuff. But as the game goes on, right, more and more pawns will just like have finished the game.
Yeah.
So when you first play the game, it's a mix of, oh shit, this pawn knows something, or this one knows something, right? But like 2 years from now, it'll be like, any pawn pretty much knows everything in the game.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I guess, yeah, fair enough.
So that's kind of the unfortunate part of the system. If you don't play it on launch, which this game did not have a good launch, so that is a double-edged sword. You do miss that initial experience.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone figuring it out together. So it's a double-edged sword of something cool, but at least the Death Stranding one seems like it's has better longevity.
Yeah.
Maybe someday they should just be like, okay, we've wiped all the pawns' memories, everybody. We're doing a new round of everyone figuring out the game again together.
Oh boy.
I appreciate you, Capcom, go fuck yourself. But you know, you did great.
It might work if they let you opt out of it. It was like, yeah, no, do it again, or so, because like, think about it, if you're just buying the games, as Swollpool was saying, like that first experience was pretty cool, because I found that I would just hire new pawns that all of a sudden knew more stuff, and that was pretty neat.
Right.
I don't think you get that effect if all the pawns knew everything.
Oh, I don't think there's anything really to do in the elf like village all that much. Not that I've taken note of.
There's not. No, there's like a couple quests, and you can get the specialization to have your pawn speak Elvish. I haven't figured out how to do that, but I know that's where you do it.
All right. Well, you know what? I will definitely, because I have a pawn on my team who does understand Elvish.
Yeah, I just grabbed someone out of the rift at some point.
Yeah, that's basically what I did, and I'm just like, all right, I like you, but I'm one of the people who I like to swap out my team with myself. It was like I just basically went to and it pisses me off because I finished Mystic Spearhand so quickly. Like I maxed it so quickly, and I'm just like, it's too fun. But I maxed it and I switched to a warrior, and now I have 2 warriors on a team, and I'm just like, I gotta change my team up. But I need somebody to speak Elvish. Now that I don't, and now that I know it's not all that like pertinent, I'm just gonna get another pawn. I can do it later.
Yeah.
Or I'll just favorite her and bring her back.
Right. Let's see. I guess. Yeah, I think then we got the vocations.
Yeah.
Because
one of the best parts.
That's definitely the strong part of this game. All the gameplay and mechanics you can do, it's just super duper fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we all basically use different vocations for the most part.
I maxed out all of them.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, there you go. So because I did it in the first game, I mainly used sorcerer in my playthrough. I did switch around a bit, but I just like big fuck off spells that go boom, and that's why I went back to sorcerer. Super fun, but when you play sorcerer, you want a tank in your party because you don't want the enemies to get to you because they sneeze at you and you die. I got 2-hit killed a bunch of times by hobgoblins. You are very, very, very squishy. But for the most part, it works pretty well because I made my main pawn a warrior. So she just took aggro all the time and just yeeted them around with the big swords. So that worked out pretty well. But yeah, like 1v1s or just when you have to fight before the other pawns get to you to help you out, it can get a bit dicey, especially if you don't have any spells on you that you proc quickly, which was the case for me. I liked to use just the big ones at the end that took a little bit of time. Which also kind of made me miss the 6 spell slots from DD1.
Yeah, actually, that's worth talking about. So,
Yeah.
so in DD1, just for people who don't have context, you have 3 skill slots for each weapon you have. Okay? Sorcerer, Major, Special. I'll get to those in a second. Right? So, most of the vocations have 2 weapons. Right? So, like, Strider has daggers and short bow, Fighter has sword and shield, so on and so forth. Mage and Sorcerer, they get 6 spells each, but they only have 1 weapon. Warrior is also a special case where you do get 1 weapon and you get 3 skills, but also Warrior's terrible in Dragons Dogma 1.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, right, while you get more skills with each vocation in Dragons Dogma 1, technically in 2, you get more weapon-specific skills because you have 1 weapon, but you get 4 skills. Except for Fighter. Fighter's different. With Sorcerer, I think it's the only one, well, in Mage, that's generally just a downgrade because you only get 4 spells. Also, Sorcerer has a lot less utility spells in Dragon's Dogma 2. They're all offensive. Like, you don't have Necromancy, which is a fantastic spell. You don't have Miasma, which is a poison cloud. You don't have Lassitude, which is Torpor. All your spells are pretty much strictly offensive.
Yeah.
That's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I kind of don't like Sorcerer in this game, which is funny because I don't like Mage in Dragon's Dogma 1, but I like Mage in Dragon's Dogma 2. But I don't like Sorcerer in Dragon's Dogma 2, but I like in Dragon's Dogma 1.
I didn't play. The only 2 that I didn't try at all were Mage and Sorcerer.
Yeah.
Mostly because I knew Metal had those covers. So I was like, okay, I'll try to see if I can get other ones.
Sorcerers, you want to stay behind, let your pawns take the aggro, and cast your big boy spells at them. Because the spells are really, really powerful. I mean, I think I talked about it earlier a little bit. The 2 Meister spells you can get, Meteoron and Maelstrom, those are really, really powerful. Like, they're really good. And the way they balance them a little bit is by not being able to quick cast in this one. Which is an addition I actually quite like. The quick cast makes the Sorcerer much more fun to play than in Dragon's Dogma 1. Because you have the ability... You have more time to actually move around and reposition yourself. You're not as stationary as you are on the first one. Like, you can quickly cast a thing, and then it's like, oh, it's kind of turning on me. Now I gotta move somewhere else, do the next spell, and just move around. You can't do that with the Meister spells. They need to charge fully without a quick spell.
It's well, me personally, I think it's just my personal preference. I like playing as a mobile person.
Yeah.
Like
super fun.
even in like Call of Duty, I'm not a sniper. I'm more of an assault. I'm a ground guy. I'm an
Why I'm
assault
an
guy. I'm
insect
going
glaive
in.
guy, damn it.
I'm an insect glaive guy. I like freedom of movement. It's one of my favorite things in these games. So, like one of the most abused abilities that I used in Dragons Dogma 1 was the instant reset from Strider. Like almost everything I did was just like it was just playing a regular Capcom. It was just playing a Capcom fighting game. I just throw in a combo, reset, throw in another combo, reset. It was great.
Nice.
So like it's probably one of the banes for me. It's playing like warrior who's slower but powerful, or even playing like a wizard or a sorcerer or a mage, because they're usually stationary, but they can like enchant some crazy shit. And it's like, all right, that's nice and fine and dandy. I really want to just blaze through these classes personally.
Yeah.
I played a bit of Warrior. I think I got it to about rank 5. I liked it, but I didn't like it nearly as much as I like Thief or Archer.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Great. I was about to say, Thief is probably like one of the best classes that they threw in here. Like Thief is great. Mystic Spearhand's obviously my favorite.
The rope dart is unbelievable. It's like the best skill in this entire game.
I love what they did with the Ranger. Like they took away the close hand weapons, and that's fine because now you can just basically like flying kick everything. I love it.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about Archer.
Flying kick was good.
But just because Mark brought up Warrior, and I think Warrior is like one of my most played Vocation. I max out everything, but there's obviously ones that I played way more than others.
Warrior did serious damage.
Oh yeah, Warrior's like Warrior's.
My main pawn had Warrior, just yeeting shit around. It looks super fun.
So, for context, Warrior in Dragons Dogma 1 is ass cheeks. It is terrible. It's fun.
It's garbage. It's actually garbage.
It's so bad. Right? You get 3 skills. You are very slow. You have 1 defensive skill. So basically, you have 2 skills that are free. It's not even that good. Your damage is poo.
Your Warrior plays like it's kind of like the charge blade of this game, like from Monster Hunter. I'd say that's the one, at least the Monster Hunter weapon that I use as a heavy weapon that the Warrior feels most like.
I can see it because it's kind of like if you took Great Sword and Charge Blade and put it together.
And because you have to do a lot of like cranking up your damage by charging and like waiting there for a second. And while it's more dangerous, you get a lot more damage if you get it to the second charge level.
Yeah. So. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma 1, Warrior is pissed. But like Mark said, there's a lot of charging, there's a lot of timing with Dragon's Dogma 2 Warrior. So your basic attack has 2 modes. You could do 3. You do the basic attack where you don't time anything, you're just swinging, which is slow. You have your timed swings, Chain of Blows, which is very fast. As long as you have good timing, right, you could get off a lot of damage really quickly. You just a wave of sword shit. And then you have your charged attacks, which are even slower, but if you have good timing with them, they have like a ton of knockdown and a ton of damage. Like I think I've knocked down a Drake in like 3 hits with that.
Nice.
Yeah, so Warrior got like such an upgrade. It still has its weakness, right? Warrior does really bad with hypermobile enemies.
I bet,
yeah.
But like if you could get an enemy to stand still, you could delete health bars in a very short amount of time. So I really like Warrior in this game. Metal, you should have played Warrior. It's fucking great.
Yeah, just looking at my main pawn, just yeeting people around. It's just like, man, that probably would be the class I'd be using if I would do another playthrough.
Oh, and like the best part about Warrior, because this was in Dragon's Dogma 1 too. Dragon's Dogma as well. You can very easily just jump into a crowd of enemies because Warrior has very high knockdown resistance. You can jump into a crowd of enemies and like not even worry about shit. You're like, I'm gonna kill every single one of you fuckers. You can't do that with any other vocation.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I like in general, just in games, just running in and going ham. It's just fun. It's really fun.
But Arc of Might, if you played Dragon's Dogma 1, is still pissed. Don't use that skill. It's garbage.
Yeah, I will say there were definitely some skills, especially in DD1, that like they like you see the potential behind them, but there's so much risk for like a reward that may or may not pay off. It's like what is it, sacrificial shot, I think it was called, where you just basically lose one pawn to like take away like so much health from
it was
enemy.
I think it was sacrificial bolt, but now it's like martyrs.
Bolt.
Now it's like martyrs bolt with magic archer, where instead of sacrificing your pawn, you sacrifice your own health.
Okay, well at least that's understandable. I can deal with that. I don't feel like having to like always go back to the rift and go get another pawn.
The thing is, it gets rid of your max health, so you can't just heal it back.
Yeah, I expected.
So you still need to go back and rest somewhere to get it back, or use an all heal, I guess. But you don't have that many of those.
Yeah. Let's see if there's a recipe to put those things together. That'd be great.
It might be.
But yeah.
So. Is it talked about? Sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to jump into
class?
Magic Archer then.
Okay.
When we just touched upon it.
One of my favorite classes.
Really like Magic Archer. It's really fun. Might be the one I enjoyed the most of the ones I checked out, which is has a lot to do with I just like games in general having like the whole lock-on release.
It has the zone of the enders.
It's just so much fun.
The Magic Archer is the zone of the enders attack.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. It's the same with me in EDF. I just love those rocket launchers or missile launchers that have like, I'm just gonna lock onto 50 enemies now, and then I release 50 rockets, and it goes boom, and it's like yeah. And yeah, with Magic Archer, you can you have like two modes. Like one is a smaller circle, where the lock on is faster when you have like only one enemy, or like enemies are close together. It just goes faster. Or you have like a wider one, which takes longer to lock on, but obviously you have an easier time getting more targets locked on. I actually don't know if the wider one makes more damage also. I didn't actually pay attention to that. I think it might do.
I don't think so.
No? Okay, well, never mind that.
Yeah, I think it's the same. It's just more the method of how you aim.
And yeah, it's basically it's a mix of like sorcerer and archer almost, because you have like these abilities. You can fire a fire arrow or like a fire thing that you can actually control, like where it flies.
Yeah, that thing's powerful as fuck too.
I never used it. I don't know why. I never even tried it, but
that's pretty good.
Then you.
But
yeah.
At least because you get it pretty early on. It's a really good early skill for Magic Archer at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like your only close range skill, because Magic Archer it's really powerful, but it has like a really big weakness. You have like no close range defense.
No,
like if anything gets in your face,
you don't have
fucked.
the mobility of the normal archer either.
Yeah,
arguably, if they gave you the kick jump in the Magic Archer, it would be OP.
It's already OP. The kick is just way too much.
No, like you'd be unstoppable because you'd just be able to get away from things too.
So you have like no close range defense. So what I did with the firebolt when like monsters were getting close to me is I just shoot it at my feet. It would kill everything around me.
Smart.
Yeah.
I used the fire orb thingy that did like the AoE fire attack. That's the one I used mostly instead of the one you can control.
My favorite Magic Archer skill though is still the lightning pikes that you can shoot into things, and you can shoot them into an enemy and then in spots on the ground, and when they get close to the other spikes, it starts making a chain of lightning spell that does damage over time, and pretty good damage over time
it's like fighting Thunderblight Ganon.
Yeah, I know. It was like, oh my god, this is awesome. I kind of wanted to play it more, but I wanted to also switch classes so I got a bit more experience because
my favorite one of the Magic Archer is the one where you have more lock-ons and more things that shoot into stuff. Like it's I don't know if it's just magic missiles of some sorts. I don't think it has an element to it. I think it's just magic.
Is your basic attack?
No, it's not the basic attack. It's your basic attack on ecstasy. basically.
It's
Oh, cool.
It's something downpour. I forgot the first
Yeah,
word.
it's fucking
So
awesome.
it really likes the feel of its shirt rubbing against its neck.
But yeah, you hold it down and then it just locks on, but it goes like lock on like and you have like 20 to 40 arrows, bullets, whatever you want to call them, and you just release them all with like machine gun fire. It's so satisfying, and you get the high version of it, so you get like 50 lock-ons in like 2 seconds or something, and it goes like it's so fun to use. It just feels good to use. And it's very good as well.
Do you have to tap during it, or does it just fire on its own?
No,
I don't think I use this.
You lock on 50 times, and then you release.
Oh, cool.
The only thing you have to do is make sure your lock-on's like on point, because
Yeah.
the lock-on so fast that, like, say you want to hit the head, but you slightly shift over to the leg, it'll start locking onto the leg.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, that's true.
But
Actually,
it's
playing Magic Archer with mouse and keyboard might be kind of fun.
Yeah,
Just
it might work
because
pretty
you'd
well,
be able
actually.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really
Yeah.
like that skill. It's pretty cool. And obviously, it has the Meister attack. That's just that it melts enemies, but you get rid of your max HP, of course.
I have not. I liked Magic Archer. I only have like one problem with it, and I think the triangle skill or Y or whatever, the heavy attack alternative is kind of dog shit. Because there's not really a scenario where I want slower aim for more targets. I kind of wish they did something else where like you could change your basic tax element instead. Because I think that would just be more interesting, because like you still have this same basic function of Magic Archer, but like you are now the elemental guy.
Yeah,
That's
that'd
a-
actually be pretty
That
cool.
attack I'm doing on screen there, that one for Archer, you have to tap A to shoot, and the faster you tap, the more hits you get in.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that while I was on
Okay.
screen.
All
Yeah,
good.
I think we're about to talk about Archer in a little bit, because Mark, you played Archer.
Yep.
Sheep, did you
I
play
maxed out
Archer
Archer.
any all?
Oh, it's Well, it's funny because like
Killed my first dragon.
I always start. Well, I started with Ranger on PC, and then I think I started with Warrior or Fighter on PS5. Then immediately went to Range. It was like I love Range. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I really like Archer in this game. So in Dragons Dogma 1, Archer has a couple problems. Number one, most of the dagger skills are piss. There's no reason to use daggers except for Dazzle Blast, and you usually use that with Rusted Daggers, so you can torpor enemies. Basically, you just slow them down.
Yeah.
For easy shots. Ranger in Dragons Dogma 1 was stupid powerful and kind of fucking boring.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true.
Right? Because you didn't really have mobility. You had skills that unfortunately were much stronger than the other skills. Right?
Yeah,
like, if you weren't
Strider-
using Tenfold, why are you playing Archer? I mean,
Right.
Ranger in Dragon's Dogma 1.
Like Strider was slightly weaker than Ranger, but you had so much movement. So Strider was the obvious better pick.
Yeah, Strider was like better than Ranger, but obviously Ranger fills a very specific role and is the king of that role. Kind of.
Right.
Because Magic Archer exists. But that's a different story. In this game, because you have one weapon, they can give you more skills. And one skill is tied to your base moveset, which is the Puncture Dart, which I found a lot of use out of. And then you have like your 4 other skills. Also, Archer's fucking mobile as shit. Like,
Yeah.
there's like, if you're good at Archer, you should never get hit.
Basically that.
You're just all over the place, and then your kick has like really high knockdown. Like I've kicked a griffin in the face in the air and knocked it down.
And you put a
Nice.
good bit of
That's
distance between you and your target when you vault off of them.
Oh yeah, that too, right? So you do a running attack, and then you kick them, and then you do this huge,
Huge ass leap.
like a dragon. They can't counterattack you.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, like, Archer's kind of become one of my favorite vocations in this game from just all my testing, because I'm like, what the fuck? I can do so much things. Like, I can't combo shit, but like,
Watching this footage, I'm realizing that at this point in the game, I didn't realize that you could use your skills from the like actual aim mode.
No,
Because I was like, I'm not aiming at all. I was like, this must have been one of my earlier fights.
Oh, that reminds me. We talk about aiming. I miss the manual aim on the sorcerer.
Yeah, that is a downgrade too.
The amount of times I was just trying to use my normal attack to get a specific enemy because I know they die fairly quickly, but it just kept hitting like someone else. Like, oh, just let me manual aim, please.
Yeah, and also
it's got the Kingdom Hearts lock on. Like you lock on to one enemy and go attack something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Ingle. Rest in peace, Ingle.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
God, you only have the fire torrent thingy that you can shoot
Which is good.
It's good, but man, I miss my fireballs. Those were nice.
Firewall was my favorite sorcerer spell in Diablo 1. Chain Lightning is close runner-up though.
Now I will say when it comes to like mage as a class, I like the idea that they just tied health to just like a mage like what's it called? Like yeah. Basically, so it's just innate to it. You don't have to actually waste a spell slot for it.
Yeah, they've done that with like a few vocations, right? Where like they've took like a really commonly used skill in DD1 and just made it a part of your core moveset. Like fighter has antler toss. You just have to hold the light attack button, which is kind of neat, right? Because I found some cool combinations. Like if you use blink strike and you hold it, by the time you do your blink strike, you've loaded the antler toss. I'm using that word because the actual name tongue ties me. Fuck you.
Toss.
Yeah, I can't say that.
Toss. They named that one specifically for you.
They did. They hate me.
Just to annoy
you. Like, we don't want him saying this word.
Oh, Swole's playing. God damn it.
But yeah, fighter is like, I really like fighter in this game. I don't think it replaces DD1's fighter because like they're different. Because in Dragons Dogma 1, fighter has an absurd amount of fucking iframes. Like,
yeah,
like it's borderline cheating, but your damage isn't that great, so it's fine. This game, you have like no iframes, but your offensive power is better. So it's a weird trade-off. But I really like fighter in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I played fighter a little bit, and I really enjoyed it. It just I guess it just counts for all the vocations, basically. Everything feels good. Like, everything feels responsive and punchy.
Yeah.
Like, when I was using the fighter, and I knocked an enemy down, and then you did, like, the kill strike, or, like, the execution, it just goes like, boom. It's like, yeah, do it again. Kill them.
You're just like, shaky camera, slow-mo. You're like, did Zack Snyder or Michael Bay work on this at the same time?
Oh, I hope it wasn't Zack Snyder.
Well, that might explain the story.
Oh, you might be onto something here.
Yeah. There we go.
Let's see. We talked about fighter. We touched on thief.
I have no experience with thief at all. I think I had one pawn randomly before, but that's about it. So that one is all you.
Thief is really interesting.
I think thief is the best vocation in the game.
Oh.
That's a bold claim.
It was the first one I maxed out.
So let me explain why, okay?
Fine.
So when we look at the melee vocations, they all kind of suffer for like really mobile enemies, right? If we look at the ranged ones, they're all kind of bad with very close quarters. Thief does ranged good enough. Yeah. Actually pretty good. With implicate, it's just like,
man. Yeah, it's incredible.
Like, you can knock enemies out of the sky with it. You can pull them in with it. If you want to be real cheeky with it, you can combo with it.
Yeah.
Close quarters, thief shreds everything.
Well, also because when you use that, they get stunned, and then you can hit Y and just execute them, like, while they're in midair. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You're actually Scorpion in this game if you're playing as a thief.
You have the concussive leap, which is also pretty dope.
Oh, and not to mention the I forget what the skill's called, but when it only works when you're climbing and climbing on a monster, and it's a big stab that does like crazy damage.
Oh, gut and run.
The upgraded version of it.
I think that's
Drawn quarter. Drawn
Yeah.
quarter. I think it's drawn quarter. That is a boss melter. It's crazy how much damage that thing does if you get onto a weak point with it.
Oh,
I love Thief. I hated the fact that all the other vocations seem so interesting because I was like, oh, but like, can I have a game where I'm just playing as the Thief, but also I get to try this other cool stuff? And like even talking about it now, I miss it. I kind of want to go back and just get some Endgame gear and rock New Game Plus.
You just use Pilfer and run a Minotaur's Pockets for like 17 gold. Great.
Oh, that's actually another thing about Thief. So if you put Plunder or Pilfer on a Thief pawn, they steal so much shit from you for you. Like, I think I remember I was playing once. I'm like, fuck, I need a Fairy Stone. And I looked at my main pawn's fucking inventory. She had like 10. I'm like, where the fuck did you get 10 Fairy Stones?
Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions, Sir Arisen. Just take these here Fairy Stones.
They're just for you, Arisen. Take them.
Okay.
There's like 10 bodies in the background. It's like, just take them, Arisen. It's for you. It's like,
chaotic neutral is your alignment. Good to know.
Oh, and then the smoke bomb. Smoke bomb's like really cool because if you use smoke bomb, every enemy in the smoke bomb you can execute immediately, right? Which is fucking broken. Nice. But it synergizes with the concussive jump really well. Because what you can do is you can use the concussive jump to jump a long distance. But if you use the smoke bomb, it immediately kills your momentum. So you can do like dropping heavy attacks with it pretty well. It's hard, but you can do that. It's like, oh my god, Thief is like really insane.
You also have the screw attack from Metroid.
What is that? Oh, Skull Splitter?
Thief. Yeah, you can just go into friggin' morph ball mode and just like do crazy amounts of damage to people while flying through the air, which means you can hit monsters in the head from the ground sometimes, even if as long as they're ducked down a little bit, depending on how big the monster is. And then from there, you can often stun them, or when you stun them, you can always take them down with that move. And it's, oh man, Thief is so good.
Yeah,
I'm fanboy.
That move was broken in Dragons Dogma 1 too. They cannot balance that move. It's just too good.
It just can't.
What else can Thief do? Like, it's crazy because like Thief pretty much does everything. Oh, Masterful Kill, the parry is silly.
Dude.
It's so fucking silly. It's just as silly as Dragons Dogma 1. Except it has a smaller window. Right? So you just pop it, and if it's a small enemy, you kill them. They're fucking dead. If it's a large enemy, you do a fuck ton of damage. And you can do it in the air. So if you're falling, it's like, no, you're not hitting me in the air, bitch.
No, I'm not doing it.
Well, I haven't. Well, I mean, I obviously I've maxed out Thief. Is there an instant reset in this game? Because if there is, I might abuse that again.
There's not. They were smart. They didn't put it in the game this time. Fucking move.
I officially marked this game further down on the list of one of my favorites. Thank you, Capcom, for ruining my gaming experience. You can go burn now.
So, to explain how broken instant reset is, basically, you can reset to neutral from anything in the game. So let's say you get slapped by a dragon. I'm back on my feet. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
You fall from a cliff.
Reset. You're good. You just instantly back up in one frame, back in it's standing in a pool of your own blood. It's great.
There's this really funny trick with thunder wyverns, right? So they have this big wind breath that if you get hit by, which you're an idiot if you get hit by, because that shit's so easy to dodge, you go flying way up in the air and you usually take gravity damage. What you could do with instant reset is you fly up, and at the peak of your jump, you instant reset, you do a double jump, you land on the dragon, and you take them down.
Okay. Nice.
Oh, great. Man.
That's how broken that skill is.
Sounds like damage boosting to me.
Oh, yeah. It's
damage maxing, even.
Strider in Dragon's Dogma 1 is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Sounds nutty, yeah.
I love that.
Hey, you did the move with Spearhand. We should talk about Spearhand.
Wow.
Oh yeah, Mystic Spearhand. That's probably my favorite class. Even in I don't know. I might have to go back to Thief and reconsider that because I just remembered how much fun I had with it. But Mystic Spearhand is really good too because you've got a really awesome jump attack that you can use that is great at getting you up onto monsters and towards their weak spot fast. If you want to do close combat, I got introduced to Mystic Spearhand once I already was given this spear that I'm using in this footage. And it's pretty high level, and it worked for the end game. Basically, I was like, okay, so Mystic Spearhand's going to be what I end the game on because I was just given this class in one of the later main game quests, and it's fun. Basically the move from Force Unleashed where you do the repulse is in this class, and it's so good. It will like as you upgrade it, it knocks back dragons. It's nuts. I was like, wow.
Yeah, you can yeet people around with your ability. It's really fun. It also like has like a Devil May Cry moveset. Like you can dash, jump, dodge, and everything. It's really fun to use.
And the spell I just used there is something you can charge up and just sort of stun the enemy for a second. It makes them move
the stun is so
slower.
busted.
It's so broken.
It's kind of like a slow. But that's the thing. Like I ended up using it. Even it took me like 40 minutes to beat that dragon at the end with Mystic Spearhand. But you'll notice that very frequently I'll just run up to it and hit it with that spell. It'll glow blue for a second and move really slow. But those provide you with very valuable seconds.
Oh yeah.
So,
dude, that's how I wiped the Drake in a minute and a half. It's just like, you know what? I don't feel like dealing with this. So I just like wailed on his heart. Then once he fell, I was like, oh, you're lost, buddy. Zap, 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 zap. It was great.
So, Spearhand's like fucking crazy, right? Because
I love it.
So with the Forebending Bolt, that's like the stasis thing. You can do so much with it. Like on basic level, it like stuns enemies, right? But you can teleport to those enemies if you have like relatively good timing, right? And you can if they're a small enemy, you can execute them immediately. And if you have again relatively good timing, you could do it, press the button again, and you stun all the enemies like in that vicinity, as long as there's not like an object between them, right? But that's not all you could do with that move, right? The longer you charge it, the stronger it is. So like bigger enemies, you can stun them for longer.
Yep.
But you can also cancel all of your abilities with it. So there's this one move. It's like a dragoon jump where you go up and then you come down. The timing's kind of hard for this, but if you do it just before it comes out, you get the bolt, and then you can just do whatever move you want in the air. So it just becomes a super jump.
Nice.
And you could do that at any point as long as you charge it up enough.
I did not learn that.
Oh,
also, I switched off the Dragoon jump pretty quick because I was having a lot of trouble landing hits with it. Enemies would always be gone by the time I landed. I was like, oh shit.
It's kind of tricky.
I don't think I got to that ability. I think I only leveled it to like level 5, and then I switched back to something else. I think.
I think that one's pretty early on though. It's just it wasn't very useful, so I didn't really play around with it all that much.
It's kind of tricky to use, right? Because like without all the crazy tech I'm about to get into, what can you do? You can do with it if you dodge with it, it does more damage, right? And it has like a little bit of tracking. It's not super strong, but it has a little bit of tracking. So if you're kind of close to an enemy and you're in the air and you use it, we'll put you above them. What else can you do with it? It's honestly not that different from using Trickster style in DMC.
Yeah, that's what I was reminded of.
Nice.
A lot of things. It's very mobile. Like there's a lot of quick attacks, like dashing to the next enemy, then the other one, execute this one, jump up, do the other thing. I'm sure you can like combo lots of different attacks with each other, and it's gonna look really epic.
I would say Spearhand is probably like the most anime vocation you could pick in this game.
Probably.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, 100.
It is.
Like,
it is.
Oh.
Did Sheep die?
Oh, okay. No, I think Discord had a hiccup. I think I didn't hear any of you for a second there.
Oh no! Am I still here?
I wasn't talking because I thought other people were. So you might have been able to.
No, it's all good now. It's all good.
But like you can do some crazy stuff with the other vocations, but Spearhand is the one where it's like, you know what? I'll just close this crazy distance and just blow you backwards. I'll just pick you up and throw you off using the force and some other crazy stuff.
You also have that move where, like, if you stun an
yeah.
enemy, you have the force move where you're like, you know what? Go bye-bye now.
Yeah,
Go
and
to
then
water.
you can
if-
fire them off a cliff.
Yeah, I was
so
gonna say, if
easy.
there's a
Fire
cliff
10 enemies
nearby-
off a cliff.
Hilarious.
Small
Oh,
enemies,
that-
you can just take out a whole group of them if they're by a cliff.
No, that reminds me. You know this guy, that mercenary guy you meet in Bethal, and then you need to fight him towards the end game before you go to phases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about the guy with the Miles Morales cut?
Ragnar,
Yes.
yeah. Yes.
We always.
I sent the cat
Ragnar,
person
that
with
was
the
his
Miles Morales cut to Brooks, and it killed him.
So-
Jedi Brooks is a black guy. He's got pretty long dreadlocks, and his theory is that the Killmonger cut only exists in media because he's never seen a black person that actually wears it.
Not wrong.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
He's not wrong. I haven't seen that
I just
shit.
I just have a taper fade. I'll stick with that.
I just shave it.
It was just funny because
Yeah,
when
Sheepsidian's
you
looking good. He's
when
wearing
you-
a pineapple suit at the Vegas meetup.
Yeah.
because you
Not a suit made of pineapples, a suit with pineapples on it drawn.
Oh, boo!
Oh.
It should be out
Or
of
like a dress suit. It was like it kind of looked like the mask.
Next
Oh.
next
that's
time
neat.
I'll hate myself by putting on a suit that becomes extremely sticky because I'm in Vegas.
Oh yeah, that wasn't a problem. Although it was cold a few of the days.
What about Ragnar, German man?
Oh yeah, it's just funny how I quote unquote fought him. So the first 2 times he stun locked me, so I had to restart, and the third time I used my lightning magic because I was sorcerer, so I couldn't really do anything when he started attacking me and except running away and hope for the best. I used the lightning magic thing, like the lightning ball, lightning mine, I think it was. Staggered him once, picked him up, and threw him in the abyss.
Yeah, get out of here, Ragnar.
And then later, apparently he's still alive. That doesn't kill him. He's still in the game later. It's like, oh man, remember when we fought? It's like, how do you live? There was like an endless abyss.
I think you might be
don't
immortal,
understand.
buddy.
It's
Don't know
They're
what to
throwing
tell
him in
you.
the sea to live with to die with his ancestors.
yeah. It was even funnier because one of the Sphinx puzzles or quests is, oh man, entertain me with a fight, but you can't just do your normal things. You have to wear this ring, and this ring basically just debuffs everything you have, so you don't really deal any damage. So I was like, yeah, but we're in the mountain though. So I grabbed the soldier she spawned and just fucking yeeted him off the cliff, and he died immediately.
Nothing wrong with that.
She's
And the Sphinx
like, oh, look at your arm.
yeah, the Sphinx was like, oh, that was very entertaining. Yes, it's like, yeah, I bet.
Sorry, like I don't need all these abilities and stuff like that. I just think they're cool. I'll just end this quickly though because I'm smarter than that.
Yeah, it was really funny.
So, speaking of that quest, I forgot to take out on New Game Plus 2. I forgot to take off that ring, so I went all the way to Endgame because I was gonna play Thief. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna play Thief in Endgame. So I got to the dragon. I'm like, why am I not doing any fucking damage? How does anyone beat the dragon with Thief? I spent like an hour trying to figure it out. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? And I don't know what tipped me off. I was like, wait a second, do I still have that fucking ring on?
He rock lead himself. He took the weights off and was like, oh, freedom of movement does exist.
That was funny.
Yeah, you need to remember to take that back off because you put it on, it stays in your inventory. You need to put it back on. Take it off, I mean.
Oh no, it was actually the... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I guess you can use that for your experimentation because you don't deal any damage.
Oh shit, I could. Fuck. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
But I remember what tipped me off because it was that Ragnar fight. Because I'm like, okay, let me fucking kill him real fast. Because the first times I did it. I wanted the alternative cutscene, so I didn't hit him. So this time I'm like, oh fuck, I fought you like 5 times. I don't want to do it again. Okay, so I went for a masterful kill, the counter, and it did no damage. I'm like, wait a second,
Something's
that should have killed him.
But yeah, that's it's fun. Just throwing people off. Or fighter when you, I know they're kind of knocked away, and then you give them like a heavy attack, and they just like fly off the wall down the mountain.
Yeah, environmental kills are really great. You ever get You ever get like whiff an ogre's drop kick and just see him fly off a cliff?
Yes.
Have you guys gotten the ogre bridge trophy? Because I got that like a couple days ago actually.
I don't remember. Did I get that? I think I. Oh yeah, I think I did get it on stream.
It's anytime if you knock a yogurt, an ogre
Yogurt.
off
Not
a
the
cliff, but it's a narrow enough cliff that he can grab the other side.
Yeah.
He hangs onto it, and then you can walk across it and hit him in the head. And if you do, you get a trophy.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did it.
I think like Troll Bridge, I think is the trophy name. It's something like that.
I think it wasn't the part where it wasn't even that deep, and then he fell down. Like his course was like weirdly mangled into this thing, and I almost couldn't get past to check out what's down there.
I had a funny one. Like right before the stream started, I was like doing some testing, and a griffin just threw me off a cliff. It's like, why?
This is so mean. Why did you do that?
Because you killed my friend with that one gigantic bolt. And it was like, that wasn't me. That was somebody I didn't know yet. You know them now.
Who fought the Medusa?
I didn't. Well, I guess we all did in the beginning. But we never went back
in
to
the prologue.
I never went back to fighter again.
It's like the first Asylum demon battle.
I'm getting its head.
I like that. I like that fight because there's a little thing you could do, right? You have to do it when she's high health. So I got rid of all my pawns and I took my the weapons away from my main pawn because I'm like, don't kill it because you have to do it at high health.
Okay.
And a melee weapon, that's a bladed one. You have to crawl up to the head and just hit her head, and if you do it enough, her head will fall off.
Yeah.
And you can just use it.
Nice.
As a Medusa head.
Like God of War. That's sick.
Yeah, I mean, you can only use it for so long, and if you rest, it will start to decay.
Aw, boo.
But it is a one-hit kill for every enemy.
Leave it in your inventory. Yeah, in your box, your storage box.
No, but if you rest, it'll decay even in the storage box.
Sorcerer has a augmentation where items deteriorate less. So
I learned that lesson by stashing a lot of food.
Yeah.
Didn't go well. I had a lot of lantern oil though.
Oh, I got too much of that already.
Yeah. Well, I guess we still have the Trickster left, which is probably the weirdest vocation in this game.
Yeah, I don't even know what.
I actually
someone else has to explain this one to me because I tried and I just did not know how to properly use that class at all.
So the thing with Trickster is it's an interesting idea, I guess. You actually don't really deal any damage. Like your damage output is basically zero. It's very, very, very low, if any. So the idea with Trickster seems to be you take aggro, but you also have like an imitation you can do, like an illusion of yourself with like smoke, and then you can do a skill that goes into an area that gives aggro to you. But when this thing is out, this illusion, that takes the aggro. Meaning you're just a complete support class at this point. Like all your pawns deal the damage and do the thing. And later on, you also get skills that buff your pawns to like an insane degree, apparently. I haven't seen the damage, but that's what I've read online.
It's very, very high.
But it seems weird. It seems like a class you want to have in like a multiplayer game where you support your people.
Yeah.
Because you can't really control very well where your pawns go. You can tell them to go, help, wait, and to me or whatever, but you can't tell them focus this target because I just buffed you and I want you to nuke this thing down immediately. It seems kind of out of place in this game. Yeah. I don't know. Swole, you dicked around with it a little bit, right?
Yeah. Probably, I guess the most in this call. So basically, you are playing with aggro, right? Yeah. You kind of need a full party, and it doesn't really work in this game past new game because you're so powerful and all your pawns are so powerful that it's like not really doing anything. But say there's a theoretical hard mode, right? So the point of Trickster, it seems like one of those vocations where it's like high concept. Which is weird. So what you do is you gain aggro, and then you put out your clone, right? And all the enemies will go to the clone. right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, right, you kind of have to control how much aggro you get. Because if you get too much aggro and your clone gets popped, then every enemy's coming after you fucking hard as shit.
Yeah.
And you can't defend yourself. So you kind of have to balance that out. Also, if you get hit, like you, not your clone disappears.
Yep.
That's garbage.
Yeah, so it's kind of a high skill floor because you have to be able to control the fight while also not getting hit during the fight. And then obviously, you can be clever with it, right? Let's say there's a cliff and I get a bunch of aggro and I put my clone off the cliff.
Yeah.
Enemies are going to jump off the cliff.
Yeah.
Trying to get that. Right?
No need.
And then the Maester skill is basically you summon a smoke dragon. Does no damage, but it terrifies every enemy on the thing.
Yeah.
So you can do that, and then buff your pawns, and they do all the damage.
Interestingly, this vocation also has a core augmentation. I don't know which one it was, but I checked the skill list earlier. Where you can find seeker tokens with easier, like you get like a sound or like visual cues or something when you're close to one. So that's definitely the vocation you want to use if you want to look for all 250 seeker tokens, if you want to. And they can summon platforms. First one, and then later when you have the second tier ability, you get two. So
they're fake platforms.
Like fake platforms. Like they called. I think they actually called like fickle platforms or whatever. So
so
you can go up things that you can't reach easy.
No, actually, you can't touch them. What happened? How they work is that your enemies think they're actual platforms. So you can make a fake bridge, taunt your enemy with smoke, and then they walk over and they die because this is a bridge.
Oh, I thought it was for movement, for exploring. No. Oh, that's lame.
It's like Trickster's all about like
for trickstering.
Pretty much.
Well, they tricked me. Good job.
And then there's another one where you can like throw your clone at an enemy and it'll like hang on to the enemy, and then all the other enemies will attack that enemy. Right? But obviously, the problem with that is like, what if I'm fighting one enemy? What the fuck am I doing? It's not going to attack itself.
Probably not. No.
So, like, I don't hate the vocation. I just like, I don't see what the higher level of it is.
Yeah.
Right? Because like, that's while the magic vocations they don't have like super high skill ceilings, right? They are very. The skill with them is getting off your spells without getting hit, and obviously as you get better and better, you can use less pawns to do that.
Yeah.
With Trickster, I don't know, like where to go from just I got aggro, and I run around with my little clone, and and try not to get hit. So I think it's interesting. I just don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Seems like you can do some funny memes by letting people run off bridges that don't exist or whatever, but I don't know. I'd rather zip around with my, my Mystic Archer or whatever and do crazy things.
Yeah.
And just
I'll
grab them and throw myself.
I'll try Trickster out because I like the idea behind it. It seems kind of interesting.
Trickster would probably also be helped if the game was harder.
Oh yeah, I mean you just kill everything anyway, especially when you're already later in the game. So
you'd be at such a disadvantage though if you're fighting. Like for example, this fight right here. How the hell would you do anything to this with Trickster? Aside from just like pulling the aggro and maybe letting a warrior or a fighter do some or a thief do some damage.
Probably just nerf your guys and hope for the best, I guess.
Yeah, like this kind of fight is kind of where Trickster stumbles, at least for now, right? Like the game just came out. Someone might figure out, like, oh, hey, this is how you actually use Trickster. But currently, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing with this.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's a neat idea. And like when Dragons Dogma 3 comes out, I would like to see what they do. It's kind of like V in DMC5, except way less clunky. Because V works, but V's like, hey, this is an idea, but you need refinement. That's kind of Trickster.
But with V, he also has things fighting on his behalf that the player has direct control over, at least as far as its attacks go.
Yeah, I more just meant the like it's there's an idea there that's really cool. It just needs more refinement. Style. Right?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe giving like if your clone could attack, I think that would do a lot of good. Even if he didn't do a lot of damage, like just if it was like, okay, it's in my best interest to have the aggro on this thing that's fighting, and they think it's an actual threat because it is doing damage.
It's also weird because when I first saw that Vocation and I saw what it's like, oh, they're using like an incense thingy. It's like, oh, maybe they like poison things and do like slow dot damage or whatever. It's like, no, they don't deal any damage at all. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is like even if you can like distract them long enough to get your conjurings out there, and like debuff them in some way, lower their attack or hit them with.
I did find myself in a forced story fight. I think the one against or like where the dude with the Killmonger hair teams up with you, and there's like a big like great sword guy you have to fight, like a warrior, and I was a trickster, and I couldn't do anything, so I lost the fight.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with Trickster because it's like you need pawns.
Yeah,
I don't know how
New Game Plus.
Like I don't know how you play Trickster without because like with small enemies you can like stun them and then throw them around, right? So like that's fine, but you can't throw this snake.
Not with that attitude.
That's true. I don't have the right attitude.
You believe you can do, man.
Seems like a little bit of a challenge playthrough, just Trickster only.
You would have to lose the one-on-one fights, like you really would.
Yeah.
Because like
I mean, my idea would probably see if the other guy can stagger the enemy and just throw him. If in doubt, throw him off a cliff.
Or you could like use your aggro, unequip your weapon, and then start punching him.
Punching him to death.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, maybe.
That'd be funny.
It's your monk vocation.
Dude, you need to try this. You need to see what deals more damage, just punching them with your fist or using the incense. Because I have a pretty high level incense that I got like at the last, like very late game that I used, and it deals like no damage to normal goblins in the beginning area. So that's kind of
I can tell you which one does more damage. It's punching.
It's hilarious. That's
punching does
funny.
Some damage.
Punching's like not bad in this game. Actually, fun fact. You can make punching OP as fuck in Dragons Dogma 1.
Oh.
Getting punched in real life sucks.
Yes, it does.
Well, yeah, Trickster. That's a weird one. It's a weird
and
one.
I think the last one we have to cover is Warfare.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what that one does. I got that at the end of the game without me realizing.
I think I got it at the same time I got Magic Archer.
Yeah, you get them very close together.
Well, we actually thought I didn't get it, but then I got it, even though I failed to convince him to leave. So that was kind of interesting. But yeah, tell me what it even does, because I have no clue. I haven't looked at that one at all.
Before you do that, you mean to tell me Mystic Knight is not in this game?
No.
I didn't unlock Mystic Knight. I found out about it in the chat of this show.
There's no Mystic Knight.
That upsets me because Mystic Knight was one of those sleeper classes I really enjoyed. It's like
it's something I can find in New Game Plus now.
Oh,
I have a goal.
Well, it's not in the game.
Oh, what?
There's no Mystic Knight.
So okay.
Here's the thing, right? There's probably a good likelihood that it'll come back in DLC because everyone's bitching and moaning about it. Let's be real, okay? That'll be a lot of money. But yeah, there's no Mystic Knight.
So it's a Dragons Dogma 1 Vocation.
Yes, and arguably Dragons Dogma Online, but it's a bit different. That game's weird.
Wait, what's Dragons Dogma Online? I've never heard of it.
It was a Japanese only game that ran for a good number of years.
It was the original sequel to Dragons Dogma 1.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, I would like to play this game multiplayer, realistically speaking. Like, if that were an option, I'd be up for it.
You might be able to, because like it's available in the West now. Like people have modded it and everything. Might be able to. It is a strange game.
Oh, it's an MMO?
Yes.
Apparently Sheriff said there. Oh, okay. I don't know. Oh, man. I just like to be able to do it like Monster Hunter. Like just be like, hey, I'm gonna call 3 of my friends list people in to fight some trolls with me.
Yeah.
Great.
So yeah, just a quick recap of that game. That game's fucking weird. And a lot of design decisions, like the single weapons, are like came from DDO, which arguably I think are better, but you know, I understand why people prefer the double weapons and more skills. But Warfare is uh it's like your everything vocation.
Oh boy.
You can equip any weapon you want as long as it's unlocked. You equip any skills. But there are limitations. You only have 4 skills, right? In total, it's not like 4 skills per weapon. You just get 4 skills. You have the base movesets of every weapon, and I think 1 skill you have to dedicate to changing weapons.
Okay.
Right. So really, you get 3 skills. What else? You have lower stats than everything else, but the game's easy, so the lower stats don't really matter all that much. Let's see. Oh, you can wear whatever you want. So, like, if you really want a fashion dogma, that's your vocation.
Oh, well, there you
And
go.
obviously,
Finally,
if you want to be like, oh, I like fighter, but I want to wear thief stuff, just fucking pick that and just use fighter shit.
See, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that idea for like my pawn because I have no problem wearing the strongest stuff, but I like looking at my pawn.
Well,
So
pawns can't use it. So
Yeah.
I know that's the sad part. It's like they don't use hybrid. They can't use hybrid vocations. They can only use like the base stuff and the advanced forms of base stuff.
But yeah, Warfare is it's your everything vocation. I think you can only pick 3 weapons. You have like the slots are for all of them, but for some reason you can pick 3.
So when you go to the Vocation Guild and he's like, oh, I'm gonna do Warfare or Wayfarer or whatever that is.
Warfare.
Yeah, and then you have to choose 3 weapons you get to switch between, but you also only get 3 slots for skills you can take with you, right?
Yes and no. So
Oh god. I hate
you
that
pick the 3
already. I hate it already.
you pick the 3 skills. You can put whatever fucking weapons you want. Just know that obviously it's like, oh, I have bow skill, but if I don't equip a bow in my equipment, I can't use a fucking bow skill.
Yeah, this is what I mean. You have to choose the weapons you take with you at this time. If you want another one, except those 3 or however many slots you have to go back to the guild and switch it up.
Kind of. So, like, when I did Warfare, I used only bow skills because I wanted to test all the debilitation arrows.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm like, oh, I want to max out Warfare, so I've just put all those on. So I had the bow. That was for those. And I think I had Sword and Shield and Missed Experience stuff. Also think I had daggers, too. You can have more than 3 weapons, actually. Sorry. I made that mistake. But you can only have 3 skills.
Oh. Okay.
So, yeah, so you pick 3 skills.
and your weight's probably getting out of control if you're carrying that many weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be real careful with your weight.
I'm consumed. This is the one game where I condone for eating the bugs because I fly through those golden trove beetles like candy.
Oh, I ate so many of those.
Oh yeah, I didn't give a single one to my pawn.
Oh, me neither.
Well, they both. I mean, you both get the weight. The weight jump.
Yeah, but if I can carry more stuff, I have to spend less time giving things to my pawn.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Well,
But yeah, so you can have like multiple weapons. You just switch between them, and you can equip 3 skills. So depending on how you configure it, you can make it like super broken. Because you could, what was that sorcerer skill? That's like the thing, and then you attack the thing, and then it explodes.
the flare thingy.
Yeah,
flare something.
That one. So you can use the flare, right, and then switch to like magic archer, and use the downpour ability.
Oh, okay. Oh, that sounds OP actually.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because that flare attack is really strong. It's really, really strong.
It is the fun vocation. I don't like it though. I think it's a little bit too freeing, which is like weird because like, oh yeah, player freedom. But like the reason why I really like fighter and like archer and warrior is because like I have a very clear weakness that I have to overcome.
Right.
With warfare, I'm just like, why would I not cover all my weaknesses? Because I can do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but lots of people love it.
I mean, it's always fun to mix and match, I guess. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
I think it'll probably
recognized
be
as
the
well.
last one I max out if I end up doing all of them. I think Warfare will probably be the last one, just so it's like, okay, now I really know how to use every class, or I know what the best skills of each one are that I want to carry, and I feel like it'd be fun.
And then you get to let the game sit until the DLC drops that they'll probably be making, and then you get to bring all of those skills to the next part of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
go ahead, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I was like, I hope they keep this game going. I hope they keep patching it. I think it'll get better as hardware gets better too. But yeah, I'm up for more.
I would like a remastered version in however many generations, with just all the DLC and running better and whatnot.
Yeah, I think there's an incredible game there because the gameplay is very, very good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very fun. Very, very fun. By the way, someone needs to explain to me what the whole Dragon Rot, Dragon Plague thing is about, because I actually never got it in the game. I only know it kills towns and people.
Okay.
Also,
why is
they
that
can
in the
burn your
game
wake stones.
exactly? What's the point? Because I don't really understand.
Okay, I can explain it because it's funny because it's about to get nerfed because I guess people bitched about it. Which let me get into it. Okay, so it is I guess it's kind of a countermeasure to the cooperative playing thing, right? So while you're fighting a dragon, some weird thing can happen where your pawn gets this disease.
Okay.
Right? And this disease, they will kind of stop listening to you and become more reckless. You can notice it as it is in the game, but sometimes it's kind of hard to notice it.
Okay.
Right? The easiest way to notice it is when you're like, oh, I need help, pawn. And they basically tell you to fuck yourself. It's like, okay, I need to throw you off a cliff for more reasons than one.
They usually have the glowing eyes, though.
They also have the glowing eyes,
right?
Which
some people said that they can. Some people said
some characters. Some characters make their eyes red though, so like, cause I thought I had a guy who had it for a bit because actually the place where you put the Godsbane in the door, that area, your pawns all seem like they're getting headaches. And it's at that point that I looked at my warrior and saw he had like glowing red eyes. I was like, oh shit, he has Dragon Plague. But then none of the other signs presented at all. And I realized that it was just because the player made that pawn have bright red eyes.
So the eyes are actually like they're very specific how they work. Probably because they saw this
pulse.
Yeah, they pulse. That's kind of the giveaway. Right, because people are dicks and they'll make their eyes red because, like, ooh, I'm gonna trick people.
Yeah.
So they pulse. They have a fucking attitude, right? Those are like the main giveaways. And what happens is if they get maxed out on it, they can spread it to your other pawns. By the way, right? So you can. So if someone rents your pawn that's infected, they have that now. And
the pawns are sleeping with each other. Confirmed.
Well, duh. They have to sleep with someone.
Yeah, of course.
They have needs too, Mark.
Something like that.
They can fulfill those needs in their own world.
Whoa.
Not in my house.
Get out of my country, pawns.
I'm kidding. Bang away.
Go back to where you came from. Disappears.
But so yeah, so if you rest in a town while this is happening, there is a chance that they will become. You get this cutscene where they become a goop dragon and kill everyone in the town.
Oh, like in the end of the game, or what?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So there's some caveats to this, though. Number one, because this happened to me on my first playthrough, I'm like, fuck, everything's ruined. But like, if you wait a few days, everyone that's not important gets replaced with like a Walmart version.
Okay.
So like, I went to buy weapons, right? Because like, this game has some quality of life issues that they need to solve, by the way. So I have to go to the fucking vendor so I can see all my armors on me without pulling everything out of storage and then putting everything fucking back. And it was just another guy. Instead of like the big bushy goatee, he just had a new hairstyle. And it's like, and his name was like fucking Doug or something. Like, okay, sure. Is the other guy still dead? I go to the morgue, it's like, he's still fucking dead. All right.
Okay.
We repopulated the town somehow. Sure. Number two, it's actually kind of hard to get Dragon's Plague. Because I've played the game 4 times. I only got 1 town nuked.
Mm-hmm. But it's still why? Why is this in a game? Because it seems just annoying and weird.
Nothing.
Well, and also because you can see people dead and be very, like, especially if you think your vendors might be gone forever, that might be another thing that tempts you to use a Wake Stone, which makes it even more scummy that you can buy any of them.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have to, again, I would prefer to just not have to make that association at all.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What else? Obviously.
I was about to say, the best part about all of these vendors is the only one I remember by name is Aslam, and that was from Dragons Dogma 1. So the rest of them can go. Well, Aslam and Madeline. So like, I don't like. The Masterworks all, you can't go wrong. But like if they all like died, got replaced by Walmart versions, they're like, all right, cool, they're cheaper. Cool with that.
Yeah, it's barely any. It was just funny to me because I'm like, oh my god, I can't ever go back to Vernworth. They're all dead, and then I do. It's like, well, I mean, I guess it's not that bad. What else is there? Obviously, if you have an Eternal Wake Stone, you can undo it and you get your achievement. But like, why does it exist? I want to say they thought it was an interesting gameplay mechanic.
Yeah, but
just like,
sounds
yeah,
you could cringe.
You can also make the consequences not that bad.
Yeah, if they just get replaced anyway, like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, just have it be that they stop listening to you and then they start attacking you and you have to kill them. Like that would be way better. Then you get to fight one of your pawns with with 2 pawns instead of 3.
Well, that's what I thought it was before, like, I saw it. But like, the thing is, they are nerfing it anyway. Because again, this is already kind of rare, right? So you're taking something that's rare, that is relatively easily undone if you have an Eternal Wake Stone, which seemingly people get relatively easily. I haven't found one, but that's because I suck.
I mean, that's the thing you get from the Sphinx, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't finish the Sphinx.
Oh, okay.
You have to kill the Sphinx. You get at least 1 from that. I don't know how else you can get it. Yeah, that's like the main thing. Someone in the chat says something that I think I'm reminded by. I think your pawns do get stronger if they get plagued.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Right, they stop listening to you, but I think they're stronger temporarily. What else is there? Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a mechanic that someone thought it was a good idea, but in like implementing it's just annoying, and now they're nerfing it because I guess enough people bitched about it. Honestly, I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
Weird implementation. I don't know. It's just odd.
I will say,
yes.
One of the things that I did like about the when the DLC dropped for DD1 is they give you an Eternal Fairy Stone.
Mm-hmm.
That was great. I like the Eternal Fairy Stone because that's a lot of land to cover. And they didn't exactly have like, the caravans where you could just doze off and just fast travel there to different locations. Like
fast travel with a dice rolled encounter, basically.
Yeah, dice rolled encounter, basically. But with the way that they have it set up in this game, it's like you have to go out of your way to find port crystals. They're not just like around like they were in the first game. And fairy stones are super expensive in comparison to the first game.
Yeah, but they're not really that expensive anymore when you get a bit later into the game.
Yeah,
you do have
especially once you've killed in New Game Plus, especially once you've killed some dragons and you have a bunch of those crystals, you can sell those for so much money.
They're like 15 a piece, like 1,500 a piece, and you get like 15 to 30 at a time per Drake. So it's like I don't have a problem with money anymore. I can buy all the fairy stones I want.
Okay, cool.
And
what I like about that is in New Game Plus, when you want to change vocations, you can immediately buy good gear for it.
Oh yeah,
that's great. And then also in the post game, like the end game area, fairy stones are like a really common drop.
I think I got like 6 or 7 just by doing the things I was doing. Like every one of those, like some random Saurians just dropped a fairy stone. I was like, what? Okay.
So like, if you're like going into New Game Plus, like, man, I don't want to travel. It's like, okay, you only have to go everywhere once because you get all your port crystals back, and now you have a fuck ton of fairy stones.
Yeah.
You have no
That's
problems anymore. But I'm very mixed about the Eternal Fairy Stone and Dragon's Dogma 1. I kind of don't want it to come back in 2 because, like, despite lots of people bitching about the travel system,
I don't think you need them in here. Like, I never ran out of fairy stones. Like, and I felt like I was pretty generous in using them. Because because of the ox cards are pretty useful, and they cost like 100.
Yeah, I
200
primarily
gold.
travel by ox cart and foot.
And my thing is, it's not
stones in the end game.
It's not so much of the availability of the fairy stones. It's more of just like the price. It's like, oh yeah, I just don't happen to have one. I'm not close to like a box.
Well, and once each vendor sells one, they're gone. You can't buy like a bunch of them.
well,
they restock after like 2 or 3 days, right?
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah. They only sell one at a time, but you can get like they will sell them again after like 2 to 3 days.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wasn't buying items all that often, so I think I would normally just go to an item shop, buy the things like fairy stones, and then never go back.
Sounds like you're playing Dragon's Dogma wrong.
I might be, but like, I mean, I'm also going into this as a person who didn't really put much time into the first one. I put about 60 hours into this one, but also I haven't been looking stuff up and trying to figure out all the secrets and tricks. So, yeah, no, I might be wrong on stuff.
No, it's all good.
Well, in Dragons, I think, while I don't like the Fairy Stone in Dragon's Dogma 1, the Eternal Fairy Stone, I think it's more convenient in that game because there's not alternative ways to travel.
Yeah.
You have to walk everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? In this game, honestly, you can get anywhere pretty fast, except for like the volcanic islands. That's the only one that's like takes some time.
Yeah.
But like, if you want to go to the elf village, you do have to put in a little bit of work because you have to go into that cave, go to the secret entrance at night, and there is a skeleton lord that pops up. He will break the gate open, kill him. Sometimes there's Garm, which is terrible because small space. You go all the way over, you open the gate at the other end, and it's right outside of Melv. So you could take a ox cart to Melv, go up there, go through the cave, which is pretty short, come outside, and you're like right in front of the elf village. That's like the most inconvenient city to go to other than the volcano place.
Yeah.
So if you just kind of play with the game, you can figure out a lot of fast ways to get almost everywhere. You almost don't even need fairy stones unless, you're like me and you're like, ooh, I gotta escort someone. I'm not dragging them everywhere. Let's just go.
I still hate the elves. They threw them in there for no reason. Feels like
You leave my elf waifus alone, okay?
It's like
anyone watch Free Reign? That's pretty good. It's an elf chick.
Oh,
yeah,
I love that show.
I'm like 15 episodes in, something like that.
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's the elf village just kind of exists to do a couple things, but they don't really have any impact, and that's like on the world as it is, and that's what bothers me.
Yeah, it's kind of wasted. I still like all the elf waifus. But that is a criticism I have of the game. So they introduced Beastren, right? And they wanted to do that from the first game, but the technology wasn't there. Now they brought in elves and dwarves. But the problem is, right, if you're a human or if you're a Beastren, it kind of changes how some things work in the world. Right? You have an easier time getting to Patal if you're a Beastren, for example.
Right.
But like, if I make my character into an elf, and they have like some settings to do that in the character creator without like too much tweaking, why don't I maybe get like the ability to talk to the elves? Because like, I clearly made my character be an elf. If I clearly make them to be a dwarf, that seems like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, that's a good point. I kind of just expected that to be the way it works. I didn't try it. I just expected it because it just seems logical to do so.
Well, that's not how it works. Because all of my characters were elf waifus.
It's also kind of weird that you only can make the pawns learn the elven language, but you can't.
Yeah.
Like, that's weird.
Well, your intelligence was your dump stat, so you're not allowed to learn any other languages.
Cute.
Damn it. But yeah,
What else is there?
I'm just trying to think because the next thing was actually like the ox cards and crystals, but we smoothly went into that.
Yeah.
So we got that covered.
Well, I guess like those are one of the microtransactions that are available, but like they are one of the like well the fairies not the fairy stones, the wake stones are more like scummy associated.
Yeah.
If you buy the fucking port crystal, I'm just gonna laugh at you because like
Yeah, that's I don't have as much of a problem with the port crystal as I do with the wake stones.
no, I have a problem
Not
with
that
it.
I still
It's
don't
just,
think it's good. It's just I don't think it's as egregious.
yeah, it's just like ooh, you shouldn't
Oh,
buy that, buddy.
you have to romance one of the elves to get the thing for my pawn for myself. Okay.
What
Good
the
luck.
hell? I've romanced all the elves.
Your
No,
character
you
can
didn't.
get the ability to speak elf. Neat.
See, you gotta talk to the women too,
Oh,
Swollpool.
what?
Can't just
I
romance
understand what
them
they're
and leave.
saying. I just want to look at them. And
Well,
They
maybe
walk
if
up
you
to you
listen
and
to
you
what
go,
they were saying, you'd learn the
dirt,
language.
and you're just like, what?
Uh,
It's great.
Yeah. So, what is actually the point of New Game Plus? Except just being able to
You get to play
it
the
more?
game more, and the scenes,
'Cause it doesn't get harder.
all the stuff that you have to do in the like where you're in the town doing the things with Sven and the finding out the coronation and all that stuff. That is really boring in New Game Plus. I just wanted to get through it so fast.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
I
Yeah.
really just was at the point that I'm like, I just want to roam around this world fighting monsters. Give me reasons to do it and don't block me from progressing. But I had to open up the south of the world, so
Yeah.
you need to do them, but they suck.
yeah, otherwise you have to go illegally all the time, and that gets
It's like-
really old.
It's a bigot.
It's like Pokemon in that sense, where like you have already completed the Pokedex up until the newest region, but you still got to do all the stupid stuff to be able to get access
Mm-hmm.
to use those Pokemon. It's just like this is dumb.
Well, there
This
is one
dumb.
thing. On New Game Plus, you can open the spell door immediately
Oh, okay.
because you have the
That's
Godspeed
neat,
in your
That's pretty
inventory.
neat.
But yeah,
It's
so this game feels unfinished, much like the first one, just more finished than
Early
the first
access,
one was.
man.
Because especially towards the end game, where like you get the New Game Plus and it's the same game,
Yep.
but you're like level 50 to 70,
Yeah.
so it's like,
It was just funny when I was trying Trickster earlier and just my main pawn just fucking wrecked everything around me. It's like, did I do anything now? I don't actually know. Everything is just dying.
yeah.
It's,
So
And you have all
It's
the
like-
gear already, so you're just gonna thrash through everything.
I agree with Mark. As much as I would love to defend one of my favorite franchises, I have to agree with Mark in that this probably would have served better as an early access. I mean, it's not something
Yeah.
that's new to Capcom anyway. Like they've done early access stuff before.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they could have
And
threw this out there, and people were like, "Bro, for early access, this is phenomenal." But
yeah,
it's not.
and then
early
like
access,
2-3
unfortunately.
years, and people would have given the performance a lot more leeway. I think even I
Yeah.
would be, because I was like, well, I mean, this is the first early access build. Maybe I'll just play
Right.
this later on if the performance is bothering me. And then hey, you end up hearing, hey, they patched it, it's running better now. And then you try again, and you know, it's fun to deal with the game in its early access period. And honestly, I think Baldur's Gate 3 proved that you could launch the 1.0 3 years later, and even if a good chunk of your audience, or like, I mean, aside, all of your biggest fans probably who are very interested
still
in the
be there.
game have been playing it for 3 years. When
Yeah.
you say, hey, this game's out for real now, it still makes it can do very well, you know, can
Mm-hmm.
get critically acclaimed and sell a whole bunch.
It'd probably.
only problem
it'd
is I
probably
wouldn't be able to play it.
Hey,
Oh,
Cyberpunk
well.
2077 came out this year, as far as I'm concerned. It was in early access for the first
Yeah.
time.
I'm gonna claim that. I'm gonna use that same claim when they actually get Dragons Dogma running.
And I mean, I say that as a person who liked the Cyberpunk early access builds. I played it twice at 1.0 and again at 1.6, and then played at 2.0, and I was like, okay, this game works a lot better.
Yeah, but yeah, this game is unfinished. Like, I would not be surprised if Itsuno came out and said, like, yeah, this is like 90% of what I wanted to do. Because he, like, very famously always talks about how, like, the first game is 75% of what he wanted to do. But I think it's for different reasons. A lot of the reasons were for Dragon's Dogma 1 was that they were very ambitious, but a lot of the things they wanted to do didn't pan out. And so they kind of ran out of time.
Yeah,
this
basically
game,
that.
yeah, this game seems like kind of a similar situation, except Capcom like rushed them because like it doesn't seem like, oh yeah, we tried something and it didn't work. It seems like, this thing, it's almost done, but
here it is.
There's this kind of pointless cutscene in the first God in DD1 where like you're there's like this open field where there's like two Cyclops, if I remember correctly, two Cyclops and some goblins, and then they have some ballista there that you can use to basically fight them with. And there's this little like walkway, like this little pathway rather, that takes you out to like this beach area, and then a cutscene that just shows you the horizon, and then it just ends. There's nothing else. There's nothing tied to it. So everybody's under speculation that that was going to be the rest of the game that they didn't finish, and it's just like, well, they won't now because they're onto the sequel.
Weird.
Yeah. So hopefully, this is 2024 and patches, usually fix a lot of games. So hopefully they can finish up what they wanted to do with this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
It does seem.
Yeah, I feel like they will.
It's gonna be interesting to see where it's gonna, what it's gonna look like when DLC eventually comes out. See how it runs and what's happening. What they changed.
It has really good word of mouth. I think like a lot of people that play this game and stick with it generally have a fairly high opinion of it. So I'm willing to bet that if they fix it, and especially if, as Metal was saying, it comes out with the DLC and the game gets its own like Cyberpunk 2.0 sort of version, I think it could end up being pretty big. Yeah, it's a very good video game here.
I can see this becoming like my favorite game. It's just it needs more work. It's almost there.
Yeah. So it's why
give me a hard mode.
It's an interesting game to talk about though, because like it does have its issues, but also it's hard to not love it.
It's really really fun. Like it's super fun to play. Yeah, we'll see how it goes in the future. I would like to see more, but also would like for it to improve when we get more, or until we get more. Because I'm not gonna play it anymore for now, because I just have different things to do and more games to play.
Right.
Yeah. I'm personally getting a little burnt out, mostly because I played the fuck out of this for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, you did. You definitely did. But
so it's like I might need a break.
Around the corner. That's gonna be a good reprieve. For sure.
So, but yeah, there's like another topic about this game that's kind of interesting, because like some people are in the chat are like saying it has kind of a mixed reception, which I think it's mostly positive, but it is a bit mixed, especially with the microtransactions.
And then the performance. I think the performance is the primary, which is why I think that when word gets around that this game is just running beautifully, even if it's when new consoles have come out or new video cards or whatever, I have and obviously optimization. I have a feeling that it could really pick up and gain a big following, like a much bigger one than it had. Because honestly, I think Capcom did this game a disservice by launching it when they did. Can you imagine even if they just waited till November? Or like September?
I would be sad, but it would be much better.
People waited like 12, 13 years. I think they live for another couple of months, except a couple.
Yeah, exactly.
Die along the way, but
I think the only problem that they probably would have ran into, as far as like the fans go, would be playing Dragons Dogma 2, not finishing the game before Monster Hunter Wilds drops.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be too concerned about it, because ultimately, I think if Monster Hunter Wilds takes off or fails, like honestly, in either direction, if Dragon's Dogma 2 came out after it and ran perfectly, like if it was the best version of this game that could possibly come out, even if it was a year after the new Monster Hunter, I feel like the game would still make a much better impression on people than it did this year.
Probably. Also, like, this is like a side topic. So, interesting idea. Because I've been thinking about this. I think I had a conversation about this with some guys at a different Discord call, but I do think that this game has had a bit extra bitching and moaning about it because it is a niche title that is now in the mainstream eye. What do y'all think about that? Because like Dragons Dogma 1 is not super popular.
I can
Well,
kind of
it definitely got
that.
more attention with this one.
I could kind of see that because I think the last time, well, I mean, it's Capcom's MO is to still sell despite their setbacks. Like with Street Fighter 6, they had a whole bunch of setbacks with that. As far as content goes,
Street Fighter 6 was really good. I mean,
I think it was Street Fighter 5.
Play the World Tour. Oh,
yeah,
5.
Well, yeah,
I didn't like 5 that
5.
much.
5 had so many problems.
4 was way better than 5. I think
4
6
was
is
way
better
better than
4,
5. What else is there? The Marvel vs. Capcom, Infinite, I think it was.
Yeah,
it was
Infinite.
Like
oh, you
fucking
know, I didn't
ugly
even
game.
play that.
Yeah,
Infinite
it was
ugly
one
ass
of
game.
And I have Marvel vs. Capcom 3 on PC, so
it was one of the most horrendous fighting games that Capcom's ever made.
But it was like MVCI is like such an interesting take because it is fucking ugly. Pretty much everything about the game is bad except for the gameplay.
Yeah, basically that.
I mean, I've not played it. For all I know, it's great. It didn't look appealing to me, and I really liked the look of Marvel vs. Capcom 3, so I was like, I have no interest in full 3D MVC. It's just
there are obviously mods. Style. Oh yeah, there are mods out there to help with the visuals, obviously. But like Capcom is not one to shy away from like the critical eye, I guess you can say. But yeah, I personally, this is more of a biased stance, but I do think that Dragon's Dogma caught a lot more heat than what it actually deserved.
I don't know. I don't think I would. I don't think like even as much as I like the game, I don't think I would recant any criticism I've made about either the microtransactions or the performance. I don't think because those are really the only things I didn't like about the game. I mean, the story wasn't fantastic, but those.
The story wasn't.
The gameplay is good enough that if this game had no story at all, I'd still be fine playing it.
Right.
I don't think it's like the criticisms are invalid. I've just noticed a lot of bitching and moaning. Like, for example, people do not like the fast travel system because it's inconvenient, because they want you to explore the world, right? I've also noticed bitching about there's no lock-on. It's like, like there are valid complaints that a lot of people have. I'm not trying to discredit those. I think the microtransactions are garbage. The performance needed to be better from the get-go. It still needs to be better.
Yeah, and those are my.
I think we've talked about complaints. A lot of
I'm okay with the no lock-on, actually. I kind of like that there's no lock-on. However, I do think that the no lock-on makes the performance a bigger problem because you spend a lot of this game spinning your right stick around, man.
Right.
And that's not fantastic when the game's chugging.
Yeah. But it was just like, it's kind of a topic that I've been thinking about. It's like, what happens when like a game that's more of a cult classic becomes more mainstream? It's I don't know. It's just something I'm thinking about, and this game's kind of an example of it. I don't think it's the best example, but it is kind of an example. Obviously, if it ran better and didn't have the microtransactions, I think we could probably explore that more.
Yeah, totally different story. I think it would have been received like Elden Ring big. It would have been huge.
Yeah, but that's not what we got. I still love the game. It's just
why I just think Capcom did this game a disservice by treating it like they did, by adding the microtransactions in and by shipping it before it was optimized.
Yeah. I think just real quick, I think the current rumor is that Capcom rushed this game out to get it out before the fiscal quarter or year.
Maybe, yeah, I believe it.
I would see it.
Surprised.
Just getting them dollar dues in.
I will say that I still stand on my hill of or my position with the microtransactions. I mean, I understand the criticism, but as I'm playing a single player game and I'm not throwing my money into it, so I don't see it as a problem personally. As far as the performance goes, there are definitely some indefensible things that are coming out with this game, and I understand that. Now, the one thing I absolutely cannot defend is De Nouveau, because there are certain people that don't have that same that don't have a certain setup. And De Nouveau will be like, "Oh, you're using Linux
games now."
Yeah, it's
most
like
Japanese
De Nouveau's like,
games are shipping with De Nouveau, and I hate it.
De Nouveau goes, "Oh, you're using a Linux setup to basically run your PC like it's Windows. Cool. We're gonna lock you out of playing the game." It's like, but I'm not doing anything. I'm not cheating. I'm just setting my setup as like, to look like Windows, to basically run on Windows. And it's just like, yeah, we don't care. De Nouveau.
Yeah,
fuck you. It's like that's garbage.
De Nouveau also fucked me out of being able to play Persona 3 Reload on the plane to Vegas, because I hadn't played it in a little bit and was really looking forward to playing it on the plane. I was like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Fired it up. It's like, I'm sorry, you have to be online in order to play this game for the first time. I'm like, first time? I have like 30 hours in it. It says it right there on my operating system, but De Nouveau doesn't care what my Steam Deck says. It's just
De Nouveau just sounds
you
so
haven't
sloppy.
done a handshake in a while, so you need to shake our hand to prove that you gave this company money.
De Nouveau is good for competition, but it's stupid in everything else.
I think it's bad for everything.
It just sounds like whatever version of like, because De Nouveau is anti-cheat, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like the sloppiest version of anti-cheat, because it does a lot of things that it's just shit.
And it hurts performance. This game would run better if it didn't require De Nouveau. Even maybe it's not by much, definitely by some.
Just steelman them a little bit. There's plenty of games that work perfectly fine with De Nouveau.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of things like if you have to go and make a game and it says De Nouveau, you need to do something else probably to get it to run. I mean, there's definitely examples out there that do run. I still hate De Nouveau. I'm just saying that you can make it work if you get the time, I guess.
It was the same though with Elden Ring. People were saying that the pirated version of Elden Ring was a better experience than just the Steam version because you weren't running De Nouveau. So it was like, hey, even if you bought the game, you might want to play the crack.
Yeah,
right.
That's crazy. Like that shouldn't be a thing we have to deal with.
It shouldn't.
I mean, Gaben said it a long time ago. It's not a piracy problem. It's a service problem.
Service problem, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You just give the people what they were asking for in the beginning, and they won't have to go pirate it.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll still be some pirates, but it'll be less.
Well, yeah, you can't stop the pirating, but you can obviously reduce the amount of people who would pirate it out of urge of necessity.
Here's the thing, though. I find a lot of people, at least that I've talked to, who pirate games on PC, say that often they just do it in lieu of a demo. And if they really like the game, they want to invest in it because they want the achievements for it. They want to be able to play it with their friends if there's multiplayer modes. Yeah. And they're really just playing the cracked copy to be like, is this something I even want to spend any time with at all?
That's why that we're getting way more demos these days. You can just check the game.
Yeah, and demos where your progress carries over is like just do like first hour of the game or something, man. That's often all people need to be able to get a feel for whether or not this is a game they're interested in. And it'll always be better than a CGI trailer rendered at 30 FPS.
Yeah, even Dragons Dogma 2, it didn't have like a demo because like I assume open world demos are much harder to do, right? But it just had a character creator. I mean, that carries over.
Yeah, the character creation, that was good, actually. I think they could have given you the intro.
Like, yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, that'd have been great.
But I think just the way this one's like designed is a bit harder, because in Dragon's Dogma 1, the tutorial area is much more demo-friendly, because you are fighting and like doing the things you're going to do in the game in a contained area. You're basically doing the last dungeon of the main game at the beginning. So, but yeah, they did something, and it's like I just want more games to do it. I think the RE4 demo sold me on the game, because I wasn't gonna buy it because I've never played an RE game and I don't like horror games.
Same with Stellar Blade for me.
That's another one too.
Yeah, I was not hyped on Stellar Blade other than pretty waifu good, and until I played the demo, and then I was like, okay, I'm buying this game on PS5. I'm gonna play it right away. I want to play it right away because it's awesome. I think if it was just, hey, it's a pretty waifu game, but it's okay, it's good, but nothing special, I probably would have just waited till it's on PC.
You know what's like super interesting about Stellar Blade? It kind of fixes most of my problems with Sekiro. I'm just like, well, the deflect's the best thing to do in the fucking game. Why would I do anything else? This game's like,
I think
you have combo strings, you have dodges, you have all this other stuff. I'm like, huh.
You have about a Sekiro amount of iframes on the dodge in Stellar Blade. You have very, very few. And but it adds a near/Bayonetta dodge, like a time dodge that throws the world into slow motion.
You get a huge reward for it. Like
That's
it's not
actually,
just
I think its dodge system is the biggest thing that makes it not feel like a Souls game entirely. It's like, oh yeah, no, this dodging is not. It's not Dark Soulsy at all, even a little bit, even in concept.
I think it's that and the offensive mechanics, because like there's a lot of offense in this game. Like Souls is, it's a good combat system. It's just simple.
Yeah, they started with weapon arts and things like that in Dark Souls 3 to give you a few more attacks, but Stellar Blade, you've got a bunch of different attacks that like you can gain meters for and have access to. They do different things when you're combining them differently. It's a good parry system too. Parry feels more like Liza P than Sekiro, I'd think. But I like it. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it might be like that. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said that's next week. That's all I said.
Yep. I have a full week of work without a day off, so it'll be a good reward for suffering.
Well, I'll come back from my trip, and then I'll be playing it for 3 days.
Nice.
Hooray.
Gonna be good times.
I'll be playing Dragons Dogma 2. I'm still enjoying it.
Yay.
Yeah, man.
Yay. I'll probably come back to this game.
There's never anything wrong with it. If you make a game that comes out at like the beginning of the year, or actually like a time of year, it doesn't matter. If you dive into one game and that's just your game for that year, it's one of the best things you can do as a gamer, because you end up really loving that game and appreciating it and finding out all the ins and outs of it, and you didn't spend any money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Like just the last couple years have just been like pretty good for me with games, because like I don't know, Japan just likes making games I want. So it's like 300 hours, 250 hours. I'm like, oh, cool. I don't have to buy any of these shitty games.
What's actually funny, Liza P had a demo too. I played Liza P's demo and didn't really click with it. And it wasn't until I think we were doing an EFAP and you and Mahler were just like, yeah, you need to play this game. You should play it. It's really good. And then I played it on Game Pass, crushed it on Game Pass in like a week and a half, then immediately bought it on Steam and played it 3 more times. I now have the blue ribbon on Steam.
It's pretty good for a game.
I love that game. It's amazing. You should play Liza P.
I don't think it super clicked with me, but I'm kind of just soured on the Souls thing. But like, if you like Souls, Liza P is probably as refined as it gets.
Yeah, I think it's one of the objectively best Souls game. I wouldn't call it the best, but it's up there. It's definitely in my top 3.
Pretty good. Wow. That was Dragon's Dogma. I think we touched upon basically everything.
With some tangents.
This was more like just gaming the stream with Dragon's Dogma as featuring Dragons Dogma.
I mean, hey, we're often talking about movies on this show, so it's sometimes nice to just dork out about some video games. So
yeah,
I enjoy it.
Of course,
I love video games.
Of course, with like games like these that are pretty big, you if you want to have a proper long discussion about it, you kind of have to wait like a week or 2 or 3 and actually play through it. Like if this would be like an FPS game that's like 15 hours long, we could have probably done it in the same week or something. But there's a lot of mechanics and stuff to talk about that you need to explore, and we did. And
I think you definitely haven't played this game if you've only tried one Vocation. Like you should mix it up and try a bunch of different ones, because
you gotta try different stuff.
The amount of variety that it lends to the gameplay is pretty impressive. It's probably the most impressive thing about this game. It's because all of them play differently.
Yeah.
And there's no cost to changing. Like you don't need to restat. You just have to go to the place and be like, hey, I want to change.
There's like 200 vocation points or what they're called, and you always have them.
Yeah, they're not hard to get.
I think I have like 50,000 in my account. So yeah, there you go.
I don't know how many I have. I've played this game too much.
You have a little more, I assume.
Just a little bit. I even made a combat sheet. That's not done yet. I think maybe one day if I have the urge to make a video essay, I might just break down this combat. It might be 5 hours.
Nice. Well, long man good.
Yay.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess are we wrapping up?
Yeah, let's go with some super chatter. There was like a couple in the beginning. Some
Cool.
super chatterinos. We got 1,000 hungry Ampho flames. That's hungry money. Hungry money.
I'm for fleas.
It says, "Yo, what's up, Swole?" And I guess
Hi, yo.
and I guess metal. I was like, yeah.
I enjoy
Hello.
paprika.
Delicious. Me too. I got $5 by Hyperbolic Ninja. Hello, all my naggers. You know, nagging.
Hello.
People who know you.
Nothing makes me happier than nagging around my house while listening to Mootle in blackface. Wait a minute.
Oh my god.
I think he's trying to get us banned for $5.
Nice.
Anyway, it's my birthday. Well, happy birthday to you. I hope you
Hey,
have
happy
a,
birthday.
Birthday, Ninja.
hope you have
Yeah,
a
man.
good one.
Flam.
I won't ban you today.
Ooh.
He was sick, so he didn't make it to the Vegas meetup. He lives
Oh.
in Vegas though.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, nice.
I need to make that trip one day. Just expensive.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
And a membership for 8 months, Flim Flam Variety. Scargiver gave me scars. Here's something for you. Well, thank you very much.
Oh my.
And that was from Charizard, of course. Yeah, don't watch Rebel Moon. That shit sucks. Don't do it. Watch the EFAP we did yesterday. That was fun.
I think I'm gonna rewatch that one. That one was fun. Not the movie. Fuck that movie.
Yeah, don't
The
do the
EFAP.
movie. Don't do the movie.
EFAP clowning on bad stuff. Good.
That's always good times. Good times. I didn't even plan to be on that. I just was spamming mutually with like stuff while I was watching the movie. It's like, this is stupid. This is also stupid. It's like, you can we do an EFAP tomorrow, by the way. You can come on if you want to. It's like, okay. I guess I'll start making notes.
Wait, you watched that by yourself?
Yeah.
Why? What's wrong with you?
It's the life I've chosen. I watched the
Fuck.
first
I'm just
one on my
happy.
own
Look,
as well.
I'm just happy you didn't tell me to watch it. Okay.
Oh, I didn't even
Everyone
plan to
had-
do anything with it. I just wanted to see it because I watched the first one and see how bad it's gonna be, and I didn't expect it to be that bad.
Yeah. X-Ray Girl had a tough time. She had to watch it for FNT, and I think she fell asleep 3 times.
I
maybe
saw her
4
tweet about it. It's like, I have a hard time getting through that. And I was watching it at the same time-ish, and I was like, I feel you. I know what you mean. It's pretty tough to get through. It's a slog. But who doesn't
think
love
you-
5 minutes of slow-mo grain? It's awesome.
I think I probably would have fallen asleep if I wasn't in a watch party.
Oh, yeah.
That shit sucked ass, but the watch party was great.
Yeah, that was always fun. Those watch parties. But yeah, I guess that wraps it up for today. But before we go, of course, let's see what our guests are up to. Also, thank you guys for joining us. It was good times. Very good.
Thanks for inviting.
Sure.
Yeah, this was
I
cool.
enjoyed it.
I like games.
Great.
Yeah, games are cool.
Yeah.
Obviously the links are down below. I don't know, Swell, do you have anything going on in the near future? I know you uploaded some gameplay stuff from Dragons Dogma, actually.
Yeah, so I have started making YouTube videos again.
Yeah.
It's weird. I'm on and off with it. This time, I don't do any talking. I just want to show off cool gameplay with music I like. So, right now, I'm just doing little Dragons Dogma montages of combat, trying to show off some cool stuff with some music.
Nice.
I'm getting kind of burnt out on the game, but I think I have enough footage to do Archer and Fighter, and then I think I'm gonna try to do Stellar Blade. Make some
Yeah,
videos on
it's,
that.
Sounds fun. Well, go check
Yeah.
it out down below. Mr. Sheepsidian, obviously first time here. Good times. Thanks for joining us. And what are you up to?
Absolutely.
Got anything going on?
Well, you can check out my YouTube videos if you so choose to. The last ones I did were a rant about Pokemon and why I'm walking away from the game, or the franchise as a whole. But I have taken a step away from doing YouTube videos and instead decided to put all of my attention into taking care of my lovely lady and drawing this manga that I'm doing. So you go to Fandemonium. Fandemonium.locals.com, and you can read the prologue. And I'm almost done with chapter 1. That should be up.
Type it in for you.
Yeah, type that in the
That
chat.
is sick.
Gotcha.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I'll put that in. I'll put that in the private chat here.
Absolutely.
I will spam it.
Give it here.
I think I got it. Hopefully that's the right one. That didn't even come up as a link. Oh shit.
Oh, you fucked it up.
Fine, I'll copy yours.
It's you just copy it and.
It doesn't realize it's a link because there's no WW or something, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, chat, stop being lazy and copy and paste that shit.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
No. We provide good service here.
We're good people, but
No, we're abusive here, okay?
Yeah, aside from house stuff and drawing manga, I'm also helping Eric July sell books for the Rippaverse. So
Yeah.
go to Rippaverse.com. We currently have Yaira campaign going strong, over $1.3 million made. So
Yeah,
get in on that action.
I'm just kind of seeing it from the side because I'm not like a super big comic book guy, but I'm seeing it's doing very well, and that makes me happy because it seems that there needed to be a bit of an uproar from somewhere else because all the other comics seem to suck ass from what I've seen.
The girls who wrote Yaira actually wrote a Black Widow book called No Restraints Play that I quite liked. It was very good, and it's crazy to think that existed when the Black Widow movie we got was made. Because it's like, wait, you guys just had this sitting here and you didn't make this? Instead, you made whatever the hell that was?
Well, Marvel's not known for their smart decisions anymore, so.
Well, I got to admit, it impressed me being a newer Marvel thing, which I liked. But I think it came out a few years ago. I read it like 6 months ago, maybe.
Well,
yes, can recommend.
But yeah, go check that shit out. Do it. What about you, Mark?
Do it.
Do it. Come on.
You can find on my channel, MarcTheCyborg. I was also on Geeks and Gamers Tabletop last night playing an Aliens RPG, and that's like Aliens the movie. And it was pretty good. I play a synthetic, and I had a pretty cool effect I used on my voice. I got injured, and then I tried to do the Bishop voice, like, not bad for a human. that little effect,
caught me off guard.
That little effect, I think, worked pretty well for it, so that was fun. And we're doing another episode of it at 8 p.m. on Saturday next week, or 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Eastern, Saturday next week.
Yeah, go check that out because I'm not there that weekend.
Yeah, and it was fun time. I enjoyed it.
Sweet.
And then just MarcTheCyborg. And I'm Cyborg Mark on Twitter. MarcTheCyborg is not a real person, I don't think.
Oh, there we go.
On Twitter.
I'll drop the link in the chat now.
Oh, there it is.
I shall put it in the YouTube chat.
Okay, cool. You got it?
Thank you. Grazie.
Yeah, go do all of those things because I won't be around next weekend. I'm going to visit a friend, though. That's been planned for a while. I think after that, we're pretty much good with all the things we had planned before we decided to do this together. So that's probably going to be just more continuously live ones. But yeah, as you've already guessed, next week is going to be a pre-recorded one, which we're going to record on Wednesday, I think. I think Rags agreed to Wednesday.
Okay, cool.
And that's going to be Ungentlemanly Warfare, Ministry for Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Nice.
Which I
y'all
cannot
seen that yet?
I can't physically see it in this country yet.
Same.
We have to wait till the 24th.
That movie looks good. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Apparently it's just kind of okay. At least that's what I've been hearing about it. So I'm trying to temper my expectations, but you know,
we'll see.
It's Henry Cavill in a World War II movie. You know, that sounds cool enough for me to at least sit through it.
But yeah, that's gonna be for next week. You'll get that, and then I don't even know if we agreed to something for the week after. I don't remember. We'll talk about it.
I mean, we could do Stellar Blade if we get through it, but if we want to spend more time on it, we should probably just throw a movie in the next week.
Yeah.
Unless you want to watch Chainsaw Man, and we could do our first anime episode.
Oh no!
We'll talk.
I'll bring in the weebs.
Oh my god. Well, we'll see. We'll figure something out. Well, besides that, I maybe do like a Helldivers stream this week because I actually don't have anything to play like planned until Stellar Blade. So maybe I'll just grab some people for some Helldivers this week because I haven't touched the game for a while.
You're never gonna play Wind Waker again, are you?
That's for after Stellar Blade.
bullshit. You gotta find something else.
If I
remember
play,
Wulong?
If I play it now, it's just it's gonna be another stream, and then it's just gonna sit idle for another half a year.
Remember Wulong though?
Wulong? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just didn't feel like going back to that one.
Wolong?
Yeah,
I think it was Wolong, right?
Yeah, Wolong follows.
Wolong.
I'm mixing it up with Black Myth Wukong.
People need to fucking
was the
change
Wu.
the names. They all sound the same.
Black Myth Wukong looks good. It'll be interesting to see if China can create a Souls-like as well as Korea's been doing.
It seems really fast for a Souls-like. It's almost more Neo-ish.
Well, yeah, more like Sekiro-like, I guess. I mean, even calling Stellar Blade a Souls-like is not really accurate. It's definitely got Soulsy stuff in it, but yeah, they're getting creative with the formula, and I like that. I like that everything doesn't just feel like Dark Souls, but not as good.
Yeah, Stellar Blade seems like a more defensive character action game. But we'll see.
I compare it much more closely to Lies of P than I would any other Souls game, as far as the Souls elements, and again, with the exception of the dodge being essentially useless unless you time it perfectly, and then it's like the Bayonetta dodge.
Yeah, I guess so.
You hardly have any iframes with the dodge. Like, dodging is not a good plan.
Yeah, I guess when I use the dodge, it's more for just spacing, not really for dodging.
Well,
it's like,
exactly.
I want to get away
not a
from
defensive move. It's more a way that you can duck around things and position yourself.
It's another parry, really.
Yeah,
Yeah, basically.
what you guys said. Anyway, we're out of here. We'll see you all next time. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye.
Later, everybody.
Bye.
Something blue.
Blue.